All right, race fans, we're just a few minutes away from our opening ceremonies. Grab a chunk of fence, get you some bleachers, and get ready to go. We are getting our Top Fuel suited up right now. We got funny cars out there. Top Alcohol, that's right. Getting them suited up right now. They'll be underneath the tower tunnel here in just a second. And then we will have our opening ceremonies with our TV introduction, followed by our prayer and national anthem. And then we'll fire them up and get underway with Q1. So be ready.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Hebron, Ohio for round 3 of the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. It's the third stop here at Darana Raceway, second stop here in Columbus. We're just about 30 minutes outside of Columbus here in Hebron. Of course, welcome to the booth here as well. I'm Ken Stout, standing right alongside my colleague Tommy Johnson Jr., who has competed in more than 450 pro events and driven for 4 Hall of Famers. That's pretty impressive, my friend. And as we come back here for the second time here in Hebron, the conditions are drastically different than what we saw back here in July.
That's an understatement. I mean, we were here in July. We saw temperatures almost 100 degrees with heat indexes over 100. Humidity, unbearable humidity. We come back now this weekend, and the weather is beautiful. It's perfect. We got low 70s. We got low humidity, nice breeze. We got cloud cover. Track conditions are going to be excellent.
Yeah, we're looking forward to this one, and we have a full field of fuel cars here. We have our 2 winners at our back, Scott Palmer and, of course, Lex June. We also have some guy named Larry Dixon. I think maybe we've heard of him before. He's going to be out here making his IHRA debut. We welcome him and that team. And then we also have Sean Reed making a return after that nasty wreck.
Yeah, it's great to see all the cars. I mean, we have 13 cars in Top Fuel 12, I think, in Funny Car, and the rest of the classes are packed too. But to have Sean Reed here this weekend, after that accident out in Seattle, to come back, got to see if he can drive this car. I mean, he did lose a finger, and things are going to be a lot different. So great opportunity for him to come in here. We got Jasmine Salinas, like you said, Larry Dixon. It's a stacked field. It's going to be great racing, and we're going to see records drop today for sure.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and Let's not forget, we have Outlaw Pro Mods in the house. We're going to make a debut there as well. We're going to get it over there to our house announcer for opening ceremony. So please welcome to the microphone, Mr. Monty Caldarelli.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Darana Raceway here in Hebron, Ohio, as we are underway with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series national event. Up first, we have our top alcohol. Going to get things started. But first, if we can ask everybody to please stand for our invocation, followed immediately by our national anthem. And we have Mike Imhoff, Racers for Christ, and he's going to handle our invocation. Mike?
Just pause for a moment of prayer. Father, we are so blessed that we live in the greatest nation in the world. And Father, we're so thankful that our nation was founded on godly principles, and we thank you, Father, that it is returning to those principles once again. Father, we thank you for this track. We thank you for the owner. We thank you for the safety crew, the men and women who work this race to make it all possible. Father, we pray for safety. We pray, Father, you will watch over us. We pray that you will be honored, Father, by the words that we say to one another and the friendship we share. Father, may your angels watch over the track, over the racers. May you be glorified this weekend, Father, as we try to honor you through our lives. And we ask it all in that precious name of Jesus. And everybody said, amen.
And once again at this time, would you please remain standing for our national anthem? Music over there at the band next to the Darana Vision big screen. We got another one over in the pits. Fire them up. We are ready. Tony.
All right, let's go.
Tony Bogolo out of Hamilton, Ohio. Ryan.
All right, opening ceremony is complete here. We're ready to go here. It'll be first round of qualifying for top alcohol funny car. And to get you up to speed, our three finalists so far this year, Stan Sipos, Tony Bogolo, who we'll see here, and Phil Ez. Phil Ez has made it to both final rounds here so far this year. and grabbed one win. Stan Sipos won here when we were back here in July. So we'll see how things shake up. Of course, Sean Bellemure was also here and set top speed that particular weekend. Phil Ez has low ET and the current record at 5:49 with a 6. We expect all of the records to fall. That doesn't mean they're going to. But
yeah. That's the plan with this weather conditions and the cool conditions, the overcast track. I mean, if you're going to break records, today's your best shot at it right now. I mean, it's outstanding weather conditions for these racers today.
Tony Bogolo will line up in the left lane. Ryan Stack in the right lane. And for the fans viewing at home, the left lane will be the near lane for you. The Hamill-sponsored machine driven by Ryan Stack in the far lane. And first time we've seen Ryan this season. So, I mean, not only is the weather drastically different than we were here in July, it's drastically different, period, than any event we've had so far this year.
Best conditions we've seen all season in the IHRA.
Man, both of them missing it right here, and Ryan Stack making a big move to the left towards the center line. So both of them get out of the throttle earlier, and I've got to tell you, this category has been spot on every time they've come to the starting line. So to see the first two right off the bat get thrown a curveball is interesting.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. You know, we've talked about the Alcohol Funny Cars and what a great show they put on. And we were here the first time in July, and these cars come out first session, laid down some great runs, and here we are hyping up the weather, how great it's going to be today, and they don't go 30 feet. So shows you what we know, but it's got to be better out here for these guys. And man, that car did make a left-hand turn when he dropped the clutch on that thing, went left, and wisely got out of the throttle.
And nonetheless, we will start qualifying order here as well. This will be an 8-car field, and they are running full quarter mile.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. The IHRA, we run several different distances. We run the quarter of a mile, standard quarter of a mile drag racing. We have 1,000 foot for the fuel cars, and then we have the 1/8 mile.
Yeah.
You know, and so we cover all bases here. That's what I like about it. You know, you got a little something for everybody.
Ray Drew will come up here next in the near lane, and he'll line up alongside Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith to start the burnout process here, the two-time Central Region champ.
I think it's going to be a single.
Yeah, nobody even working over here on Ray Drew's car, so.
It might have been the way they had them scheduled to come out.
Pretty
it
disappointing.
doesn't look like there's anything wrong there. I think they just had them. This was a already scheduled single.
Yeah, I agree with that because I just saw them open the air bottle underneath Ray Drew's car, so they're certainly planning on running, but yeah, I think a scheduled single here. 9-time regional event winner here for Kyle Smith.
Kyle was here when we ran in July and had a decent weekend. I'm sure he's looking for something a little better than he had then. Didn't make it to the final, but not a bad weekend.
Won at Brainerd, 2022 Jegs All-Star Top Alcohol Funny Car champ. 2-time driver of the year. I mean, solid team right here. Slight breeze going from left to right here for the fans at home. If you catch a glimpse of the flag at some point in time, you'll see it standing out there. Not real strong, but it's there.
They would have killed for that breeze in July.
Knocked the tires off of it immediately.
Yeah, it's really surprising to see 3 cars come out and blow the tires off early. All three cars are having some traction problems. That thing didn't even stand a chance. It looked like a fuel car leaving the start line.
And we'll see what Ray Drew brings to the table here. Another look at this one as he knocks the tires off of it.
Man, that was instant. You know, it just you don't see that a lot in the alcohol class. So very, very interesting to see why everybody's having some problems. We're going to get a good test of the track now, though, because Phil Ez's car has been running outstanding lately.
I know you have a great eye. It looked to me like that tire stuck, wrinkled up, and then boom, it just knocked it right off.
You're correct. It did. It looked like it did stick the tire and then run over itself and
yeah.
went into instant tire shake. But
and so we will have some side-by-side action here with Ray Drew in the near lane out of Hales Corner, Wisconsin. Has been 560 inside of this car, 259 miles an hour, and he'll line up alongside Phil Ez, as I talked about before, making it to both final rounds, winning one of those. And he is the current ET record holder with a 549 and a 6. Went 262 here. Les Davenport, crew chiefing on that car.
now, if we see both of these come loose early in the run, you're going to see a lot of crew chiefs leaving the starting line, heading back to the staging lanes to make some big adjustments.
I say Les Davenport, he and Jerry Atkins. He was runner-up here earlier. 2 regional championships for him as well. And we'll see if Ray Drew has a nice setup inside of his. 2-time JEGS All-Star Regional Champion. Also a national event winner. Some players here in the alcohol funny car category. And both of them drive it right to the finish line. No issues at all. We'll put a 593 on the board for Ray Drew, 557 for Phil Ez. He'll go to the #1 spot safely. 259 miles an hour. So pretty good lap there. I mean, all things considered, right, from what we saw out of the previous cars.
Yeah.
The ultrasonic car puts one together.
That's what I thought. I mean, Phil has been running so well. You knew his car, if it went down the track, it's going to be a good run. And he did. He showed us there's nothing really probably wrong with the racetrack. It's more your tune-up.
I was just going to say, nobody happier to see that than Doug Foley.
Yeah, exactly.
Junior, I should
say.
Yeah.
But then it'll be interesting to see the replay on that because it looked like Phil might have pedaled it out there. I was just watching from behind here, and it looked like he might have slapped the throttle out there in the middle and got it on down through there. But it's something funny. It looked like something dropped the cylinder on the left side, or he pedaled it, or something a little strange there. So that 559 or 557, it could be a little better than that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, 259, the speed is right there with the record at 262. So that side of it was pretty solid as we go into the top alcohol dragster category. Blower car and a fuel-injected car here. Jared Dreher with the fuel-injected machine. And Eric Hindenberger with the blower car.
Jared, he's been racing this alcohol dragster category for several years, and Eric, he's new to this. I mean, he's moving up. Had some of the quick 8 dragster stuff, and then decided to make the step up to the alcohol dragster category. I think we saw him at one of the previous races, and still getting it figured out. But here we go. See if he's done some testing between the last few races and see what he does now.
Last time we were here, it was Jackie Frick and Mike Coughlin that made it to the final round. Jackie taking the win there. Had a pretty interesting weekend all in all, but she definitely put it together on race day. Top bulb on here for Eric. being patient. Dreher out of Clinton, Indiana. Hendeberger here, a native Ohioan. And that Nitro car thunders down through there, puts a 547 on the board, 247 miles per hour, right alongside a 712.
Wasn't a pretty run, but it got it down the other end. It had a bunch of cylinders out. You could hear it laboring quite a bit, but got it from one end of the track to the other, and currently in the #1 spot. But
didn't see what happened to Eric's car. I kind of kept an eye on it going down through there. Didn't see anything crazy, but certainly did not yield the time he was hoping for.
Now, we saw him have some issues with it the last race we was at, and looks like some of those are continuing, but just wasn't running smoothly. It seemed like it was ignition problems last time we saw him, and I'm not too sure it wasn't the same this time. See a lot of the holes out there on Jared's car going through the finish line.
So first pair complete, and our Kristen Banks is up at the top end as always. Let's get it up to her.
Yeah, guys, it's a windy up here, but we have Phil Ez up here, just ran a 557. You said your engine might have cut off during that run. What went on?
So when it took off, it had the front end up, and then the engine just shut off, and I had my foot in it still, and it came back to life, and I just stayed with it. So I really don't know what happened. It's did that one other time, so we're going to have to go figure that out.
Now, are you excited with that 557 for your first round of qualifying? You got another round coming up.
Oh, 557 is a little slow, but it'll pick up. If it had stayed running, it probably went a little faster than that. Probably low 50 or something like that is what we guess. I don't know.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing you in that next qualifying session. That's Phil Ez.
Good to see you still got it over there, champ.
I knew I saw something funny with that. I'm like, that looks weird. You know, it looked like he pedaled it or had a hole out or something. Something happened funny, and good to know that my eyes aren't fooling me.
Next pair here, Jeff Chatterson and Corey McCallick. A couple of fuel-injected cars will do battle here in this first round of qualifying.
What day is it?
Friday.
Vodka Friday.
Oh, Vodka Friday.
Yeah, I like that car.
Love that. Chatterson out of Brantford, Ontario, and McCallick out of Sunbury, Ohio. The Blue Energy-backed machine. And, of course, as you just mentioned, Strode's Barbecue and Vodka Friday lined up there for Chatterson. Great to see some people helping our competitors out. Sleds are coming up here behind this pairing.
Two injected nitro cars. We saw one already earlier and one blown car. So a couple different ways of going about it. Right now, this weekend looks like an injected nitro weekend.
Yeah, and it seems as though the nitro injected machines out across the country tend to like the rule book here. See McCallick's car just rattling tires down through there. He tried to drive through it, man. I was thinking to myself, boy, that's a tough dude sitting inside of that car. And he finally got out of the throttle. 6:15 on the left side for Chatterson.
Yeah, both the cars having a little bit of trouble there. But like you said, Corey, it rattled quite a ways. He's tried to stay with it and then finally gave up the ghost. But then some trouble on the top end for Chatterson. But they'll get things figured out, come back next run. Because Corey's car left good. It was looking good early, but just had to get it through that transition point, and it didn't quite make it.
Well, that'll bring up our sleds here. Last time we were at Columbus, Mike Schwartz and Greg Thomas that made it to the final round, and Schwartz was able to grab the win. And one more time, we will get it up to Kristen Banks.
I'm up here with Jared Dreyer, now 547 with a 9. Do you think you can get more out of that dragster next round?
Oh, there's plenty left in it. We probably dropped a hole or two in it. It felt like it, and yeah, there's plenty left in it. It should be in the high 20s here. You know, with the conditions in the air, and the track's a great racetrack that IHRA's put on here, and I'm excited to be here.
Are you going to make any changes in the pits?
Oh, we'll make a lot of changes. Yeah, try to improve the situation we were in there, and try to hope that we can keep the cylinders lit and run harder.
Well, congratulations on not a bad first run. That's Jared Dreyer.
Thank you.
Yeah, those guys will go back to work, as you were talking about before, and they all know there's a bunch of horsepower out here in this air. Getting a hold of it, putting it to the track, that presents a challenge.
Yeah, it's almost like the funny car. First few pairs of funny cars scared everybody else, and they backed them down a little too much. When we were here in July, it definitely wasn't sled weather. Now it's a little cooler, getting there. Fall's coming, a little more sled weather.
Greg Thomas in the near lane. Ernie Pavetta in the far lane. A couple of Yamahas here. Near lane an 01. Far lane a 16 headed towards the wall. Just slowly but surely faded off to the right. He was leaning it back to the left as hard as he could. I think finally had to get out of the throttle a little bit. 537 with a 223 miles per hour. Top speeds for the sleds that we've seen so far this year was 164. No joke. As David Marshall pulls to the starting line. And John Jacklich in the far lane. Brand new 2025 Pro line for Marshall in the near lane. Well, these things making some steam right here. They're getting after it. 495, 147 miles per hour. 495 for Jacklich in the far lane at only 136.
Yeah, that's the type.
So that one's got some beans underneath it.
You know these things are moving pretty good because watching them from behind here, they're all over the racetrack. I mean, these things they've been the first couple sleds have been all over the racetrack.
Yeah, and that last pair was getting it done for sure. As Rob Lowe Jr. comes up here in the near lane, a real player in this category, and David Duvall in the far lane. Boy, Rob Lowe's sled literally just spinning the belt. I mean, it was literally wagging the tail. 581, 130 miles an hour, just never really got a hold of it. 518, 134 for David Duvall. Pretty good looking sled count here this weekend.
Ernie Pavetta, 537 with a 2. Are you happy with that?
Oh, of course not. I should be running in 4s, but I wheelie, went up against the wall, and I had to let off half track. So we'll be back next round for another kick at it.
Now, how would you say track conditions are right now?
Good. Like I said, I skis up and gone. Doesn't usually just go straight out, so it's really good.
So we have more coming from Ernie in that next qualifying session. Thanks so much.
So once again, sorry we lost comms there for just a little bit. Rob Lowe Sr. ends up number 1 with the sleds. 488 with a 658 miles per hour as you watch some of the replay action here. And, of course, we welcome you to Darana Raceway for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Stop number 3 on the tour of 5. We were also at Milan for an incredible Pro Modified Nationals. Had a great time there, and the Mountain Motor Pro Stock cars showed up as well, along with some top sportsman cars. We had a great door car shootout there a couple of weeks ago.
Gave away some big money.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Some great racing. Incredible racing. Of course, we're teasing the Outlaw Pro Mods will make their debut here this weekend. Looking forward to that one as well.
Should be a really fun class to watch. It's a run what you brung. Maybe a few rules, but not many. And kind of do what you want. You think it'll work? Try it. So, be interesting. Looking forward to that coming up here shortly.
Rotators out there, making sure the track is ready to go as we continue on.
According to my schedule, we will be seeing the Outlaw Pro Mods.
Yeah, the Outlaw Pro
next.
Mods are scheduled to come up here next. So as we talk about them, I mean, obviously the Pro Modified with a pretty stringent rule book and guidelines that they have to follow, and the Outlaw Pro Mods, as you might imagine, just exactly that. Not much in the rule book.
I think it's a one-page rule book, yeah.
All right, let's get it to Kristen Beat, the 4th member of our team.
Standing beside Doug Reister's car, and when I was talking to his team, they said this is the class where anything goes. I asked them what special modifications they've made to this car. They said nitro, and more nitrous. So, guys, this is going to be a car that makes its way from A to B and hopefully gets top time. But I also want to showcase some of this really cool colorway that they have on this car. This is one of the most unique cars. It's art on the outside, and as you can tell on the back, they've got some really fun colors going on here, just explosive, nuclear, and let's see where it'll end up, guys.
Yeah, they'll try anything here in this category. I mean, I think the biggest thing is no weight limit right off the bat. I mean, it's definitely a big help.
Yeah, that's going to make the cars a lot quicker. Probably, I'm interested to see how well these things handle. Because you're allowed a couple different power adders. I mean, you can run superchargers, or you can run turbos, you can run nitrous, or you can run a couple of them together. And it's going to be interesting to see what combinations guys have put together and see what happens. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
All right, let's go back up to the top. Kristen Banks.
Rob Lowe Sr., you just ran a 488, but it was not an easy feat getting up to the track. What was going on in the pits right beforehand?
Well, we had the motor all apart before this race, and we put it all back together, and I couldn't build boost on the 2-step. So I took it all apart, checked the cam timing on it. We just made it to the line to get down the track, and it actually made boost on the line, so pretty happy we've got down.
Do you feel like you need to go back to the pits and make any more changes, finish up maybe some work that you didn't quite finish?
Oh, for sure. We just got to check it all over and make sure everything's ready to go for next round. So.
Well, good job on a great first qualifying session. That's Rob Lowe.
Yeah, he and his son really, really good at what they do. They're tough on those sleds, so they'll get it sorted out. It'll be even better come next time around.
Yeah, I got the heart rate pumping a little bit, trying to get it together to get it up here. That's the interesting thing with IHRA racing is only 2 qualifying runs. Like we said, there's more cars than we have available spots this weekend. So those 2 runs become very, very important to get down the racetrack and get your car qualified or get your sled qualified as well. And it emphasizes the 2-run only qualifying format now when you have this amount of cars coming to qualify. I talking earlier, we'll probably see some guys pedaling it in qualifying, which you would normally not see. You would not see them out here pedaling in qualifying. If something went wrong, they just shut it off. But only 2 runs. If you can out-pedal somebody else and make it into the show, well worth it.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how things work here with the Outlaw Pro Mods. We expect them to be wild and woolly. I mean, some of the times to dip, the better part of a full tenth, maybe 0.15 of a second, or what we would typically see in Pro Mod, if not 0.2. So it could be substantially better. And, of course, I get to get a look at this track and get a feel for it. I mean, all the drivers that have been here are used to a pretty good track. So we'll see what happens here. I mean, we've seen the alcohol funny car guys definitely struggled here in that first session. But then we saw Phil Ez get a hold of it, and I think exactly what you said, the track was there. It was just finding the combination to make it work.
Yeah, we've seen Frankie the Madman Taylor out here racing first few IHRA events in Pro Modified, and this weekend I looked over and saw his name on the Outlaw Pro Modified entry list. So he's going to give it a shot. I mean, that's kind of Frankie's deal anyway.
I think he might be. Is he running both? He might be running both.
I don't know.
Pro Mod and Outlaw. So once again, let's go back to Kristen Beat.
With Brandon Pez in the Outlaw Pro Mod class. Brandon, what adjustments did you make from your standard Pro Mod to have it fit the available restrictions on this class?
So I was running 70 over at a light weight, so my car's already light, so I didn't have to take much weight out, but went from 70 over on the blower to 127 over.
Are you ready to drive that much horsepower?
Yeah, I've driven it in the past, not with this car. I ran over to Killcare last night and made one launch, just make sure everything's working and stuff. But it'll take both runs to get it right, but I think we'll be in good shape.
Best of luck. I know they're starting to get in the cars, guys, so we are getting closer and closer to the debut of these Outlaw Pro Mods.
And fill us in a little bit for the fans at home, the difference in the overdrive on that blower.
Yeah, he's just spinning it faster and going to put a little more air in there, and put a little more air in there. He can put a little more fuel in there, and it makes a big difference with these engines. Run probably alcohol, and you can spin that supercharger faster. And it's just going to make the car make more power.
They say it's a run what you brung, hope you brung enough type of class. That's exactly what it is. You do need to know that they are limited to the fuel. They cannot run nitro. But aside from that,
I was bummed about that. I was pulling for that. Yeah.
Of course you were.
Yeah, I like the sound, the smell, and the results. That's about the only thing I think you can't do in this class right now.
Checking the left lane. Crew chiefs are out there ready to go.
I think we saw Brandon kind of hustling around there, getting ready to get in. They should be rolling around the corner any minute.
Hank Stubbs looks like he'll be first up here. He pulled that one up. He has a number of cars to choose from.
Yeah, I saw that. I was doing a little research earlier, and all kinds of cars with Hank driving them in there. I was like, okay, which one's he bringing here this weekend?
Come around here and getting ready to fire them up. Plugging in the starter.
Walking through the pits a little bit ago and saw the boat that Darryl ran a couple weeks ago, and I think it's pretty massive.
Yeah, I think it's a 52-foot Mystic, if I'm not mistaken. And for the fans at home that might not be aware of the Darana Mystic, it went to Lake of the Ozarks and set the 3/4-mile record at 242 miles per hour with legendary throttle man Steve Curtis running the sticks inside of that thing. And I mean, absolutely zero fear. I've watched a lot of those boats, and I've called drag boat racing for more than 20 years. And I can tell you that there was way more of that boat out of the water than it was in the water. It started to what they call chine back and forth. It was rocking back and forth. Literally, at times, it looked like the only thing in the water was the props. I mean, it was on the ragged edge. And it's a big, big boat to be flying for sure. Okay, let's get it to Kristen Beat. She has a new feature, some of the pups of the IHRA.
And this is Penelope. She said that her favorite driver is Jimmy Raper in the hot rod class. Penelope, are you ready to go fast? Okay, I'll let you guys go. Thanks, Penelope.
Kisses all around right there.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay, here we go. First pair. Outlaw Pro Mods ready to make some noise here with the IHRA.
Right out of the box, you're going to see two different combinations. You're going to see a blown car in the right-hand lane, nitrous in the left-hand lane.
Yeah, and the nitrous has come so far.
I see a nitrous guru there, Shannon Jenkins, walking across the back of the water box area. He's ran a few nitrous cars down the track.
Yeah,
in his
man.
day.
Iceman. I have not seen Shannon in a long time. Forward to shaking his hand again. Doug Resserer lined up in the near lane. There's the purge of the nitrous. And Hank Stubbs, as we were talking about before, the blower car in the far lane. Take a look at that gorgeous Camaro right there. Rear and Morrison power underneath the hood.
Good shot of the two different combinations. The big injector on top of the supercharger and the hood scoop purging the nitrous.
Shannon Jenkins, one of the best to ever do it for sure. Second on the all-time win list. 31 final rounds, 19 wins. Second to Scotty Cannon. So anytime you have someone like him involved in your program, you can expect good things. Rister's going to get it down through there. And does a nice job. 386 is the first shot fired. 195 miles per hour. Problems for Stubbs, knocked the tire off.
Yeah, Stubbs, as soon as he left start line, it started chattering the tires and pulled him to the inside of the lane and wisely shutting it off. And 386, I mean, it's a get it down the track run, but I'm sure they'd like to win a little quicker than that.
Well, I like what the thought process is. We've got two shots at this thing to get the car happy, to get it in the groove, get it in its happy window, if you will. Because whenever you come out in one of these events like this with all of these cars, as long as you're in the field on race day, any one of them has a shot.
Yeah, and like Brandon earlier was mentioning, it's going to take a couple runs to get the tune-ups of these cars figured out. A lot of these guys are switching from the regular Pro Mod category to the Outlaw Pro Mod category and different combinations. It's going to take a little bit, but 2 runs to figure it out so you can race tomorrow. That's no pressure at all, you know?
Yeah, it looked like Rister got out of the throttle and hit it again. You could see the front end yank up out there around the 60-foot mark or so. And very, very aggressive cars. You see the cheddar marks right there, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were talking about that boat. Very impressive for Darrell Cuttle, president of the IHRA, to get into that boat and push that boat as hard as they did, man. I mean, that's hanging it out. That's big league stuff. 242 miles an hour, the course of 3/4 of a mile. There's a long time to think about how fast you're going.
Yeah, I watched that like you said. I think it was kind of just dancing on top of the water, and it was plenty impressive to see.
Lots of video out there for it as well, if you want to Google that and take a look if you did not see it. Lake of the Ozarks, that shootout is massive. So many people. All right, one more time. Let's go to Kristen Beat.
June in the paddock with me, Lex. You won last time out in Milan, Michigan. A triumphant win, an emotional win for you and your team after such a long day with so many ups and downs. What did you remember most about that moment?
Well, the fact that we won, the fact that all the outpour from people that we never heard about from, and so many new friends. But making it happen, that was really about the never quit attitude. So to be able to put our brand on top of everything, that was the coolest thing. And the other thing I personally thought was really cool is that we could give Gerda her first win as a female crew chief in IHRA.
We know that the last time we were here in Ohio, you and Scott Palmer came down to the line. Who's going to take off first this time?
I don't know yet. I think Scott and I are good, but we both want to win. So we are professionals, but at the same time, you know, we also like to tease each other. So let's see what happens.
Well, we look forward to the rivalry continuing to progress. Kristen Banks with more on Top End.
Thank you.
Doug Reister, 386. Now, you're in this first Outlaw Pro Mod run. How does it feel, and what is this class all about?
Hey, we're happy we went down. I mean, we were trying to go a lot quicker. We were trying to go maybe 360, but yeah, I had to pedal it out there. So, but hey, we got a lap in. We'll look at the data and come back and figure out where we screwed up.
Now, what's your goal run for that next one?
I think we go about a 65. We'll be pretty happy. Yeah.
All right, well, you just said it right there. We look forward to seeing a 65 from you later this afternoon.
So nicely done by everybody there. We look forward to seeing Lex June and the gang a little bit later on, and when the fuel cars get out here. By the way, the Lake of the Ozarks, as we were talking about that boat before, the representatives from Lake of the Ozarks are actually here with us, and we welcome them. Thanks for coming out. We appreciate it. I believe Ray Lee is here as well. Guy that is dedicated. Matter of fact, just inducted into the Hall of Fame is Ray Lee. Congratulations on that. Dedicated his life towards those beautiful fast boats. As Brandon Pez comes up here, he'll line up, I believe, alongside Paul Gibbs. We'll see if Gibbs is making the call. Yep, here he comes with the Mopar.
We saw Brandon Perez debut this car a couple weeks ago at the Pro Mod race, and not a weekend he wants to remember. Really a tough weekend for him. He struggled all weekend with that car and trying to work the bugs out of it. And I'm sure now that car's made a lot more runs, and it should be a little smoother weekend for him.
And, you know, sometimes you know this as well as anybody. You try to pull those cars back a little bit, and they just aren't happy. Yeah. They're really happy making full steam. That's kind of what the setup is for.
Yeah, and he just had new car issues, you know, and they had an oil line come off on it one run, and just a lot of things that he would rather forget about. And looking forward for a whole better weekend and a lot better conditions. So looking to get off on a good start this weekend right now.
Great looking Corvette. Lined up alongside the Cuda with both bulbs on. Boys are driving it to the finish line. 364, 212 miles per hour. Nice lap to the top of the charts he goes.
He's off on a whole lot better start than what he had a couple weeks ago. But, yeah, nice run. 364, 212, and 382, 193. Looked like he was out of the throttle just a touch early there on that run.
Yeah, good for the number 2 spot as it stands right now.
He drove that car, pulled him to the inside and stayed in the throttle. I was kind of impressed. He stayed with it, was able to pull it back nice and smooth back into the groove, and he was close to a little too far.
It's pretty cool, man, watching that Corvette carry the front end, man. He pulled a gear, and it yanked it right back up in the air.
He did say his car was pretty light.
Steam.
Yeah, he said it was pretty light.
Okay, let's go to Kristen Beat.
Jasmine Salinas making her IHRA debut this weekend. Just last weekend at NHRA, you made the semifinals at USA Nationals. Now here at the IHRA, you're making your debut. You told me earlier in the day you're looking to collect data. How are you hoping to improve the car?
Well, we struggled a little bit in qualifying back at the U.S. Nationals. We only got down 2 out of the 5 qualifying runs. And then in the semis, we didn't get down. We knocked the tires right off at the hit. So definitely trying to do a little less of that before we go back out and hopefully do a couple more races this year. So, yeah, we'll see. I don't know. We're pretty excited to be out here. It's my first time, you know, obviously we were watching the IHRA race earlier this year, the first one. So we're pretty excited now to be running in the show.
You're keeping the seat warm for your dad, who had open heart surgery earlier this year. All of our well wishes and good vibes going towards him, but how meaningful is it for you to step into this role and find success as a driver?
It means a lot to me. You know, my dad is the one that got me into this sport. I think for a lot of other people, you know, who love or follow or even participate in NHRA drag racing or, you know, IHRA now, that, you know, it has been something that is, you know, multi-generational, and they do have somebody that they can look to and say, you know, that was the person that got my start in it. So just the fact that my dad was able to, you know, pass down his seat to me really means a lot.
Jasmine, best of luck today, and we're hoping that she'll carry all that momentum from U.S. Nationals here to the IHRA. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Kristen. Great to have Jasmine out here as our next pair is pulled up to the starting line. Bubba Stanton in the near lane and John Sullivan Jr. in the far lane. Burnout's complete here as they pull up to turn on the bulbs and get going here. First round of qualifying. A couple of beautiful Camaros. Late model versus vintage, if you will. Both blower cars. And here we go. Stanton able to drive it to the stripe under power, 366. Nice lap right there. Sullivan Jr. with a bit of a handful. It was moving around a little bit, so he had to be careful there and wait and save it for another pass. 366 with a 5. Good enough to jump up into the number 2 spot.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. This right-hand lane seems to be pulling a lot of the cars into the center of the track over by the center line, and some guys have to get out of the throttle. Some guys are able to drive it back a little bit, but even Outlaw funny cars went to the left. Now we're seeing some Pro Mods go to the left, and it'll be interesting to see if that continues throughout this session.
Trying to see what that was on the right-hand side of that car. What was that?
I don't know. Something flopping underneath there. But, that was an interesting shot. So I don't know if it was a towel or what it was.
I'm up here with Brandon Pez. Now, Brandon, you're originally in our Pro Mod class. This weekend, you're doing the Outlaw Pro Mod, which is pretty much run what you're brung, right? What kind of changes did you make to your original Pro Mod for this Outlaw class?
A lot. I was running 70 over in the Pro Mod class, so I was already light, so I didn't have to take much weight off. But instead of running the blower over 70 over, I put it 127 over and changed ratios in transmission. But that's about it. But I come from the outlaw world. That's where me and Frankie came from and stuff. And Frank doesn't delve too much of what the normal Pro Mod is, and he did good, won the first race. But this is what we grew up doing, right? So we got like 30 years of outlaw Pro Mod.
So what I'm hearing is y'all are the original outlaws.
We are. Unfortunately, we're the old group now. I mean, we've been racing together since we were like 21 years old. We're both from Houston, and I built his motors and helped him. We helped each other all through the years and stuff. But no, it's great. IHRA's back. I ran IHRA regular Pro Mod back in the day, and it's great. Me and Frank get to race with each other again.
Well, congratulations, Brandon, on a great run, and we look forward to watching you and Frankie Madman Taylor in this Outlaw Pro Mod class this year.
You too.
Oh, nicely done, man. He put together a great effort there, too, right out of the box. So he'll have something solid to work with. One of the originals, and speaking of Frankie Taylor, he's sitting up here just behind the water box, but it looks like we have a little bit of track cleanup to do here. Bubba Stanton put together a nice effort with that 366, but they have a couple of cleanup machines over here on the starting line in his line. So let's go to Kristen Beat.
In the funny car division, Dan Hicks made it to the finals in Milan, Michigan. So close, but it was only the first time taking this brand new built funny car out on the track. Now in its second race weekend, how are you feeling about the car, and did you make any adjustments after Michigan?
The only adjustment we made is we decided that we're just going to run the car as a family. I'm going to let my son do the crew chief role. He and I are kind of working together on that. So that's how we've been doing it for the last 10 years of racing. So it's probably a little bit risky, but we just decided that we wanted to kind of do it under our own umbrella and take what we've learned, take the help from Dom Lagana, and just kind of not necessarily move forward, but just I guess make just a lateral move, try and get down.
I love being in the paddock, guys. It's awesome. I have a feeling this is going to come to an end very quickly. Since we have some time to burn, I'll just keep burning time, and now we can hear each other. That's great. Dan, you were so emotional in Michigan. Why was that?
I'm just a big softie, you know. It is. I'm hard on the outside because I'm soft on the inside, as I tell people, but it just means a lot to just me and my family and the effort that it takes to generate the money and the time and the work we put into it. And we probably do a little more than the average person because we enjoy doing all aspects of putting the car together.
You pinstriped the car yourself?
The only thing I didn't do was pinstripe. I painted it. My son's a painter. We all work together to do that, and it's just a big family atmosphere. Some of the guys helping me this weekend are guys that I raced with on their cars, 15, 20 years ago, and some of those crew guys. So they're all coming out from the West Coast to go racing. We haven't been racing together for quite a while, so kind of a neat new atmosphere, but tough field this weekend with all the extra cars. Going to be, 4 or 5 people going home empty-handed, or mostly empty-handed. We don't want to be one of them, so we hope to just go out and make just good, respectable laps. We want to be the car that always goes down the racetrack. That's kind of how we pride ourselves in our other fuel altered, and you never know. I mean, I'm outgunned by some of the big dogs. Dill was going to flat out beat me if he didn't make a mistake in Milan. He didn't make a mistake. He got the win. He earned it. But for us to be in the finals at our first race was pretty phenomenal, and here I go again.
Dan Hicks and his team making great strides. Let's check in with Kristen Banks at Top End.
Bubba Stanton, your first IHRA race, and you're starting with a broken drive. I can't even say it. Why can't I even say it right now?
Broken drive shaft.
No way. It's only going up from here.
Yeah, I think we can do a little better than that. That wasn't a very good run. The car shook pretty bad. It drove through it, but we got more problems than the tire shake right now. We got to go back and fix transmission and drive shaft.
What will it be like for your team? About how long will it take for them to fix the drive shaft?
It's going to take a good 2 hours probably to get it all back together again.
Well, you better go back and do it because we want to see you in that next qualified session.
I'm wide open back. Thank y'all.
That's Bubba Stanton.
Thanks a lot, ladies, and nice job for sure. Just saw Lori Canister, and we got wheelies going on down the return road. Lori Canister was kind enough to come in here and say a quick hello. By the way, still the 660 mark record holder and top alcohol funny car. Went 373 at the half track, 198 miles per hour. Actually holds both ends of it, going back to San Antonio 2008. So great to see Lori. I have not seen her in a long time, but we'd love to get her up here and do an interview with her. We get a little bit of downtime, which I guess is now. I should have had her just come in and sit down, but boy, it's been a little bit. I was able to ask her while the girls were doing some interviews there if she was still driving, and she said she plans on getting back in a car next year. So maybe we can get her back up in here and get her inside of the booth. Would love to talk to her. She's absolutely fabulous and one of the best to drive a top alcohol funny car.
Hopefully the cleanup won't take too long. Interesting to hear that it was a dry shaft and transmission issue instead of an engine issue. So hopefully it didn't put too much fluids and oils on the racetrack.
Was just looking. She is in the top 10 all time. So nicely done by her. Great to have Lori out here. Always wanted to do that on a motorcycle. I tried it a few times. It didn't work out so good. Amazing balance, hand-eye coordination. All those things you were born with, Tommy.
Yeah. Well, I still couldn't do that over there.
Little team of them here. To put on a show, have some fun for the fans while they're taking care of the track. And Leah, looks like they went all the way down there in the left lane, huh?
Yeah, it looks like it's more on the top end area, past the finish line. Hopefully it won't be too long. I see one scrubber's back and a couple of them others down there. So we got plenty of equipment now. I know when we first started, we were here back in July. We only had the one rotator, and we're down a little bit on some scrubbers, and now all the equipment's rolling in, and we've got the excess equipment here now. Should speed the track cleanup process up.
I'm really kicking myself for not dragging Lori in here now. Would have been great to interview her. We were chatting before, too, about Frankie Taylor. I'm kind of curious if he will be competing. I'm pretty sure he's competing in both Pro Mod and Outlaw Pro Mod. I want to say I saw a post where he was bringing both cars.
Well, it's interesting to see that, like Brandon Pez running the same car he ran in Pro Mod, and here we are with Frankie in a different car. This is Frankie's own car here, the Corvette, where he's been running the Camaro with.
Well, even the Camaro, he felt like he was outgunned a little bit in the Pro Modified category, a little bit smaller tire, I want to say. And, I mean, he had his reasons. Of course, he made it to the final round with that underdog car. So.
Yeah, he may have had reasons, but it didn't play out very well for him.
He was telling everybody about it. I don't know how many people were biting, but, at the end of the day, he's just – and that team is just really, really good at what they do. And as we heard Pez say, I mean, he's been doing it forever and ever and ever. He's a sharp dude. Good people around him, can definitely wheel a car.
Yeah, and what we saw how the success he was having was because he was going down the racetrack, making solid runs.
Right. Yeah.
Wasn't getting out of the groove, wasn't getting all over the racetrack, just nice, smooth, solid runs and running some really good ETs, but doing it back to back to back to back, and that's what was having the key to his success and winning those rounds. So what's hard about these cars is they're so unpredictable and so hard to get down the track on a consistent basis and make a nice solid run without going from the center line to the wall all the way down. And once you figure that out, you can, ETs get better. And like we saw Frankie put it in the winner's circle.
Any experience at all in a fast door car like this?
I went to Roy Hill's school and got my pro stock license years ago, but that'd be about the only time. I started off in super gas, but had a Lenco in our car at the time, and then ended up going to Roy's. I think, it was early 90s maybe, and went to Roy's and did okay in that class, and it was an entertaining experience with Roy, that school. So.
Yeah, well, Roy himself is entertaining experience.
Yeah, it was a good time, and enjoyed it, and it was fun. I enjoyed. I was racing Top Fuel at the time, and was teammates with Darrell Alderman and Scott Jeffrey on, and they went down and were kind of coaches for me and helped me out. And Roy was there to teach you in the school, and we had a good time. Really, I enjoyed it. It was an experience.
Pulling on the sticks, pulling on the levers.
Yeah. That was old school days. Yeah, the old school Lenco.
And Kristen Beat is once again over there in the pits with Terry Haddock.
I have Terry Haddock, who is passing the torch in some ways to his son, Michaelan, this weekend. He'll be able to make a pass in qualifying for his first time ever in the IHRA. He said, I've been able to hold the wheel for a long time, but I finally get to try driving. What are the emotions you're experiencing as not only a driver, but also a father?
Pretty proud moment. It's a neat deal. When all of us, or at least with me, when my kid was small, I didn't know if he'd even like race, and he hung around and played with stuff, but he didn't really show a real interest in this until probably the last 3 or 4 years. And then 3 or 4 years ago, he started wanting to work on the car, he kept saying he wanted to drive. And I said, well, you're not going to drive unless you learn how to work on the car and you stay out of trouble and do good in school. And we've pushed real hard, and on his 16th birthday, I put him in our Nostalgia Funny car, and we started teaching him to drive that. And he did that for a little while, and then he got a little off track, and we had to reel him back in. And over the last year, he's really come a long way. He's worked hard. He's doing great in college. He's getting good grades, so we're going to reward him a little bit. He's also had to go out and earn the money and learn about sponsors and working hard and doing the right thing. So he's earned it. We're going to let him make a run tonight and see how he does.
So he's going to make a run in the backup car. What is the strategy? What if he ends up going out there and throwing a burner down?
Well, I'm the one tuning both cars, so it won't be throwing a burner down. But the idea is to just teach them to learn to do the job. When people watch us on TV, they don't realize how hard it is to drive these cars and to do all the procedures right and act right and be professional, do all the things. So this is just like training wheels, and we're trying to get him used to the deal. Maybe next year he can find some sponsorship and we can make a go at it with the 2 cars. But at the end of the day, this team is a family business. It's me, my wife, our daughters are involved. Everybody's involved. My oldest son does the clutch on it, and 2 weeks ago we started teaching him to drive the Nostalgia car. So it's a family thing, and we just want to keep your family close and keep them doing stuff.
What is the biggest piece of advice you hope he acknowledges going into his pass?
I always tell my son to take your time and think, because no matter what happens in one of these race cars, if you keep your wits about and you think, usually you can find your way out without getting hurt. Don't do anything stupid. Think.
Something McKaylen told me earlier in the day, he said, the driver's seat is the most peaceful place for me. And he said, outside, there's chaos, but once I get in the driver's seat, it's peaceful. How did you teach your son to find that level of calm in what could be considered the highest pressure position on the team?
I think what he did is just watched me all these years. Throughout my life, I've had to work really hard at speaking correctly and doing things right. And you know what I mean? Things were hard. And then when I started learning to drive that car, that was the easy part. The work, all the stuff was super hard. And I always found that when I was in that car, it was quiet, it was peaceful. They couldn't talk to me, they couldn't bother me. And believe it or not, when they lower the body, it is quiet in there and it's peaceful. And, you know, I guess he's heard me say it. I don't know. I'm lucky that he found that peace, because some drivers struggle, you know.
Moving into race weekend, you guys have already raced this track once this season. This was the opening round. Now, returning to this track, is there anything you found regarding the car or adjustments on the car that you guys need to perform well here in Ohio?
No, I mean, anytime you go to a racetrack, even if it's someplace you bend, you can keep your notes and you can kind of go towards them, but you have to race the conditions and the racetrack that you're at that weekend. So we've been watching the racetrack, watching the weather, and like on that first session, we're going to try to run a nice high 4.0 just to be on the list, and we'll try to have Kalen run maybe a 440 or 450 just to get him used to driving.
Knowing that only 8 cars will advance to the finals this weekend, there are cars in the funny car class that will go home. There's a heightened sense of urgency to maybe put one down. How do you respond to that urgency?
I always try to learn to race the conditions you have, because you can go out there and maybe get lucky and put one down, but I don't want to be the guy not racing tomorrow because I tried to be a hero, you know? Yeah. So racing isn't just racing. It's like playing chess. It's a lot bigger game than what you see, and you have to look at what you're doing so you don't make a mistake. And it'd be real easy to get all greedy in a big head and go, oh, I can go out and run a 390, and maybe we could. But if we smoke the tires 2 times and I'm watching these all tomorrow, that ain't no fun.
Terry, thank you so much. Best of luck to both you and McKaylen this weekend. Let's toss it back to the guys in the booth.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Kristen. Great interview there with Terry. And, of course, we look forward to his son coming up. They had that chatted with him a little bit before at our previous event about him getting inside of the car. And he said, first he's going to have to find some money. So it sounds like he went to work.
Yeah, I was teasing Terry. I said, well, you got too much money. You have 2 of these things sitting out here. He said, no, just no sense.
Beautiful looking Corvette here. Love the bald eagle up there, eagle on the front of it, as they get ready to fire this one up here. Billy Banaka already firing up the Camaro. And we'll see if we can get a couple of cars to go to the finish line under power here, nice and straight. No shortage of horsepower in that one.
I'm seeing 2 different kinds of combinations again. Blower for Frankie. Looks like a nitrous car in the left-hand lane.
Tim Molnar as well back here, ready to make some noise. Another player here in the Pro Modified category. He's going to jump over and have some fun.
Be interesting to see Frankie's car, if it goes any straighter than the rest of them we've seen in the right-hand lane. And is it the lane or the setup, or are they not lining them up straight? Just exactly what's going on in this right-hand lane. Taking their time trying to line him up, so let's hope it goes straight.
Billy Banaka lined up in the near lane with the Camaro. That is the Madman in the far lane with the Corvette. C5 version. Of course, aftermarket body. And that is a gorgeous Camaro there. Both cars super, super sleek. Okay, top bulb's on. Let's go. Oh, man, handful for the Madman. in and out of the throttle. Surprised he stepped back on as hard as he did, but it knocked the tires off second time. And Billy Banaka throws one down at 365, 207 miles per hour. So nice job there for Billy. Good enough to jump up to the number 2 spot behind Pez. Top 3 all pretty close. 64, 65, 66, 212, 207, 209.
It's interesting to see. Is it the left lane's better than the right, or is it the guys over-tuning the right-hand lane, or just exactly what is going on out here? But Frankie having a lot of issues in the right-hand lane. Car coming loose, moving around, pedaling it, trying to save the run, but not able to come across the center line, taking out one of the orange blocks. But just not a smooth run by any means for Frankie. Billy, on the other hand, 65. Looking good. 65, 65, 66, top 3. Nice, tight, close. Replace the orange block out here, and we'll be back in action. You could see Frankie turn on the wheel really hard trying to miss that block, but they took a beating here before, so I know they got a lot of inventory in them, I'm sure, because they those blocks took a beating the first time we were here.
Those are all brand new ones, guaranteed.
Yeah.
There's nothing left of the old ones. Frankie going to work in there, man. Had to run that steering wheel a little bit, show some of his talents.
And we just talked about how he was so consistent and smooth and straight down the middle. And
a different car, man.
Yeah, he's out here all over the racetrack. So
this one's a little angrier.
This will take a few runs to figure that one out, too.
Billy Banaka, 365, not a bad run. Just put yourself in that number 2 spot. From your eyes, how did it go down?
It was pretty good. It was spinning down track. It's our 3rd pass on this new car, or full pass. So we got plenty of room for improvement.
When you go back to the pits, what is your team going to do to that car?
Check plugs, valve lash, cool it down, fuel it. That's pretty much it.
Well, not a bad run, Billy Banaka, for that 3rd run on that car.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, right there in the program. Nicely done for Billy.
Sound like he's driving a bracket car. Just going to go back, put some gas in it, charge the battery, check the valve lash, cool her down, bring her back up here and run it again.
Sit there in the number 2 spot as it stands right now. He's good to go. Frank Taylor in the number 8 spot. Not able to get it to the finish line under power. And we're going to shift categories here. We'll go to the Pro Nitrous category. John Brigotz and Tim Molnar will be our first pair here. Tim Molnar, the current ET record holder with the IHRA, 371 with a 3. Did that here at Columbus. Tony Wilson holding the mile per hour record at 203.8. Sorry, Tim setting that ET record at Milan. My apologies there.
Yeah, we saw Ricky Smith at the first race here, and they saw him at Milan helping Tim and helping other cars. And what do you see in the water box? Ricky in his own car. He said, enough of this helping, guys. I'm going to come out and race.
John Brigot's in the near lane. Molnar in the far.
It's a beautiful car with Molnar's. I really like that. Good looking blue, but it's just a sleek looking Pro model.
And Molnar's car, too, a handful in this right lane. Left lane 373 at 200 even. So Vergatz will go to the top sheets, and Molnar will have to get a hold of it.
Left good early and was going down through there, but boy, was it loose. Got loose, started spinning the tires, and Tim said, yep, that's enough of that. Shut it off and come back and try it again later. But you don't dare say, well, obviously the left lane's better than the right, because you watch, Ricky Smith's going to come out here and lay down the number. We will drop your jaw, and we'll go, well, guess it wasn't the lane.
Well, we'll see, because that right lane has definitely thrown some curveballs to some cars here as of late. I mean, we saw Phil Ez go down the right lane without any issues at all.
Frankie Madman Taylor, you're the king of Outlaw Pro Mod, and I'm pumped for this first run, and then you hit a cone. What happened?
Man, I went out there, it shook. It wasn't fast enough down low, and when it rolled out there and when we started putting power to it, it rattled, and I tried to slap it real fast, and that didn't work. So we'll get back, we'll speed it up down low, and then we'll get ready for tonight's qualifying shot. I want to thank Todd Moyer and TRM, and I want to thank Benji Lapp for helping me, and I want to say congratulations to my son for having Wesley, and I want to say hi, Ellie.
So now we got Ellie, we got Wesley, and we got a cool painted car. Tell me about that paint scheme behind that.
We wanted something different. We wanted something to stick out. We've always had cars that are bright, and so I'm trying to think. It's the wrap name. Ink was the wrap. I'm trying to think of her name. Jones's wife. She wrapped it for us, and she did a great job on it. So we're all excited. We're just getting everything ready. I'll have her name just next run.
All right, next one we'll shout her out. We're really excited for this Outlaw Pro Mod class. Congratulations on a new little grandson, Wesley.
Yeah, I didn't met him yet. We were leaving on Sunday to come up here, and they had him Sunday night, right about the same time we were driving through Baytown. So we was like, we didn't get to meet him yet, so when we get home, we're going to get to meet him.
Hey, hopefully you're going to take a trophy home, too, with you. Or two. That's Frankie Madman Taylor.
Or two. There's confirmation of that thought. So Dennis Agdorn coming up here in the near lane alongside one of the best to ever climb inside of the cockpit here. Ricky Smith in the far lane. Wait, Ricky turned top bulb on. There it is. Not going to rush that guy. It was a handful. He definitely knocked the tires off that car. It looked like it carried the front end there pretty good ways. 380 for Dennis. Nicely done there in the near lane or left lane. But once again, struggling in the right.
Yeah, all the cars seem to get out there and get to moving around a little bit, probably slipping the tire and have to do a lot of driving. Ricky drove it for a ways and then decided that was enough. He'll come back tonight and try it again because just a little loose out there in the middle of the racetrack in that right-hand lane. The car left good. I thought everything was good. And right here it starts to move around a little bit. You can see it just come loose and just take a right-hand turn and start spinning the tires. So that right lane is a handful. I don't care who you are. That right lane is going to make it tough to get down.
First run in that Pro Nitrous class, you got a 373. Were you happy with that?
That's what we're shooting for. We're very happy.
Now, if you're happy with what you already got, what's the goal for that second qualifying session?
Well, we're hoping to step it up a little bit. If it gets a little cooler, we can step it up for sure.
Well, we look forward to you stepping it up later. That is John Vergatz in that Pro Nitrous class.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As the next pair fires up here, Jim Widener in that beautiful Corvette. And he'll line up alongside Jackie Sloan Jr. We continue on here in the Pro Nitrous final pair here in the Pro Nitrous category. Pro Mod coming up. Vergatz sitting number one with that 373 and a 9, followed right up with a 380. Widener out of Batesville, Indiana. And Sloan is at his home track at the last event. Travel a little bit from Milan, Michigan to get down here. VES, VP Fuels, helping out Widener, along with Widener Automotive. And both will click it off early.
Yeah, seeing it once again. The car moving to the inside in the right-hand lane and having to click it off. And both lanes that time moving around a little bit. I think maybe the air is so good, you know, so much better than what we had. That these cars are a lot more power than what they've ran here in the past, and just not able to get the power level put to the track.
I really kind of wondered that, honestly, with the first couple of pair there and going all the way back to Top Alcohol Funny Car, where they're just knocking the tire off, and I just wondered, man, if the conditions are just so good.
I think everybody was licking their chops thinking that great air and great conditions, and let's go out here and throw one down, and just nobody being successful.
Well, our Kristen Banks is up there with Tricky Ricky, who had a hard time getting a hold of that right lane.
Tricky Ricky, IHRA loyalty, I guess. King, right? Second winningest driver when you left 1993, 94. How's it feel to be back?
Yeah, good. This is the first time I've been back to IHRA in all those years, and I've been tuning some cars over here, and we've won the Milan race, you know, with the other car, but I'm finally getting back to driving over here, and I really like it. I appreciate Darryl putting this on for the nitrous cars, because it's hard to run somewhere else against a blower car. So I'm just proud that IHRA is back, and we're going to have a place to race next year.
Now, probably not your first ideal run, but what's the goal for that second session?
I just got to calm this thing down right there. We shook last weekend at the NHRA race in the same spot, and this track I thought was better, and it is good. It's awesome, but me and Tim both shook in the same spot, so I'm just trying to turn too much system on right there in that one spot. We'll back it down and be okay after this.
Well, we look forward to seeing you later. Thank you so much. That's Tricky Ricky Smith.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and he is IHRA royalty. Has been to a couple of Pro Mod finals, but yeah, really, really shines in IHRA Pro Stock. 52 final rounds, 31 wins. That's a pretty good number.
that's doing pretty well. And yeah, Ricky been down the racetrack a few times, and like he said, so much experience. He said, that's what it is. We'll just do this and this, and we'll come right out here and do well tonight. So I trust him.
Not too rattled. Yeah, he's not too worried about it. Very calm.
Left-hand lane looks like having trouble getting it in reverse.
Disappointing for sure. Rob Cox way out there by the 330, and
something pretty cool I've never seen before. His opponent is in the right-hand lane, seeing him have issues out there. So what's he do? He backs up, burnout, and shuts it off. So I'm cool. See if we can get it fixed. Go out here and make a nice run, and just a really cool display of sportsmanship there. You know, he could have easily rolled up there and said, "Hey, let's go. I've been running," you know. So, but here he is, shuts the thing off, and going to wait. It's pretty cool.
Jim Widener, all right, I'm just going to be kind of blunt. Why is everyone kind of struggling to get down the track right now? Like, the conditions seem pretty good. It seems pretty cool, but people are struggling to get a good run in.
Yeah, I think we just overestimated the track a little bit. It does seem a lot better than what it currently is. Just the lockups on these nitrous cars, when they come in, they're really violent, and they just get a little too much wheel speed in there, and it starts rattling the tires. So,
what changes can you make in order to get a better run in that second session?
We can smooth that lockup out. We can drag it out a little further, turn some nitrous on a little later, but we'll get down in session 2. I don't have any doubts. So.
Well, we look forward to seeing you, and thank you so much, Jim.
Thank you.
I want to thank Kristen. Just ask what's going on. You know, I am up here guessing.
Throw it.
She's got the opportunity to ask him, and she did, and it's good to know. They're all just a little too aggressive.
Unfortunately, Rob Cox not able to make the call here. Something breaking, some sort of mechanical there with that gorgeous vehicle of theirs. So it will be Tim Brown out of Logan, Ohio on a single. Won a 406 here earlier in the year. Oh, big moment. Front end up and then blew the tires off of it.
Well, we were talking about a little too aggressive for track conditions. I think we might have just saw that right there. That was pretty aggressive. Thing jumped up off the ground when he left the start line. That was wild.
One more time, we'll show it to you. Almost like it loaded up the wheelie bar so hard that it unloaded the rear tire.
Yeah. I got faith. Somebody's going to get it figured out here. We're going to see some good runs. So,
Tom Blenko coming up with the Corvette. Christine back there in the staging lanes. Blenko out of Bardstown, Kentucky will pair up alongside Jay Santos. Team based out of Halton Hills, Ontario, Canada. I'm sorry, Zach Sackman. And Zach Sackman in the far lane.
yeah, we saw Zach here at the first race and have engine problems and have the marathon oil down we had. It was about a 2-hour oil down cleanup, I think. So Zach looking to come back and have a little better showing this weekend with car owner Brian Karate.
Blenko in the near lane put a 375 on the board earlier this year up at Milan. His personal best here with the IHRA at 200.53. See if he can get the Corvette hooked up. Funny how it goes. We thought everybody would struggle in the heat, and they put together great combinations. We thought everybody was going to sail down through here in this beautiful weather, and it has thrown them a curveball.
Yeah, the sun's trying to peek out from behind one of them clouds. Maybe that's going to be what they need to get down this racetrack.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, he was driving that thing. Hats off to Zach Sackman. Kept his foot in the throttle and does a nice job. Goes at 380, 196 miles per hour. We're sitting dead behind the right lane. And let me tell you something, that car did not go straight even by a little bit, but he drove it.
Yeah, he did. I mean, it looked really good early, and then out there in the middle started getting a little loose and moving around and dancing around, and he stayed with the throttle, got it down there. Zach did a nice job getting it to the finish line and putting the 380 up on the board.
Blenko's car with the front end up immediately made it looked like he was going to make a right-hand turn. So he gets out of the throttle. There's that big move I was talking about just a moment ago by Sackman. Nicely done. Nice driving job.
Chris Klein in the Pro Mod class. Chris, what did you draw inspiration from for this beautiful car named Christine?
Well, it's based off of the movie from the early 1980s, late 70s, and it's been around the drag racing since 1989. So it's been around for a long time. This is a new version, obviously, but yeah, that's where it comes from.
Tell me the story behind this car, the shaping, the style, the modeling, everything. How'd you guys put together this beautiful package?
We built this one, but it's based off of the movie in 1958 Plymouth Fury from the movie from 1989, and We've been keeping it around, running this thing since 2011. Get out here today and try to see if we can't put it up front.
Best of luck.
Yeah, pretty cool piece, and that's part of the reason we really love Pro Mod is the different body styles that are in here. And that one doesn't look so aero, but it's but it's still a lot of fun to bring it out here. Competitive car.
Yeah, Chris builds a lot of cars, and been to his shop. I've actually been to his shop, seen that car sitting over there in the corner, and good to see him drag it out here.
Eglin and Calso will be the next pair after these two. Joel Wensley Sr. lined up in the near lane out of Brooklyn, Michigan. Went 370 at Milan earlier this year, 203. Pro Charger car. Liberty Gears, the VP Race Fuel helping him out. And lined up in the far lane is Jason Lee out of Maumee, Ohio. He also went a 370. 370 with a 4 for Wensley, 370 with a 5. The IHRA best for our two competitors sitting right side by side. They are moving Jason Lee to the left just a little bit.
What we've seen so far, I think they'd welcome those 370 numbers up on the board.
Oh, I'm
first
sure.
session.
I'm sure. It was a struggle to get a 380. That was quite a ride there just a moment ago. And both out of the throttle there very early on. Jason Lee, again, kind of what we saw a moment ago. Front end way up in the air and then knocked the tires off of it. Had to get out of the throttle. Just wasn't going to happen. Wait to save it for another pass.
Yeah, I'm dumbfounded by how so many guys struggling to get down the racetrack. And just missing the tune-up or the racetrack or something's really throwing everybody a curveball today. You keep thinking they'll figure it out, but so far yet, Jason Lee's car way up into the air.
Yeah, just a kind of giant wheel stand there.
Yeah.
It's kind of rotated on the back tire. Wild. Let's go to the top.
Tim Brown, you tested last night in Kilcare. You knew you needed to make some changes before today. Were you happy with your changes that you made, and what did you make, and do you want to make more?
Oh, you always got to make more. I mean, you always got to make more. If you don't, you're behind. We put a new tie drive in, put a floater rear end underneath of it, changed the tune-up and a couple other things that I'm not going to talk about. And we went down to Kilcare, and a bunch of us was down there, Dean and Frankie and Pez, and we just couldn't get down the track. And I thought maybe it was me, and I went and talked to them guys, and they was having the same problems. And we started pulling power out of the car, and I told my brother, it's backwards. I mean, we got to put power in it, so we thought it was the track. It was a little bit the track, but my tires were going. We put a new set of Hoosiers on that pass there, and basically it was a scuff tire for that burnout, and it hooked hard. I mean, it's shaking the tires going out through there. So basically when it's shaking the tires like that, I got to put more power in it. So I don't know how many's in the field, but hopefully we qualified. Then my opponent, Cox, he broke out there or something, so I just shut the car off. Maybe he'd get it running or something so we could make a side-by-side run. So, no, I got to buy. So, which was a good thing. I mean, being a new car, I don't like to go down side-by-side by somebody if it hooks and goes, because with the rear steer and stuff in it, you don't know if it's going to go right, left, or so. It felt like it went to the right a little bit, so I think I'm going to have to either put some negative in on the bar on the driver's side or passenger side, or take a little bit of rear steer out of it. So it's easier just to put a little bit of negative preload in it.
Well, it sounds like you got some work to do. You better go back to the pits.
Yeah.
Tim Brown, we'll see you next qualifying session. Thank you.
In the winner's circle.
Oh, yeah, you will.
And that'll bring up our next pair, and Brad Egliam. That beautiful Chevrolet. Don't start, dude. Don't go there. He didn't beat me up, man. He was nice to me. Jason Calso lined up in the right lane or far lane as you watch it there at home with the Mopar. Looks like everybody's okay here. These cars pretty equal, too. IHRA best, 380 for Calso, 388 for B-Rad. Yeah, and they're going to chase the finish line here. How about that? 385 lined up there for B-Rad, 190 miles per hour, 394 for Calso, 154.
Yeah, the throttle a little early,
Yeah, he was
moving around,
a little
dancing
early.
around. You could tell he was probably getting a little nervous, seeing the chutes come out. He was like, yeah, it's moving around a little bit, but able to get it most of the way down there.
Eglin jumps up to the number 2 spot. Is a really nice looking Lumina. Of course, that's a car that he and his son do pretty much everything on. And I mean, I think his son painted it. Engines themselves, and every aspect of that car is pretty much an in-house project. Nicely done.
That left-hand lane was about the straightest run we've seen out there so far today.
Joel, Winsley, it shook. You weren't too happy, were you?
So, you know, just figured it out. There's some bumps out there, but we'll get it figured out.
What kind of changes you think you're going to make?
Not sure yet. Gonna go back and analyze some data, and then probably not a whole lot. Just maybe some tire pressure, maybe a shock adjustment, but that's about it.
Now, as the day goes on, you think that next run, the track conditions are going to be a little better? The sun's starting to come out. Do you think it'll heat up, or is it going to stay pretty cool?
Not sure, but it's. I don't think it was the track as much as maybe us. So we'll get it figured out.
Well, good luck in that next round. Thank you, right. Joel Winsley.
And even Tyler Shineberry giving me a hard time over here as well. Not right. It's just not right. Bring up our next pair. David Monday, the chassis builder out of Maryville, Tennessee. And we just saw Christine. Nice interview a moment ago.
You would think that some of the guys have been watching these cars out here moving around, and we come back further in the lanes, we start making some adjustments, and I think we're starting to see that. That was those two were close to getting it all the way down there.
Oh, big moment. Ooh. Both cars going towards the center line. Monday a little bit further down, and both getting out of the throttle there, of course, a good bit early. Monday will be the quicker of the two there with that 473. We'll put him in the slot there, believe it or not, and the top 5. Actually put him in the 4th position as everybody is struggling. Frankie Taylor coming up here with the Camaro here once again that he's had so much success with, went to the final round with, and Sully coming up with that beautiful Merc.
Yeah, both those cars left the start line, and unfortunately both headed to the center line. Things were getting a little close there for a minute. Yeah, that was could have been ugly. Fortunately, both drivers recognizing where they were headed and shut them off.
Taylor with a wild ride in that Outlaw Pro Mod Corvette in the right lane a little bit earlier, now inside of the Pro Mod category. Craig Sullivan out of Indianapolis, Larry Jeffers race car in the far lane. Wild Irish Racing engines underneath the hood of that one, the blower car. Tom Radloff doing some of the crew chief duties. The Madman also in a Larry Jeffers race car.
Be interesting to see. Frankie was in the right-hand lane in the Outlaw car, and now the left-hand lane. We'll see if it's any different for him. Well, Craig Sullivan was one of the few cars that were testing at Kilcare.
Yeah, he put on a driving show when we were up at Milan at the Pro Mod Nationals there. Really did a nice job driving that thing. I wasn't completely happy, but he put on a show. Showed he had some skills behind the wheel. Sometimes you got to will him down through there.
Yeah, he was doing a little pedaling, a little driving. I think we've seen a lot of that so far already today.
Oh, man. I thought Sullivan was going to collect the wall there for a second. That's about as sideways as you could put one, and it snapped right back to straight. In the meantime, that 373 in the near lane, Frank Taylor, a really nice lap there given the situation, and he goes to the number 1 hole.
Yeah, Frankie, just like he always has in that Camaro, comes out here right down the middle of the racetrack, 373, consistent run, but you're right. Craig Sullivan, that thing was pretty sideways. You could see the right-hand side of the car
all the way
from the back here. Yeah, it was out of control, and it was not a nice run. And then it makes that move. You can see the tires chattering really hard right there and driving the car to the right. And Craig, he wanted that run. He stayed with it for a long ways. But,
when you look at it there, it doesn't look near as bad. When we were sitting back here, I'm telling you, I thought that thing was I thought it was at a 45-degree angle for sure. Great pairing here, and these two guys have battled a lot off the track. Kai Kelly and Disco Dean. Dean out here with that beautiful Cadillac. As you had talked about before, he destroyed the Firebird.
Yeah, it was not his choice to drive this race car, but out in Washington had a bad wreck, and the Firebird car is probably done for a while, if maybe not forever. And it's good to see him have a backup car and bring out the Cadillac, and well, you know, it's pink. But these two guys here, if anybody can get down the racetrack like this, it'd be these two guys. They're so used to running on outlaw tracks and no prep tracks and all this stuff. And I mean, it'll be interesting to see. But Dean, see if he's got this car shook down yet.
Hats off to the crew, that entire team there, for turning that Cadillac around so quickly. Getting it ready to go. We'll see how things work out. There's Kai Kelly proving he is absolutely one of the best to do it here in Pro Mod a little bit earlier. And you're right. I mean, I'm really curious to see if these guys get a hold of this track. No prep kings. What's the big deal?
Yeah.
I mean, you just got to step on the throttle, hold the steering wheel straight, and then you make it look easy. How about a 371 out of Kai Kelly right to the top of the charts? Nicely done. Disco Dean will go to the number 5 slot with a 389.
I had a sneaky suspicion these two might get it down the other end. You know, just we've seen them run without lights. I think here last time we were here. So
that's exactly right.
What's a little loose racetrack? You know, come on.
Both of them are chomping at the bit. They're like, you boys are in our world now. Watch this. That right front fender or door or something coming off of that?
Yeah, it looked like the Zeus fastener got fastened on the right-hand side of the car, and when he hit the throttle for the burnout, the headers caught it and blew it up in the air.
What a beautiful Mustang. Hey, it's a Mustang. Really, really clean car. Pro Chargers you see there on the side of the cowl hood. Here's the opening for it, the intake right there in the middle of the front bumper and lower grille.
Oh, that's what these were in my pocket.
Let's go ahead and twist these so it's tight.
Jeff Lutz. Jeff's been down a few no prep tracks in his lifetime. So another car that should come out here and go down the track and make a nice solid run. If it's any indication what we've seen from some of the no prep guys.
Pretty big wheelie bar adjustment. And he was really cranking on the tube. Story about Jeff Lutz. I want to say I heard about this as well, but lost his motorhome and trailer in a highway crash here just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, he was headed to the event that Disco Dean had his crash at. Had a drunk wrong way driver hit him head on. So yeah,
man,
very thankful he was okay. Him and his family.
Boy, black tracking at least to the 330, and finally decided to click it a little bit early. Thought he was going to make it to the stripe.
Yeah, he's doing some driving. That thing was a handful. You could see the tire tracks out there and moving around, and got it down there and said, okay, that's far enough.
Frankie Madman Taylor, now you got down in the Camaro. Do you feel a little more comfortable in that at 373, I think?
I've been driving this one long. I've been driving it for the last 3 years. And this car, man, it's a bullet. Like, you just send it up there and go. People were having a problem going down. So my brother calmed me down at the last minute. And he goes, man, it should go 73, and it did. So that's pretty good. And then, like I say, because tonight's the night you make the pass. At least we know we got a tune-up for going down in the daytime. So, yeah, but I don't know where that puts us at, but hopefully in the top 10. But yeah, we'll step it up this next round coming up, and then I want to thank all my sponsors. Snap-on Tools, Benji Lap, and TRM, Todd Moyer. I forgot the other ramp deal. I'll get it from my other car, and my wife for letting me do this, and Jay for letting me drive his car. He should be returning. Hopefully at the next race he'll be driving the blue car, so hopefully he'll get points for me.
Wait, does that mean we won't see you in the blue car anymore?
Maybe, because I don't think he wants to drive all the time. But so maybe I'll get in it every now and then. But that's a badass car. Larry Differs built it back in 15. My car's from 2010. We got old cars. They're a little bit lighter, but we run light stuff in them, and that's why we want to run the Outlaw. This will eventually be next year be an Outlaw car.
All right. Well, hey, we look forward to seeing you later in the Outlaw Class and this Pro Mod. You still got 2 more sessions.
2 more sessions. Hey, Wesley and Ellie.
Can't forget the grandkids. I remember them. Wesley and Ellie, your grandpa says hi.
How you doing?
Thank you.
Kristen helping the madman out there so he doesn't get in trouble. And we go to the Mountain Motor Pro Stock category. The big cubic inch cars, the stump pullers.
Right out of the box, 4-teens, 413 to 419. And earlier today, we saw the conditions, and we knew this Mountain Motor Pro Start class was going to be competitive this weekend. And right out of the box, 413 and 419, 2 great runs. And hey, what's the big deal with the racetrack? We went down through there, but the right lane was wheeling it, that's for sure.
So Ensland with a 413 and 873 will be the mark to beat. Another look at it. He's in the near lane. And the Mustang getting it done.
Look at that right lane moving around, but getting her to the finish line.
We're exactly right.
We're up at the top end. I got Disco Dean, Kai Kelly, Disco, since you're a little slower, we'll start with you so you can catch up over here. How was that run?
For me, it's good because I wasn't upside down. As you guys know, I flipped one a couple weeks ago. I'm just trying to get from A to B and make this pass, and we went 89, 194. I'm completely content with that. I treat Kai Kelly's ass, which is the usual, so I did my job up front. We just got to put a stiffer tune-up in it.
All right, Kyle, what about you?
I mean, I had a 19 light. That's a good light. He just had a 001. I think he probably guessed. But anyway, he did beat me on the tree. And I put a really fast tune-up in my car because I was trying to be out in front of him in case he did come over and get on his lid again. He wouldn't be in the way of my car. So we made a pretty good pass. 71 is good for first lick. And we're happy with it. And we're going to try to get faster.
All right, we look forward to seeing
I gotta tell him something.
Oh, tell him something.
Listen, there's one thing you guys got to understand out there in race car land. If you ever put one of these on their lid, they're easy as hell to get out of upside down.
Y'all just heard it right there. Disco Dean, Kai Kelly. We look forward to seeing them in that second session.
This guy's giving each other a hard time on top end, but both of them making pretty solid runs. That's good to see.
Dave Hughes lined up in the near lane. And both cars, once again, just struggling here.
You could hear the tire shake from inside the tower. It shook so hard out there.
On and off the throttle there for Calger and manages to get it to the finish line.
Yeah, like we talked, you know, I mean, 2 shots. What if you come up here and stumble again tonight?
Yeah.
Just trying to get it down there and get a better number on the board and make sure he's solidly in the field to play tomorrow.
Pedal that thing, get the Jerry Haas chassis to the finish line. Hughes not so fortunate as Tony Pontieri will come up here. He'll square off against Mike Murphy in this first round of qualifying.
After that first pair of Mountain Motor Pro stocks, I thought, wow, we're going to see a great show. And looks like they got them all figured out after watching everybody. And then we see the next pair come out here and shake. So.
Mike Murphy out of Coral Springs, Florida. When we were here back in July, put a 436 on the board, 162.
Got another one with reverse issues or something going on.
Yeah, tough call that for Mike Murphy, not able to get that one back.
There we go.
Good deal.
You could tell on the top end when Chris was doing an interview, you see the flags waving down there. Pretty stiff breeze on the top end of the racetrack, and we see the flags up here, but with the grandstand surrounding the starting line a little bit, this looks like it's breaking up that wind. It's a steady wind, but not like we saw on the top end of the racetrack. So interesting to see how it affects these cars down there on the other end.
The Pro Mod Nationals, not a IHRA national event, so some of those numbers will not count as a national event record. Consequently, Pete Berner still holds the ET record here in this category to 4.097, set in Rockingham from 2009.
The turnout in this category in Mountain Motor Pro Stock's been so good that originally this was an 8-car field when they started this season, and they've expanded to a 16-car field because there's so many of these guys now.
We knew it was coming, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And this category, as Dave and I were talking last night, has really been the backbone of the IHRA since day one.
Yeah, and they've put on an excellent show this year.
What was it, Dave? Coming up on the 400th event? Yep. 200 for alcohol funny car. I'm sorry, no, nitro funny car. And 400 here for Mountain Motor Pro Stock. Pontieri driving the wheels off of that one. Picks up the front tires, goes to the left a little bit, brings it back to the right, straightens it out, finds the finish line under power, 424, 168 miles per hour.
We're only recording 8th mile ETs, but he drove about 1,000 foot to get to that 8th mile. So
it's a good point.
424, not really what he was looking for, but man, for as far as he was out of the groove and back and forth, and wasn't a bad number, I guess. Just
show you this one more time.
Just watching these cars, they're just not glued into the racetrack. You know, they're all spinning the tires and just sliding around a little bit. And he did a great job of just getting it down there. He had his hands full, and he earned that 424.
John Montecalvo is a 3-time Mountain Motor Pro Stock champion, won IHRA. John, moving into this weekend, have you made any big adjustments to your car since the last time we saw you?
We really haven't made too many changes. Really, we were pretty fast at the last race. We hope just to continue that, be consistent as we were at the last one. And, you know, we've got some good power here. We've got a good team. Hopefully everything goes our way today.
How do you think your car will handle in these conditions?
Well, it's a little hot. It's a little bit humid, but like I said, I think we've got plenty of power here. We know how to adjust for that. We made some changes. We changed gear ratio, changed timing, whatever we have to do for the conditions.
Thank you so much, John, and best of luck again, a 3-time champion in the Mountain Motor Pro Stock class, one of those having been earned in the IHRA, guys.
Yeah, great team. We'll see if they make the proper adjustments to get that car to the finish line under power. Would certainly be one of the cars we would anticipate to have a good effort.
As you can tell from his description of the weather, he was not here for the race in July.
I'm just thinking he's got a fire suit on, so it's hot in there. Bill Neary coming up out of Barrington, Illinois. The 5-time Drag Week champ. Really strange run. I mean, it almost sounded like he took off in second gear. I mean, it just pulled the motor down.
Yeah, just bogged the motor when it left and tried to stay with it, but rattled and moved around, spun the tires, and then just kind of tried to get it down the other end.
Very odd. A couple more Haas cars coming up.
Oh.
Just broke a driveline. I think that was Pierce. Just broke a driveline.
Yep.
Set the current mile per hour record holder. Set here. We were here earlier this year at 170 miles an hour. But something breaking on that one at the hit of the
did the burnout, yeah. You could see his crew instantly knew something was broke, so shut it off.
Camry Caruso will take the competition single out of Fairport, New York. fast car. 4:13 with a 5 at Milan. Causey power under the hood for Camry.
Yeah, they didn't have a lot of runs on this car and went out first round at Milan and about pulled off the upset. Made a really nice, strong run and almost surprised a few people. So I'm sure they've done a few more runs with this car since then and look for her to be right in the thick of things. Green Genie, your wish is my command. Well, I'd sure like to win the Powerball Saturday night.
Yeah, I wish I would have won it this past Wednesday. Just saying.
Wow. Tire shake city there.
You can just hear the thunder. It almost rattles the windows.
Yeah, imagine what your head's doing inside that car. Yeah. Oh, it is brutal tire shaking these things. It's the most I've seen in tire shaking these cars all season.
And Kristen Pete, once again, has a story for us in the staging lanes.
Jay Turner won last time out in the Nitro Harley class in Milan, Michigan. Jay, with these conditions, could we see top speeds from these bikes?
I believe so. I mean, you never know until you go down the racetrack, and it's the first run. Different conditions than we've been seeing. This summer was probably the hottest summer I can remember racing in. It's nice to get some relief. It's still pretty humid, but it's a whole lot better than it has been, and I expect everybody to do better.
How confident are you in your bike setup?
Well, you always mostly confident, but there's always lots of questions because there's so many variables in racing that there's always something that can pop up that you haven't seen or don't expect.
Knowing you have the target on your back as the returning winner coming into this race, how are you handling the pressure?
There's no pressure to that.
Not when you're Jay Turner.
Well, everybody wants to win. We always want to win, but we always try hard. We put the same effort in whether we win or lose. But we like winning more.
Love Jay. He is the man, of course, on those things. He's the bulldog. As we take a look at Corey Voss and Dylan Voss will line up here. Dylan Voss making it to the final round at Milan. Came up a bit short to Chris Powers. Oh, Strobe Lander, actually. Our apologies. I believe it's Strobe Lander in the near lane. Dylan Voss in the far.
They kept talking about the Voss wheelie bars, so I went by today and took a look at them. They're a pretty slick wheelie bar.
Yeah.
Nice piece. Yeah, very nice piece.
New SKU number?
I don't sell a lot of stuff to pro stock guys, but yeah, if they want to buy them, I'll sell them to them. I don't care. There they are right there. Look at that thing. Let's see if these two can make it down the track.
One of the Monte Calvo guys there with a headset on for Voss. Picked the front end up, went to the left as it was spinning the tires, set it back down, straightened it out, stayed in the throttle all the way through, put a 422 on the board in the process at 170 miles an hour for Dylan Voss.
Yeah, these guys, they're getting their track time money's worth, but because they're all over the racetrack and driving these things to the finish line. Really surprising that they're struggling this much.
Strobe Lander with a 433 and a 5, 163 miles per hour. Show it to you one more time. Strobe in the near lane. See Voss over there driving that thing.
Yeah, that's a great angle to see how much these cars are moving around and all over the lane and staying with it.
Dwayne Rice coming up here will be part of our next pairing. Kristen Beat is once again very, very busy here in the staging lanes.
Surrounded by butterflies, all coming from Michaelan Hatrick, who is making his IHRA debut this weekend in the backup car for his dad, Terry Hatrick. And when I spoke with him earlier in the day, he said he's been waiting for this moment his whole life. He's excited. It's just one pass. He'll just be making a qualifying run to get him a little bit more seat time. And his dad told us earlier that he's been getting good grades in college. He's been working around this his whole life, but it will be a busy day for this team. As soon as Michaelan gets out of the car, he will head straight down to help his dad, who is the last car out. It also just so happens that Terry tunes the first car out in the funny car class. So a very busy weekend for this team. A lot of moving parts, but again, a lot of excitement surrounding Michaelan's debut here in the IHRA.
Should be fun to watch and document as we have Dwayne Rice in the near lane. Put a 4:08 on the board at Milan. Hot rod car. It was running really, really well, 175 miles an hour, and legendary Kurt Neighbor in the far lane. Both cars look nice. Probably the best side-by-side pass we have seen in a long, long time here, and consequently a 4:13 for Dwayne Rice. Nicely done, a 4:13 with a 3. Fourth digit is also a 3, and that would put him in the number 1 spot. 4:13 with an 8 for Insulin a little bit earlier. Kurt Neighbor also with a really respectable run, given all things we've seen so far, to 4:17.
Yeah, I mean, when you were talking about a 4:08, I thought, well, let's see if he can come close to that on these conditions. We're not seeing anybody run worth a darn, and he could go out and go to 4:13. That was much better than I was expecting from what we've seen so far from everybody. Chris Power up next in the left-hand lane, and he's been very dominant in this class. A couple wins, just running really, really well.
Yeah, 2 final rounds, of course, to kick off the category or the season, if you will. Columbus and Milan went to the final round, did grab that win at Milan. Was up against Dylan Voss when he got that win, and was up against Jerry Tucker here. Back in July, Jerry Tucker got the better of him in that particular battle. Chris Powers and, of course, John Monacabu, who made it to the final round. I saw John taking it like a trooper. I saw where somebody commented, what advice would you give to go out and run Mountain Motor Pro Stock and get a win? And he said, I'd stage the car.
Yeah,
Make sure you stage the car.
Very uncharacteristic. And he said, boy, it didn't seem like it was that long, but us watching it, I'm thinking, stage the car, and timed himself out and didn't get the win. So, yeah, it was a heartbreaker. He was running so well, and then to have that happen.
That was at the Pro Mod National, so not part of the national event that we've had here so far, but it was up in Milan, and he had a great hot rod, as he always does. This should be a great battle here. 2 of the absolute best in the category.
4:13 is the number everybody's trying to beat right now. Take that number 1 spot. These 2 cars are plenty capable of that.
Montecalvo really moving around, but stays in the throttle. No fear. We have a new number 1 qualifier, 4:11 with a 5. Beautiful job out of Chris Powers. John Montecalvo, 4:13 with a 6. And talk about somebody that went 1,000 foot.
Boy, Mountain Motor Pro Stock cars, look like they're figure 8 racing out there today. They're all over the racetrack.
That's a great way to put it.
And staying in the throttle and getting them to the finish line under power. And 4:13, and I mean, you could have straightened that run out for John Montecalvo. That would have been a 4:09 because he was all over the racetrack. And surprising, some of them surprised me. They stayed with it.
By the way, as we watch this replay, we believe this is quite possibly John Montecalvo's 200th event.
See it make a movement hard right there. Stayed with it. 4:13.
That's a big move, by the way. Really big move.
Dwayne Rice, 4:13 with a 3. You're sitting in that number 1 spot. Now you're in that number 2 spot. How do you jump back to that number 1 spot after that second qualifying session?
Well, we feel pretty good about it. Fresh engine, no dyno, rings not sealed, around 13. We're pretty happy with that.
You think you can come out here and run a little faster?
Absolutely.
Always up, always faster.
Yeah, it'll be a 10 in it.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing that 410 next round.
Thanks.
Dwayne Rice.
Yeah, just knocking the fresh off of that one, it sounds like. It's Top Fuel Harley getting ready to fire up. Congratulations to Chris Powers. He will leave that qualifying session as the number 1 qualifier in Mountain Motor Pro Stock, followed up by Dwayne Rice, John Montecalvo. Jordan Insland there in the 4th position, and Kurt Nabel will round out the top 5, all in the teens, with the exception of Chris Powers, who went a 4:11. 174, 174, 175 at the top 3. So towards the end of the class, starting to get things sorted out. As John Toth and Brian Peary fire up their machines. Bob Malloy dominating this particular event when we were at Columbus earlier this year. Had a hot rod for sure. Currently holds both ends of the record, 5:34, 2:04. Looks like some of our best flying overhead there as well. Up there in the choppers, the helicopters. As we come back down here, first round of qualifying for Top Fuel Harley.
We've seen the cars moving around and spinning the tires all over the place. Not sure that's what you want to see with these things.
JT really hanging on to that thing, leaning way off to the left-hand side to try and find the finish line. 5:46, 200 miles per hour for Peary. Peary is a solid player here in this category.
Yeah, and that's the straightest pass I've seen anybody make all day. That was nice to watch. You can see that thing carrying the front end, doing a little side-to-side action, and nice pass. Good way to start it off.
Chris Powers, 4:11 with the 5. Were you happy? That was a pretty good run.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, we tried to throw her down a little bit. We'll see if we can go high-O on the next one. That's definitely a good run. I think the quickest next one was maybe a 13, so that's pretty fast. So we're really happy with the Sonny Power and Chuck Samuels tuning.
And I look forward to getting that ice cream later because my throat's a little sore up here on the top end, you know?
Boy, I had something special for it.
Thank you, Chris Powers.
I forgot he promised her ice cream in the trailer last race. Don't forget your friends in the tower there, Kristen.
Kristen, remember that one immediately, even on a cooler day.
Yeah, amazing.
Chris Smith and Buddy Johnson coming up. Smith out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Johnson out of Blanchester, Ohio. Johnson to the far lane. Bottom bulb on. Here we go. Chris Smith on a good pass. Keeping an eye on Johnson, just aimed towards the wall there and finally pulls it back to the left. Didn't know if things were going to end too good there for a moment, but how about a 5:43, 202 miles per hour for Chris Smith?
Yeah, Buddy Johnson, I thought he was going to have to kick his leg out and push himself off the wall. He got so close down there. That was a little interesting. Watching from behind here, he was like, whoo, it's a little too close for me.
Chris Smith goes to the number 1 slot just a little bit quicker than Peary. Look at that front end, man. Carrying that front tire there for a while. Watch the body English there in the near lane. Manipulating that bike and does a nice job to get to the number 1 spot.
And Cavo just put down a 4:13, puts you up at the top of the board. Not the very top, but, in the top 3 up there. You feel pretty good with your car. It ran well, and you like that pass.
No, it really wasn't a good pass. Kristen, we went out there, we pulled the wheels up about a mile, one over to the left, one over to the right. So there's a lot more in it, but for the first run, I'm happy with it. Number 3 is not too bad. We could step it up tonight.
All right, tonight, what's the goal run?
Oh, the goal run tonight is about a 9.
That is fast. That's low. John Montecalvo with big expectations for that red car out there later this afternoon.
Definitely. We've got a good team, and I don't know. I think the other lane's a little bit better. We'll be in that lane tonight, so we'll see where it goes.
Well, good luck, and we look forward to seeing you then. John Montecalvo.
Yeah, John's had so much experience. I mean, I'm sure he's got a pretty good handle on what he thinks is capable in that particular car. Paul Anderson and Jordan Peterson coming up next here in Top Fuel Harley. Peterson the far lane. Peterson trying to, both of them side by side. Nice looking pair. 555 to a 537. 204 miles per hour for Jordan Peterson. Should put him in number 4, number 5 slots. A little bigger speed.
You can see Jordan Peterson from the moment he cracked the throttle, he was shifting his body weight left, right, leg hanging off. Just a nice job. Get it down there, take the number 1 spot. See that leg shoot out there and leaning left, leg right, trying to balance him. That thing carries the front end a long, long ways. Nice job. Great looking pass.
So Paul Anderson with a 555 was in the near lane. Jordan Peterson a 537, 204.82 miles per hour. Good enough to go to the number 1 spot. Really nice pass for Peterson. Jay Turner coming up next. One of the most accomplished riders on the property. Bob Malloy, the winner last time we were here. Clash of the Titans right here. And both will struggle after the build-up.
Turner's bike looked like it just blew the tire off.
Yeah, man.
Throttle.
Smells good.
Bob Malloy trying to pedal it and get it down there, and just kept yanking the front end back up in the air and said that's enough of this.
Malloy really on his game when we were here earlier this year. We'll see if those two aces get things sorted out for the second session. Show it to you one more time. Go down with Jay Turner here in the near lane. Take a look at this. I mean, he just lit up the back tire immediately. And Opie on the other side, unfortunately, lost a cylinder and said, yep, this one's just not going to happen.
Chris Smith, you told me you've kind of been struggling this year, but you just came off a run and a win in another series. How do you continue that momentum into this weekend?
Well, we've tried a new motor package, and so really the first of the year we've just been trying to figure it out. We've kind of figured it out at this point. So we were that was actually a pretty easy tune-up right there on it. So we'd love to run some 20s here. You know, it's when you're running with the best team, though, the Jay Turner Racing Team and Rex Harris. I mean, they make us look good. It makes our job look pretty easy. So, yeah, hopefully we run a 20 next round.
Well, we look forward to seeing it. That is Chris Smith.
Former record holder was Bob Malloy in the mile per hour category at 204.01. So that fell here this session. Peterson at 204.82. Really nice lap.
Ooh, just went dead left on him when he hit the throttle. And tried to muscle it back over, had to get out of the throttle and leaned it back to the right. Now he's in the right lane. I mean, that thing.
These things are monsters, dude.
That's a wall-to-wall run there.
Big, huge back tire, and once it gets aimed in a direction, it is hard to bring them back, especially when it gets on the wheelie bar, of course. Yeah, spun the tire, turned the bike to the left, just trying to bring it back to the right. Eventually did get it to go to the right, then trying to bring it back to the left, across the center line. He was by himself there, no harm, no foul, but hangs on.
Jordan Peterson, you just ran a 5:37. Were you happy with it? How are you liking your bike setup right now?
Yeah, we were real happy with that. We were kind of trying to repeat from the last race, which was a 5:39, so a 37 was a nice little surprise, but 204, that's better than the last event. So, yeah, we're happy overall with everything.
All right, you got to tell me right now, what does it feel like going 204 miles per hour on that bike?
I don't know. It pulls real hard. It's a little different sometimes. It seems like when you're riding them real hard, you think you went fast and you didn't. But then when it goes smooth and, smooth sailing and nice, easy ride, then you go real quick and fast. So that one was smooth, so I thought it was slow and it was fast. So that's always a good surprise.
That is a good surprise. Well, congratulations, Jordan Peterson, on a great pass, 5:37.
Appreciate it.
So total 10 bikes going down the track here for an 8-bike field. Bob Malloy currently sitting on the bump at a pedestrian 8.74. I don't want to go 8.74 on it, but I'm going to call it a pedestrian because it is for these guys. Jay Turner outside looking in.
It's not something you hear real often.
No, another session tonight, but you always talk about it. 2 sessions, man. You want to get in the field safely if you can.
I just listened to a few of the drivers, and they were talking about how we came out here and we're going to try to go for it and lay down a run. And, just a couple races ago with the two qualifying format, we heard a different attitude. We heard, well, we just wanted to get down the track and get in the show solidly, and then we'll come back tonight and step it up. But just listening to these guys, you might see why they're all coming loose out here and all over the racetrack, because it's almost like their whole mentality changed about they don't care about the 2 runs. They want to come out here and try to throw down and make a great lap the first one. So it'll be interesting to see how many of them make the right adjustments when they come out for the second session tonight. It just seems like it's a different mindset. Instead of conservative, they're all aggressive today.
They'll drag the track here, prep it, get it ready to go. Looks like fuel is up next. Fuel Funny Car will be the first fuel category down the track. Michaelan Haddock sitting here waiting patiently. Can you remember that, man? I know it was a few days ago when you were sitting inside of one, getting ready to make your first pass.
Yeah, I think it was a Monday after a race in Chicago. Said, well, this can't be that tough, right? Let's go. We'll see what happens. Yeah, they fire that up and put the body down. It becomes real all of a sudden.
Worked out pretty good for you.
Yeah, it was okay. You get out the other end, you're breathing hard, the adrenaline's pumping, and when can we do it again?
Has to be an exciting moment for Dad as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a busy weekend for that team. A lot of extra work.
Once again, we welcome you to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Nationals here at Darana Raceway. And, of course, we're just outside of Columbus. Hope everybody's enjoying today's show and the live broadcast on Speed Sport 2 and IHRA.TV. Just a reminder, tonight's Pro Finals will be live at 6:30 p.m. So we'll have the pros come back out here for their second session of qualifying. That'll be on Speed Sport 1. You can find Speed Sport 1 on Amazon Prime, the Roku channel, Fubo, Sling, and more. So go to speedsport1.com for full details on how to get it. It's super easy, and it's free. Let's go to Kristen Beat.
She said something like that. Hello, Greg, making your IHRA debut this weekend, your first race of the season. Any nerves? What's the anticipation level at?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think we're going to do good here. Last time I was here, I was in the Winston All-Stars, when they had the 7 best racers in the country. And we got stuck here in the rain and actually had to get towed out before we even raced. So I'm excited to come back to Columbus. And I got 2 new rookie crew chiefs that are going to work together. And today's their first day, and actually they both have their birthdays. So I gave them a birthday present, let them be co-crew chiefs.
When we were talking earlier, I asked you how you made that determination to have both of these young crew chiefs work together on your car in your debut weekend. What did you tell me?
Well, here's what it is. These guys are hungry. They're starving for knowledge. They're not afraid, and they got big batteries. They can work all night, and they just have absorbed everything from ABU, and everything's good.
How are you feeling about the track and its conditions? Are you ready to make this pass?
Yeah, I think so. Hopefully it's tight out there, and we can get into the 80s, and I think we'll all do good. We're racing the Scrappers car. They're good friends of mine, and I think we put on a show for the fans, and we really appreciate the IHRA putting this series together for us and all these independent racers. It's really going to be something great.
Thank you so much. You mentioned the Scrappers car. We have Jasmine here with us now. Jasmine, we talked to you a little earlier in the pits. Jasmine, the time is coming. It's a little bit closer now. Where are the nerves at?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling excited about this. I think it helps coming out of one race a couple days ago and now getting to jump back in the seat. That always helps, especially if you've been out of the car for a while. You know, any sort of seat time, just getting back on the track really helps feel a little more calm and relaxed. A lot of good people out here, so I think it should be a really fun show for everyone.
Are you having fun today?
I am. I'm having a lot of fun, and it's going to be a blast.
Thanks so much, Jasmine.
Nicely done. We will look forward to both of those cars pairing up. Should be a good time. In the meantime, looks like they're ready to fire up the Fuel Funny cars here. Dave Gallegos will be part of this first pairing. And the Nitro Clown. I think it'll be a single. Oh, yeah, they were going to send a single. You're exactly right with McHale and Haddock. And rightfully so. It's the way it should be. One pass at a time here. Yeah. We'll get you started. You don't have to race anybody just yet.
Imagine the heart's pumping pretty good in there right now.
Yeah, deep breaths, and then, like you said, when they fire it up, man, it's on. Fired up, body coming down. And Dad's standing right in front of him. Are you evaluating over there?
Yeah, I'm also seeing a lot of the other fuel racers coming up here watching, and that's part of it. When you're starting out to see the you watch and you sign off on other people's getting licensed. So there's a lot of interest in how he's going to do here.
Car snapped pretty far sideways when he was doing that burnout there, but I mean...
Yeah, he started his burnout awful early. Just rolling out of the water box, he started instantly. And I know Terry told him to, so he did what he was told, but I think it'd been more ideal to go a little further out of the water box before we started. Some of those things you'll just learn over time and go, I don't know if that's started right now. It's a little early. I'll move on after a little further. I'm not sure whose heart's beating faster, is Terry's or his?
Probably equivalent. Nicely done. Very nicely done. Straight as a string.
Yeah, you could hear him. He was anxious to get going because you could hear the RPMs rev up before the tree come on. His foot was creeping the throttle. He was ready to go. But didn't seem to affect the run too bad. And they had it calmed down pretty well for him. 477, 234. And it just went on down the track. That's what he needs to do, make laps. Just get it down the racetrack and do a little practice and get it going. Oh, yep. We got the chutes popped out here on the starting line. The next pair, the safety system, somebody touched something, somebody hit the button wrong, did something, and out come the chutes. So no harm, no foul. We'll pack them real quick. There you go. See Michaela going down through there. You can even hear it rev up a little bit in the replay. You can hear the replay, the thing revved up. But nice job. Shut it off a little early, and everything was good.
Yeah, great job, man, for sure. Baby steps here, 477. Get things started. Let's go to Kristen Beat.
Just 7 weeks ago, Sean Reed was involved in what was a horrific accident at Seattle. And this weekend, he will be making his comeback here in the IHRA series. When we spoke with him last night and today, he seems as though he's so excited about the opportunity to get behind the wheel again. But guys, it takes so much courage to return to a car after an accident like that. But he has been emboldened by his good friend Scott Palmer, who is encouraging him throughout this process as he makes his debut this weekend.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Kristen. Yeah, Sean Reed's he's a tough dude, man. He's a 9-time drag boat champion. I think 5 of those are regionals, 4 of those are nationals. Those 4 nationals in 6 years. He has a lot of racing experience, and he's picked up the pace here. Did a really nice job at the beginning of the season against some of the absolute best. Brought home a win there. The car's been running great as of late, and I know he's chomping at the bit to get back in it. But it wasn't just his hand. It was ribs. It was a number of things that hurt. So when he takes off, he's going to feel all the wrath of that car, both when it launches and when the chutes come back out.
Yeah, I talked to Sean last week, and he just had the pin removed from his thumb. His broken thumb. He had some broken ribs and the loss of a finger, and they've implemented some safety stuff. I know they went and talked to John Force Racing and got a chest protector that Robert Hyde wore after he broke his sternum in a crash. So Sean's going to try to incorporate that and wear that from now on, just a little more protection. And yeah, he's. We talked a lot about the phantom pain. He says he lost that finger and it hurts, but it's not there. And he want to itch it or scratch it or pain in it. And he goes, "I'm here to tell you, phantom pain is real." So it'll be interesting. He's going to have to learn a little different technique of holding the wheel probably, and he's wanting to come out here and just make sure he can do this. The best medicine sometimes is to get right back in that thing, and I think he's trying to do it as soon as possible, and it's great to see.
And as you might imagine, especially for the folks at home, this is a tough crowd out here. So Scott Palmer had no shortage of jokes for him last night. And Reed playing right along, man. I mean, you got to have some thick skin if you're going to be out here with this group. But yeah, super glad to see him back inside of the car. Hope it all goes well for him. Build that confidence back up. Like you said, just make sure he can get it done. He'll be fine. And the process, what's going on here is you take a look at that shot, is they are still packing these chutes here, just about done.
Might be trying to see what set off the safety system, why they did pop the chutes out of there. So looks like they might have it figured out. They got the chutes back in. I just don't know if they've got the cable release yet. So they put the cables back in the chutes.
Not sure what they're doing underneath the body here.
I think they're having trouble. They went into the management box there. That's where all the safety systems and all the controlling mechanisms are in that box. And it looks like they went in there, and now they're having trouble getting the box refastened. As a driver, he's sitting there wondering what's going on as well. He's wanting to know what are they doing? He got everything fixed right? What's going on? Why did it happen? Give me some signals.
Eric Stevens, the ones with the chutes out. Dave Gallegos and the Nitro Clown team waiting patiently.
Yeah, Dave had a rough outing when we were here in July. First run had some issues on the run. It just had a parts failure on the burnout, and I thought I heard something. You could tell the car wasn't running quite smoothly enough, and then he hit the throttle and had another parts failure and terminal engine damage for the rest of the weekend. So he went home, made some repairs, made some changes, and coming back this weekend to try it again. And had Mike Guger and with him the first trip and tuning on the car. But this weekend, I think they're winging it, going to do it themselves. So see what happens with Dave. Looks like it's going to be a single. They're still having issues with the safety system on the car in the right-hand lane.
Yep, time to go. Earned his IHRA Top Fuel license back in 2007 at Milan in Mitch King's car. Also has driven King's Bone Bucket, the AA fuel altered. Former winner at Nitro Chaos as they fire this one up. And let's go to Kristen Beat real quickly.
A three-time NHRA champion, Larry Dixon, also third on the all-time win list in the NHRA, now making your IHRA debut. What are you most looking forward to this weekend?
Oh, I mean, it's been a great weekend for us already so far. You know, we got to run our two-seater earlier in the day, made one happy customer out of Bryce. So as far as now, it's just park the two-seater, get the top fuel car out, and stand on the gas. Just try to work on our setup, have a better running car, and if we do a good enough job, we'll get qualified. And if we do good enough qualifying, then we get to race tomorrow.
How does it feel to be racing at a competitive top pro level like the IHRA offers here this week? And how does it feel to be back?
It's really nice. To be honest with you, it's really nice to come back to this racetrack. This feels like an old friend that I hadn't seen in 20 years that got a facelift. I mean, it's just, a lot of new paint and a lot of new people and all that kind of stuff. It's fresh. It's nice. It's nice to be back in Columbus racing.
Thanks so much, and best of luck this weekend. We'll definitely be seeing more from him.
Great to have Dixon back out here in a car, man. It's awesome.
Dave's car sounded a little better in the burnout. Sounds like it might be idling just a touch high, but no harm, no foul here. Gonna get ready to stage it up. But, yeah, last time he was out here, he heard something go wrong in the burnout, and as soon as he hit the gas, it wasn't good. So I think they're ahead of schedule already.
Winner at the Nitro Chaos. We'll have a single here. Derek Stevens is waiting patiently. Wow.
Yeah.
Definitely not happy.
That was kind of similar to the last time, but just a little worse.
Pretty big bang right there.
Yeah, that got his attention, I guarantee you. That stepped on the throttle and backfired, kaboom. Nice big fireball out of it.
Roof hatch open. It's a great sign. Get him up and out of that car. Make sure he's okay. show you this one more time.
That was nothing but ugly.
Man.
Yeah, there's some really weird stuff happening on that run right there. Shooting flames out of it, backfiring, fuel out of the right side, flames out of the left side.
So violent when things go wrong with these cars. Frustration from him as well, all the hard work, the money. They say if it was easy, everybody'd do it. I'm not sure that's the case with fuel, but
yeah, that was interesting. It'll be interesting to find out what exactly broke or happened on that run, but there was several unusual things happening in a hurry there.
Have any commercials, this might be a good time. The entire safety staff, IHRA staff down there around that one to check it all out. Make sure the track is clear and clean as well. Seems like I see a little, I think that's fluid up there towards the front if I see that correctly, to the left-hand side of the car.
Don't appear to have any oil on the racetrack, and it backfire like that. You would think it would. It was more at the top of the engine instead of the bottom, but could be some fire bottle stuff, residue out there, or something out of the fire bottles, or something. But I don't see a whole lot of oil, so that's a good sign. See him stage it, put it in the beams right there, and hit the throttle. You see the fuel and the fire out of there, the sparks, the big kaboom. There was something mechanically wrong as soon as he stepped on the throttle. It's putting raw fuel out of it, which it shouldn't do. It had cylinders out immediately to the step of the throttle. Then you see it shoot flames out of it and then the backfire. So there's a whole lot of stuff going wrong right there. You see it blow the burst panels out of the body to help relieve some of the pressure underneath there. Safety system working properly. Chute coming out. As a driver, you never see that fire. It happens so fast. The big ball of fire that shot out of it, we all saw outside. As a driver, you never see that. It's just, oh, yep, okay, it's over,
Concussion inside there? I mean, whenever the air moving inside.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
I guarantee you felt it. Yeah, you'll feel the concussion from it. He might be down there going, huh? Huh? What?
Another look. Another angle.
It just looks right there, look really weird as you watch the butterflies. They don't snap open like you would normally see when you hit the throttle. It's almost like you rolled into the throttle, and that's not something you want to do in a fuel car. You don't want to roll into the throttle. These cars are either on the throttle or off the throttle, and that watching the blades, it looks like he just rolled into it, and that would definitely make it unhappy. It's not going to like that, so it'll be interesting to hear exactly what happened to it when they go back and tear it all apart and try to dissect it. I see him using a leaf blower down there to blow some of that. So thankfully, it might be just some fuel. So no oil. They wouldn't be using a leaf blower on oil. So that's a good sign. I'm sure it ripped some of the fuel lines apart when it blew the supercharger off of it.
For our IHRA fans, if you're watching live on IHRA.tv right now, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. give us a thumbs up if you're enjoying today's live IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series broadcast. Thank you for watching as well, today's broadcast, and for supporting the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. It has been a bit of a struggle out here today. Maybe we got a little ahead of ourselves when you're talking about breaking records.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It has not gone that way at all.
Shows you what we know. Wow, it's going to be a great day of racing. Some record numbers, great conditions. I did look at the weather a little break there a little bit ago, and it is warmer. It has warmed up since we have come in the booth, and the humidity has went up a little bit. It is a little warmer out there, 78 degrees, and I think when we came in here, it was right around 70 degrees. So, but that don't have the answers to why all of them are missing it on the tune-up on the racetrack out here. That's pretty similar to the issues he had back in July when he ran here. And first run, hit the throttle and kaboom, and once again doing the same. And the only thing I see better about this one is there's no fluid on the track like last time. So the cleanup should be much quicker, and we'll be back in action.
Will they be able to take that thing apart and find a smoking gun, you think, or look in the data?
Computer should show you something. You'll see give you some clues to what where it all started. But yeah, it just there was a lot of things that were going wrong there.
No, look at the newly paved pits back there. Give you an idea how nice it is here.
Yeah, like Larry said, when we raced back in the early 2000s, in the 90s, and I got my first trophy here in 1988, this is he said much with a face frame with a facelift, and that's for sure. It doesn't even look like the same racetrack nowadays. A lot of improvements, and I talked to several people that are their first time here this year, and they couldn't believe what they saw here. Some of my old crew guys were here with Sean Reed's team, and they said, wow, can't believe this is Columbus. Doesn't even look remotely the same. I can see Kristen Beat on a golf cart headed down there to find out, and she'll inform us on what happened on that run. Dave Galgo's team, he'll fill us in. That's an experience you don't want to have as a funny car driver. Somebody say, hey, have you ever blown one up like that? You want to say no, but unfortunately, in a funny car, you do it long enough, it's going to happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just the way it goes. They're so violent, though.
I mean, he got off lucky. It didn't even pitch the body off of it.
Okay, let's get it up to Kristen, who's with Dave. Find out what happened there.
David Gallegos, first of all, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. You know, it's a real shock when it only goes about 2 foot and blows up. But usually when they blow up down track, you're kind of intensified and adrenaline's pumping. But that right there was a total shock. I mean, we made everything from the last time we were here. We made the corrections. We took some advice for some guys out here who have been winning. And so we had to set up that we thought should just go right down through there and safe. But you put nitro in the tank, and I'm telling you, anything can happen. And we'll go back. We got some more parts. We'll go try to fix it, find out why it did it. If we find out why it did, we'll fix it and come back up. If not, we'll just regroup and come back the next time. We love this IHRA. I'm telling you, this is drag racing at its roots. This is what people want. This is family, friends. I lay bricks for a living. You know, there's nobody on my team except for him that's a mechanic. So we're out here trying to play with the big boys, and they're giving us a chance to do it, and I love it.
You seem emotional in saying that. Do you really love this?
I do. This is something I've been trying to do since I was 5 years old, last 20 years with the Nitro and stuff, but I don't have the big bucks to go rent an IHRA. That's what it takes for that. This takes hard work, determination, and a little money. I got that, so I'm coming back.
Thanks so much. David Gallegos, guys, well and walking away.
Gotta love the attitude.
Yeah, he needs to. I want him to watch the video so you can watch the butterflies on the injector, and they didn't open like they should have, and whether that was a cause or an effect or what, but they'll be able to see it on the computer data that I don't know if he has a wide open throttle switch on the throttle pedal or not, but they should be able to see it as the RPMs didn't jump up like they should have. Can't be scared. Let's hit the throttle. See what happens. Looks like they got all the safety system failures fixed, and that's the cool thing about IHRA here. We know you're having an issue. You get it fixed in a reasonable amount of time, we'll let you make the run. So it's good to see them having an issue, get it fixed, and now we'll come out here and get to make the pass.
Eric Stevens coming up next. Has the car fired up. First race with the IHRA, American Thunder.
One of the cars obviously doesn't have a throttle stop with a burnout.
Kalen Haddock, by the way, still number one qualifier. Two cars down there, including him, of course. Dave just having that issue. Just a moment there for the young gun.
Watch the crew guy. It looked like he stopped by the injector and did pull the throttle stop off. So if that's the case, they might want to think about a readjustment of that.
Hopefully Eric Stevens has a good pass. Up into the staging lanes, into the water box, and now ready for pre-stage. Burnout complete. Turn on the top bulb. Black tracks it from A to B. Put a time on the board of 4:62, 253 miles per hour. A pretty safe pass there, Tommy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a one mag car. It's not the two mag car, so it's down a little bit on the horsepower. And you can just hear it. It just slid it down through there, and probably not having all the stages of lockup that some of the bigger show cars would have. But it went down the racetrack and made a solid pass. Got him in the show right now. Looks like he clicked it just a hair early.
Great overhead shot from our drone. And our Kristen Beat is busy once again. She's found another pup.
Well, from the folks at IHRA, we love animals. We love dogs. Very popular here in the IHRA paddock. This is Buck. He is cheering for Terry Haddock and the Haddock family this weekend. He is enjoying himself. So let's give it up for Buck, the Haddock mascot this weekend. He sees his mommy. He's ready to go.
Buck. Big Roddy. Happy to be here with the family. Jody Austin fires up the Bushwhacker machine. 3-time Outlaw Fuel champ. 2-time World Fuel Altered Nationals champ. Todd Barker will line up on the near lane, left lane out of Marlow, Oklahoma. Former A-Fuel Funny Car record holder, the Maxima Racing Oil sponsored machine. Having a hard time getting that body to lock.
Yeah. I think last race they had the same issue.
Man, it scares me every time they lift it up and put it back down.
Gonna have to speed this up pretty quick to not hold up Jody. That's a nice job. Last time Todd was at this racetrack, it wasn't a very good ending for him. Ended up across the road at the other end and into the sand trap, requiring a new chassis underneath that body they can't get left.
A little wisp of smoke, by the way, off the rear tires. They did get some heat in them.
That was a nice job not to hold up Jody and kind of keep pace, and all good.
And Jody getting after it here, 5:02, 172 miles per hour. Clearly out of the throttle there a bit early. Career best, IHRA career best. Small baby steps there to get that thing to go to the finish line under power. Will get better yet.
It'd be interesting to see on the replay look, there's something on the racetrack or something. I don't know what was happening there. You can see something funny there on the racetrack as he went down through there. Right in this area, it looked like a little dust come up. So. Right here. Yeah, right there.
Really weird.
Yeah, a little something funny there. I'm not sure exactly what that is out there, if it's a little dust or something, but as he was going down through, you can see that come out from underneath the car. So.
And one more time, we will get it to the top end for Kristen Banks.
Eric Stevens, you just ran a 462 with an 8. Your first pass in IHRA. How happy are you with it?
Oh, we're all excited. You know, this is the first race. It's kind of on my bucket list, but we've been match racing all year, and that run felt good. But we got something a little better, I think. But we're just kind of getting our feet wet, you know, here, and hopefully go some rounds after we qualify. So we'll see what we can do.
Now, coming into your first IHRA race, what has been the goal for your team?
Just to basically get all the new safety stuff hooked up on the car. We had a little mishap on the line there. The Leahy device, I don't know actually what happened yet, but the parachutes come out. But we'll get it fixed and get everything fixed and be back for next qualifying round.
Well, thank you so much, Eric. We look forward to seeing you later. That's Eric Stevens.
Pretty excited, happy with that first effort. Go back and analyze some of that data, make a couple of changes, see if they can go a bit quicker.
Got one of them locked up down there on the top end, working on getting it unhooked and off the racetrack. There we go.
Yeah, crazy what the heat will do on those things.
Next pair is your winner. Last time we were here, Mike McIntyre in a Mac Attack car.
And Jack Wyatt was alongside.
Mike had a great weekend, took home the win against Dale Worsham in the final. I actually think they had both cars locked up on the top end. We got
That's
one.
what I was thinking
yeah.
when you first said that. I looked up, and it looked like they were both still sitting out there.
Yeah, I got one rolling, and hopefully get the other one rolling soon.
Yeah, McIntyre grabbing the win here, and lined up alongside Del Worsham.
Made some really nice runs here, Mike did, and the team.
Worsham going to both final rounds that we've had here this year. He grabbed a win at Milan, the second one. McIntyre beat him up right here. Yeah, McIntyre qualified number 1 here back in July. Bushwhacker team still trying to get that car off.
Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Trouble. Lost the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts. Grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look out, one upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's gonna wave. Who's it gonna be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is wide open this week from Darana Raceway in Ohio. Get tickets now at IHRA.com. If you can't make it to the track, Speed Sport has you covered with live Pro-Am drag racing Wednesday through Friday on Speed Sport 2. Then feel the Friday Night Thunder of Pro Mod and Top Fuel qualifying on Speed Sport 1, starting at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. And it all leads to the intense Pro Mod and Top Fuel finals live Saturday night at 5 Eastern. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1.
As we'll cover this track, we'll drag race to it.
From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And we've got the cars fired up here, ready to make some noise. Jack Wyatt in the near lane out of Seymour, Iowa. Crew chief, car chief, Tyler Wyatt. Career best 435, and pretty good here at Columbus. A little bit earlier this year. Worked with Doug Herbert back in the day when Doug Herbert was kicking butt over here in the IHRA.
Known Jack a lot of years, being from Iowa, both of us coming from the state of Iowa and racing fuel cars. So Jack and I go way back, a lot of years. Mike McIntyre. Tony Shortall, crew chief.
Murph McKinney car out of Chesterland, Ohio, not too far away. Seven wins with the IHRA Nostalgia Funny Car Series, or category, I should say. Boy, both cars really moving around, and Jack's car moving around really late, keeps that thing off the wall. Puts a 426 on the board. Unfortunately for McIntyre, that one got a little squirrely. He decided to pull the plug on that one well early.
Yeah, it didn't look too bad early in the run, and then made a move to the left, and Mike just said, well, that's enough of that. We'll shut it off here. But it looked good early, and then might have rattled or spun the tires. You can see little black track marks out there moving to the left-hand side towards the center line. And Jack's car got down there, made a really hard move. You're like you said, about 8th mile mark, made a really hard move to the left over towards the guardrail. Jack drove it for just a little bit, said, okay, that's enough. I give.
Personal best ET and mile per hour for Jack Wyatt. Congratulations to him.
Jack had such trouble at the last race getting the car off the starting line, just blowing the tires off at the head every run. So it's good to see that car leave the starting line and go on down the racetrack.
I think before it was 235 or so. 250 miles per hour here. 426 on the board, goes to the number 1 slot. And Dale coming up here next. Dale Creasy and Terry Haddock. We will have a bump spot after this pair.
Having another body issue there. Terry Haddock couldn't get the body to go down, and finally getting it to go down, get it latched for the burnout. Terry's crew doesn't look like they expected him to do the burnout that far. They were kind of at a...
You know, I was thinking about it when he did it. I mean, it went on a pretty good ways.
And then my first thought was that they were having issues getting that body put down because it was hanging up on the throttle linkage. But it appears that that's not the case. He got it back to the starting line. Maybe he just thought there wasn't enough rubber on the racetrack, and he's going to try to put some down out there.
Creasy in the near lane out of Beecher, Illinois. Of course, two-time IHRA champ, was leading in the points when he had his accident back in the day, 2008. Is well on his way, looking for a third. He'll line up alongside Terry Haddock. Speaking of 2008, he ended up being the 2008 IHRA Funny Car champ. And of course, we saw his son kick off this session.
No pressure, Terry, but you got to outrun your son.
Two great competitors, been doing it for a long time. And both get after it here, but issues as they got close to the finish line. 450 for Dale Creasy Jr., 197, 459, 192 on the other side for Haddock.
Yeah, both cars left pretty decent. We're on a pretty nice pass, and like we've seen pretty much all day, they get out in the middle of the racetrack down around the 400 or 500 foot mark and start spinning the tires, moving around, and both cars coming loose a little early and not making it all the way.
Better 60-foot time going to the near lane, and Dale, as we watch this repeat right here, lost a cylinder there early on as well.
Jack Wyatt, you just put down a 426 with a 6. You told me going into today your goal was somewhere in the 420s, and you've kind of been struggling putting down a good run. You got to be happy with that 426.
I really am, because we have been struggling, and I've been calming the car down. Found a lot of things wrong between Milan and here, and it was great to come back to Columbus. I love here anyway. But anyway, coming here and knowing a little bit of information and the things we changed, I go, all I need to run is a 420. Tonight we'll tune it up and we'll try to really run a good number.
Well, we look forward to seeing you later in that next qualifying session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's Jack Wyatt.
Nice job, Jack. Todd Barker on the bubble as it stands right now with an 8.05. Two cars set to go. Dan Hicks, Del Worsham.
Rematch of our Milan, Michigan final.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see. You know, Del's car is obviously the most horsepower funny car here. It seemed, you know, the highest horsepower car, and he had trouble first race or two trying to get it to hook up on the top end of the racetrack and get it down through there, and he seemed to figure it out at Milan as the day went on. You know, the car kept running better and better on the top end. So, as many of the guys have had problems today, it'll be interesting to see if Dell has that magic for the top end of the racetrack today. See Pat Dakin out there walking around on the starting line. A lot of familiar faces here this weekend. Trip Tatum. Saw Mike Lewis a little bit ago.
So Trip Tatum had a pretty good weekend.
Yeah, nice weekend last week.
Yeah. Congrats to him. By the way, Del Worsham, the current record holder, both ET and mile per hour here with the IHRA, 406, 317. And we're going to go back up to Kristen Banks with a happy young gun driver.
I'm down here with Michaela Haddock. Now, I was talking to you before your first run. Your dad said you're just getting one qualifying session in. And I was like, you've got to be a little nervous. And you said no. When I put that car down, the driver's seat is the most peaceful place in the world. Do you still feel that that's true? Were you peaceful out there? I mean, 477, you got to be happy with that run.
It's peaceful, and I always find, like, sitting in that car, like Dad says, nobody can bug you, and that's just my time with me and God. I just get to sit there, watch what's going on around me, talk to God, and just have a good time. I've got a friend back home in Texas that always makes fun of me, saying, oh, you never grew out of your childhood dream of being a race car driver. Well, you're right, I didn't, but I've got the coolest job on the planet. Anytime I get to stomp on the gas of that car, it is the coolest thing on the planet. I don't care if I go 6 seconds or 3 seconds. That thing is cool, and it's the coolest thing on the planet, and I just got to say thank you to Dad for giving me an opportunity to do it.
All right, one more thing. You also said that your dad's a driver and you're just a steering wheel holder. Can you consider yourself a driver after that run?
No, ma'am. These cars, it takes so long to learn to drive these cars. I'll be a steering wheel holder for another 50 runs. There's so much that goes into driving these cars that people don't see behind the scenes. And I've successfully held onto the steering wheel for 10, 15 passes at this point, maybe. There's so much more into being a driver. I haven't gotten into any hairy situations yet, and once we pull some drifting or something crazy on track, maybe then we can consider me a driver.
Well, that's Michaelan Haddock. He's going to be on crew duties with his dad the rest of the weekend, Terry Haddock. Hopefully we'll see you in that car again.
Hopefully.
Congratulations.
They left him.
So he still had a lot of stuff to learn.
Yeah.
Don't be late for the tow vehicle.
That is pretty funny. No respect, man. Just absolutely no respect. All right, next pair fired up there is a look at Del Worsham Toyota Supra. And Dan Hicks with a good bit shorter burnout. All of that worked into the program before you come up here. Does that all have to do with clutch heat management, shorter burnout, longer burnout?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of know your opponents and how long they take and what their routine is. And, you know, these cars are burning fuel at a pretty fast rate, and we use a lot of fuel for weight ballast in the front of these cars. And you don't want to run them out of fuel either, so you have to time that with your competitor. And all these guys are pretty aware of how long the other competitors take, so they have it all timed out before they ever get up here and start the cars. Well, I thought they did, but Dell's team was telling Dan he needs to hurry it up, so.
Final pair here, first session. Fuel Funny Car, we'll find out who goes to the top if either one of these can get it done. Currently, Jack Wyatt there at 426.
Yep, I'd say Dell figured out the top end of the racetrack. 409. 302 miles per hour. What's the big deal, boys?
Good lap. Good lap. To the number one spot. 439 with a 2. Right alongside for Dan Hicks.
Yeah, nice run by Dan Hicks as well. 286.99.
Ends up there in the third position. Mike McIntyre, Todd Barker, and Dave Gallegos all outside looking in. They'll have to try and dig in that second session.
Yeah, and I saw Jim Campbell was here this weekend, and he did not make that first session. So for some reason, they're going to wait till the second run.
Jody Austin on the bubble with a 5:02. That'll wrap up the first session there for Fuel Funny Car as Top Fuel rolls into the water. Terry Haddock up there right away again and working with another newcomer here. Although he's of age for sure at 72. His first time in a Fuel Funny Car. Let's watch, first time in a fuel car. As we watch the Fuel Funny Cars, final pair. Del Worsham does a nice job.
Yeah, his car was straight and true the whole way down there. And Dan Hicks, nice run out of that car as well. You know, Dan said he was going to tune himself this weekend, him and his son. So nice job right out of the gate. Solid pass by them. And you can obviously see why those two cars were in the final round at our last race in Milan.
So Bernie Plord coming up here as we were talking about him, 72 years of age. Started racing back in 1968. Has always had a dream of running Top Fuel. Ran a lot of alcohol cars, successful there. Won the Hot Rod Reunion. Won Top Dragster at the Jegs All-Star. He's been in a bunch of cars all along the way in his career. Of course, his son, Uber, successful as well. I believe championships in 6 different sportsman categories, if I'm not mistaken, for Brad, his son. So a great racing family, one of the few, by the way, to be able to do that. So a great racing family. And Bernie making a dream come true here. His first pass ever inside of a Top Fuel car. My understanding is he will make 2 single passes, this one and, of course, the next session out. If everything goes well, he'll be able to attain his license and race tomorrow.
Watched Bernie race a lot in the alcohol category, so familiar with the dragster. Just not one of this horsepower rating. You can see in the burnout, I think it might have caught him a little bit by surprise by how aggressive they are even in burnout. I know Bernie was looking to get his license here a while back, and Terry had this dragster sitting there and said, why don't you just buy it and you can have your own car? Well, he did.
Never too old to make some dreams come true. Good for him. That's a monster.
That's indecision. Yeah, should I hit the throttle on this thing or not? You know, I mean, like I talked earlier, in a fuel car, it's on or off. There is no in between. So he's going to go back and be mad at himself for not hitting the throttle. He's too tentative. So if you're going to do this, you're just going to have to hit the throttle.
Greg Tedesco, Top Fuel Hydro, used to tell me it was the term he gave it was stomping on the snake's head.
Yeah. Do it hard and fast and don't miss.
Pretty wild, man.
Yeah, you can see the butterflies, and
cars are so aggressive.
Dale Worsham, that was a fun little pass. You and Dan giving us a rewatch of the final in Milan, but first run at 4:09. You got to be happy with it. Car looked good. How'd it feel?
It did. It felt good. You know, I kind of got behind in Milan and had to back into that tune-up on race day. So this time I thought, let's start here and work our way into a quicker time. Plus, you know, I have some new sponsors coming out tomorrow, and Todd and Becky Hedinger from Hedinger Equipment are coming out tomorrow, and I want to make sure I was part of the show for them to race. So didn't want to make a bunch of mistakes, not be part of the show tomorrow. We are today. Got some windy weather here, so it was a good run, though. It felt good, felt clean, and pretty much picked up where we left off.
Well, congratulations on a great run, and we look forward to seeing you later this afternoon. Thanks, Dale.
Next pair is fired up. It will feature Jasmine Salinas. She'll be in the near lane, and Greg Carrillo in the far lane. Greg Carrillo making it to the semifinals in Phoenix back 2018. And Jasmine making it to the semifinals just a couple days ago.
Yeah, they had a great weekend. That team ran consistently for many years with her father driving, and she took over the driving duties when he had some heart issues. And earlier this year, they decided to park the team and concentrate on some business stuff. Come back out last weekend and went right to the semifinals. So good car, good equipment, really good people working on that car. And Greg Carrillo, he hasn't run a whole lot here lately. I mean, it's been probably over a year, maybe a year and a half since Greg has run his car. And not the usual tuners that usually tune his car. I know Aaron Brooks has helped him out in the past, Glenn Micries, and a couple other people. So be interesting to see what all they've learned and see if they can continue this.
Jasmine, former national event winner and alcohol as well. Top alcohol dragster. Daughter of Mike, of course, as we heard Mike is recovering. Oh, big moment there for Carrillo and Salinas as well. Wow. Jasmine really driving that thing at the other end. Holy smokes. 384, 314. 688 for Carrillo, gets out of the throttle. That was a crazy moment.
I liked it. I thought it was great, man. She drove the wheels off that thing. That was awesome. So, no, that car was making a killer good run. Got a little loose on the top end, on the other end, but Jasmine wasn't lifting. This is fun, and drove her right down through there. 384 out of the box, kind of setting the benchmark to where the rest of the boys need to shoot for.
Heard McKaylin talk about drifting one of these things. I think she just gave it a try. Let's watch it one more time.
You see Greg's car way too aggressive, but boy, her thing was black tracking, moving around, and that's a killer good job of driving. I'm proud of her. That was great.
Look at you all smiles ear to ear over here.
Yeah, I like that.
Look at that. That's a big move, man, at the other end. 300 miles per hour, and she's shifted lanes. That's crazy.
It's all a day's work. That was good. Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, that car made a really nice move early in the session there. 857, 60 foot. It's nothing wrong with the racetrack early. It might need a little rubber down track, but the early part of the track is plenty good. I'm sure some of these cars, they saw everybody struggling earlier in qualifying and backed them off a little bit, probably from what they intended to come up here and run. But in doing so, they're making some nice laps. Del Worsham, low 4.0. Jasmine, 384. Here we go, Sean Reed.
That you are in a Top Fuel car. Was it everything you expected and more?
No, it was a lot more. That thing's a beast. Terry Haddock did a great job. It's a lot. There's a lot to it, a lot to get to the starting line, a lot just to get through the gate, So then driving it's just ridiculous.
Well, Bernie, like you said, I'm glad you did it while you're young, and we look forward to you racing the Top Fuel the rest of the weekend.
Well, see you in a couple hours.
Yes, sir. That's Bernie Plord.
Sean Reed lined up in the near lane. That is Todd Payton in the far lane. Todd Payton, 1993 IHRA Top Alcohol Funny Car champ. And 10th on the IHRA Top Alcohol Funny Car win list with 7 of those. And, of course, as we talked about, Sean Reed making his return. Here we go. Both drivers doing a beautiful job here. 385, 322.81. That is a new mile per hour record here with the IHRA for Sean Reed. Nicely done. The former record 321.88. So a nice hit there for Reed, and immediately into the record books here with the IHRA as he makes his debut over here.
I guarantee you Sean Reed has a smile from ear to ear. Just to get that out of the way, it had to be the nerves. First pass after having a really bad accident. It's his 9-digit debut, and it went pretty well. Did a nice job of driving the car. I mean, that's what he's here for. He wants to see if he can drive the car. Losing a finger and being able to have to hold the steering wheel differently and pull the pumps on and to do everything it takes to drive one of these cars, he wanted to make sure he could do it. And by the looks of that run, he's doing a pretty darn nice job of it. Made a little move, made the corrections, put it right back where it needed to be. Shoots out, 322 speed. Not bad. That's good.
Payton, unfortunately, looked like he lost a cylinder there in the middle of that effort, so held him back a bit. Ends up with a 4 flat.
Still a nice run for Todd.
Yeah.
880, 60 foot, so a little soft early, but they're doing what it takes to get the cars down the track, back them off a little bit, take the power out of them, and get them down the racetrack.
Mitch King will come up here next, and Chuck Lofton in Mitch King's car, and then Larry Dixon. Big moment here for Larry. Great to have him back in the car. Great to have him over here with the IHRA. Tony Shortall out there getting ready to help him fire that one up. As he talked about, did make a pass earlier on the two-seater.
Yeah, his team's been busy today. You know, they were scheduled to make that two-seater lap yesterday when weather rolled through here. They weren't able to do that, so when the track conditions got warm enough earlier this morning, they made that run, took the car back, took it apart, put all the parts and pieces back into this car, and here he is on the start line. So these guys will sleep well tonight.
Three-time Top Fuel world champ. His father, of course, also a winner at Pomona back in 1970, so a second-gen racer here. Four-time winner of the U.S. Nationals. Really is as good as they get. We talked about the two-seater, only two-seater fuel car in existence. If you want to hop inside of one of these things and go for a ride, he can provide an opportunity. Drove for the Snake back in the day.
Former teammate of mine. Known Larry for a long time. Doesn't live too far from me, and actually have my business in one of Larry's buildings. You know you're getting the real deal when you buy the ride with Larry in the two-seater, and when they get done, they take the engine and everything out and put it in this car to go race. So you know you're getting the right deal. You know, it's not like he's got some aftermarket parts or, you know, some not so good quality. That engine came out, went into this car, and here it is out here again.
Great shot from our jib camera there at the starting line. And Dixon also driving that thing for all he is worth to make sure he got it to the finish line. He will go 399 at 258. A handful of steering wheel.
Yeah, you can see Larry's car making a beautiful straight pass. And then just past the 8th mile mark, starts to black track a little bit, makes a move to the left. And Larry, he's a pretty good veteran. He said, that's too far. That's enough. He clicked his off only 258 miles per hour, but 399, so it shows the car was running nice, good early, 883, 60 foot. Just a little loose on the top end of the track out here, but guys are doing a decent job of navigating that.
Doug Foley will be part of this next pairing. Watch this replay here.
Yep. Just about the 8th mile mark, cars start to come loose, spin a little bit, made a hard move, and Larry clicked it off.
And let's go up to Kristen Banks.
Hey guys, I'm up here with two of our top fuel drivers. First of all, I'm going to start with Greg Carrillo. Now, what went behind that decision to kind of step off in that run?
Well, I'll tell you what, it started shaking. There was lots of traction there. Maybe we should have got after it a little bit more, but it's a great racetrack, and we love being here.
Well, we're glad you're here. We look forward to seeing you in that next qualifying session.
You can bank on that.
You can bank on that. Now let's go over here to Sean Reed. Your first time back in the car after your accident 7 weeks ago. How did it feel? Because, sir, you just set a IHRA mile per hour record, 322 miles per hour. How are you feeling right now?
You know, it's pretty cool. You know, it's been a long road back, and you know, the hand's still pretty tender and sore, but you know, it felt pretty good. You know, I was ready for it, but you know, as far as the IHRA record, man, I mean, it's cool. You know, wasn't really planning on that. I didn't even know what the record was. But it's pretty cool. I'm sure it will be broke soon, though.
Well, thank you so much, Sean, and we look forward to seeing you in the next session.
Okay, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
And he could be very well right. It could be broke soon because the guy that held it just a moment ago is up at the starting line now. Doug Foley still holds the ET record here. He was the one that set the record here earlier in the season, 3:21.88. So we know the car is very, very capable, of course. And he will line up alongside Krista Baldwin, who couldn't be any happier anytime she is in a race car.
Yeah, both these drivers raced the race in July, and Foley having pretty good success, and Krista as well. And I don't know that there's too much that they can bring from that race to this one, but at least they got the comfort level of been down this track not too long ago already.
Yeah, Krista Baldwin going to the final that particular weekend. She ended up against Scott Palmer. And both of them, I mean, they raced hard. Final round was exciting. Top bulbs on. Here we go. Foley hazing the tires. Baldwin drives that thing to the finish line. 387, 317. Nice lick there for Krista Baldwin.
The girls are doing a great job today, and both of them doing a great job of driving. That thing was moving around pretty good down there, and Krista stayed with it, drove it to the finish line, 317. I'm impressed. She did a nice job.
Yeah, the girls are first and third. Good job. Very good job.
Yeah, once again, you can see that it's just a little loose on the top end of the track, and you saw a cylinder go out on Doug Foley's car on the left-hand side of the engine, and just not right. Shut it off. But Kristen doing a great job. Nice job of driving on the other end. See the car nice and straight till it gets to that 8th mile mark, starts hazing the tires and moving around, but she did a good job.
Larry Dixon, you just put down a 399. How are you feeling first pass at this track? How's it feel?
It's nice. Just to have a 3-something come up on the board. Like I was telling you guys earlier, we're really trying to work on our setup of our car and not take any chances. And it got down far enough, and it made a move on me down there, and I wasn't sure if that was.
And we apologize for the technical glitch there. We'll see if we can get him back on. We will certainly do so. In the meantime, we have another pair ready to fire up. And Scott Palmer is part of that pair. PBR sponsorship. We were actually at the PBR one night ago. IHRA had a gathering for their people as well. Had a good time there. Enjoyed some great company and a chance to chat with some of the drivers.
Yeah, Foley's drop cylinder might have been a little more than that. Might have had some damage. Yeah. So I see the Zamboni getting ready to roll out here.
They're warming the Zamboni up. Pushing Cameron Frey's car back out of the water for now until they get things cleaned up. Sitting on the bump spot is Greg Carrillo with a 688. Bernie Plord, one spot out. I'm sure anxious to get back in that car and come back and give it another go. Scott Palmer, Cameron Frey, and Lex June yet to go.
We have 13 cars here this weekend. It's going to be tough. You're going to have to make a good run to get in the show. And the quality of the cars here this weekend is pretty good, so you're definitely going to have to make a decent run to get it in the show.
Heard one of the drivers talking about the breeze, and those flags are standing straight out now, and it's again coming from going across the track from the left lane to the right lane. Tree line all the way down through there, pretty much. I mean, I don't think it's too aggressive on the cars. Boy, if you look at the tree tops, they're bending over. It's blowing pretty good.
Pretty good little wind.
First session of 2, of course, and we will line them all up tomorrow and let them duke it out. Once again, hope you're enjoying today's live broadcast on Speed Sport 2 and IHRA.TV. Just a reminder, though, tonight's show will be at 6:30 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1. And you can find Speed Sport 1 on Amazon Prime, Roku, Fubo, Sling, a number of other platforms as well. Just go to speedsport1.com for full details on how to get it. Super easy, and best of all, it is free.
Yeah, you're talking about the wind here, and you're seeing the breeze, and pulled up the weather app. And the wind speed's about 15 miles per hour, but we're seeing gusts of almost 30 miles per hour. So, yeah, wow. That's why them flags are standing straight out every now and then.
Give you some highlights here of what we saw during the funny car session. That was a big moment.
Yeah, that's one that I'm sure Dave wished wasn't the highlight.
Terry Haddock, Dan Hicks there in the near lane, and of course Del Worsham. First hit in a fuel car. Things got a little sassy. We saw Carrillo and Reed threw one down at 322 miles per hour. Great to have him back inside of the car. Good stuff, and unfortunately a little bit of track prep here. Hopefully it does not take us too long. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us here on Speed Sport 1 for live IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series racing from Darana Raceway. Remember, Speed Sport 1 airs every pro final round live as well as weekly highlight shows every Thursday night and event replays as well. So check it out. Go to speedsport1.com for details and all your viewing options. And we welcome you back to the booth. We have Miss Lori Canister, who has joined us up in here. We were talking about you a little bit earlier, and it was nice of you to come in at the back and tap on the shoulder and say that you were here.
Yep.
Welcome back to the IHRA, champ.
Thank you. Yeah, this is the first race we've been back to watch, so it's been pretty entertaining out there.
So the last funny car champ, 2008, and you never had a chance to put the number 1 on the car.
Nope, and not even from 2000 when we won Pro Outlaw did I get to put the number 1 on. So I have the number 1 at home, but it's never been driven with. So it was such a great time when we did that, both of those championships. You know, in 2008 when my husband Dale did all the tuning and stuff, I mean, we were just unstoppable. It's, you know, we had 10 races, 8 finals, 6 wins. You know, it was just unreal.
It was an amazing season, no doubt about that. You still hold the 8th mile records, ET a mile per hour.
373.
It's
something.
pretty wild. So
yeah, and the Pro Outlaw one was 6035, and that, you know, that never got to be contested either. So I didn't think they even had it still in the book since we didn't have the class anymore.
Oh no, we've got guys that take care of books.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Lori Canister. What have you been doing? What's the plan? How come you're not out here racing with us? Well, talk to those guys. Maybe we can put a number 1 on the car.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I heard Terry Haddock say that too because he was the last top fuel guy, and I said, well, I was the last alcohol car, but yeah, we actually decided that we're going to go race. We were supposed to race this year, but we had 2 of our parents pass away. Dale had to have open heart surgery just recently, like a month ago, and we decided everything's on hold. There's a reason we're not supposed to be racing. I don't want to get in a car with all this bad vibes. So
right.
But we're building an altered right now with the Hemi engine, just like the alcohol funny cars. We have to detune it though because we're going to be running the 7.0 index class at NDRL to start with. That's where, because it's going to be easier on us because we have our own business. We have our own machine shop, so it's easier if we go to less amounts of races.
Sure.
So plus I want to get in the car a little bit slower.
Sneak up on it a little bit.
Before we ramp it up. I mean, I'm sure it's not going to be fast enough for me eventually, but we're definitely gonna try that next year, and then who knows? I may come play and put the body back on that alcohol car that we bought. So yeah, it's a lot of work in progress right now. The car's in a million pieces because we had to stop working on it and stuff, but that's where we're at.
When's the last time you were in a car?
14 years ago.
Wow.
I drove a Nostalgia Nitro funny car for Bullet Bob for 2 years, and that was the last time. I think it was, in 2011 or 12, but it's been a long time. I went back to Frank Hawley's this year just to get, all tuned up mentally and stuff. So
see if you can still do it.
I know, yeah. I mean, every time I changed a class, I went to Frank Hawley. So I'm like the person that's been there the most. I have been there 4 times, plus a time when I just went for the mental part. It's
a
just
terrible
awesome.
Disease, isn't it?
Oh, my
You just
God.
can't get rid of it. You got to, whatever it takes to go do it again. Yeah.
You have to brush up on it. It's so bad.
Oh, I know. And, yeah, because we stayed out. We didn't even spectate. We didn't watch it on TV for like 10 years. And one time we just went out and we were watching Kathy Fisher race in Reading. And it was like we got there, and as we were going home, we're both trying to pull the needle back out because it was in. I said, "You're in trouble, Dale. We're definitely going to do something here." So that's where we are, and just living life and working, keeping a business going, and trying to build this car.
That's great, man. Super glad you stopped in to say hello. Really cool to hear that you're going to get back in a race car. We'd love to have you back out here. Of course, everything over here is big plans moving forward, as I'm sure you can see. And, and as you've heard, and everybody's pretty happy here, and you need to be part of the party.
Yeah, that's for sure. So, we'll see how it goes and if we can swing that, because we got to crank the car up and not be as safe with it to run with these guys. So we'll see what we can do. We're just going to be our own self-sponsored thing from our business and see how it works out, and who knows.
Yeah, as long as you come out and have some fun.
I know, and that's what I want to do, before I get really too old to drive. I know there's guys that drive, till they're in their 70s, 80s. But I just want to make sure that I get one more shot at it and just get the speed part of it, through my veins and be happy.
We'll get Dale back up in good health, up and running, and he'll put a tune-up in it, and it'll make it easy to drive, and it'll be on.
I know. He's the man when it comes to
get a shot of the good stuff.
I know. Yeah, the nitro stuff. No, I don't think that's happening.
Well, I didn't mean that. I just mean the good, smooth, fast car.
Okay.
Once you feel that, you'll be ready to rip again.
Oh,
Don't do the nitro stuff. Trust me.
I'm sure.
Because then that's it. You're done. Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty nervous just to get into this car and get it going, but Dale keeps reminding me, it's like, just get your burnout in, and once you do your burnout, you're going to be fine.
Once the engine starts, that'll all
go away.
Yeah.
All that muscle memory will come back. It'll be like riding a bike.
Yep.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? Only a million pieces in that thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lori Canister, thanks for swinging by. Thanks for saying hello.
Thanks.
We really, really appreciate it.
Well, I love you guys. I mean, you're my favorite announcer, so I had to stop up here. When I watched the program, and I'm like, that's Ken and Tommy. I'm like,
no, we did not have to pay her.
No. No payment at all. These guys are great. Yeah. Next time I come up,
Great stuff. Thanks a lot for swinging by. We really look forward to keep us up to date on the race car situation, and
I
can't
will
wait to get you back out here.
Yeah,
awesome.
Thank you.
Cool
I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2008 champ, Lori Canister.
Thanks.
There is the cackle. Next pair ready to go. Cameron Frey and Scott Palmer to pair up here, see if they can make it inside of this 8-car field. Palmer with Todd Haas doing the crew chief duties here. Very good at what he does here on the asphalt and in the water. Really, really good with a Top Fuel hydro boat. Cameron Frey out of Huntington Beach, California. Career best 419 earlier this year right here at this racetrack. 244. Jerry Freeman, owner. Gary Freeman, co-owner. Runner-up in Top Fuel at Charlotte. Tough player there in the sportsman rank. Super Comp World Finals winner 2012. Hit the throttle, nice lap. 4:09 with a 3 for Scott Palmer. 4:56, 179 miles an hour for Cameron. So Palmer, 4:09 at 267.
Yeah, Cameron Ferret was actually ahead of Scott Palmer at the 3:30 mark, and car started to move around a little bit, might have come loose. Shut it off early, but was on a nice run early.
Puts both of them in the show, the number 6 and number 7 slots. Doug Foley now on the bubble with a 5:07. Lofton, Carrillo, Plord out, and Lex June yet to go. And Mitch King.
You see Cameron Ferret's car was out in front of Scott Palmer and then just clicked it off.
Palmer losing cylinder there in the left bank.
Didn't really see anything wrong with Cameron's car, just shut it off a little early.
As you look at Mitch King's beautiful black car. Lined up alongside Lex June, winner at our last event. Big moment for those guys. Digging for 17 years. That is for sure a never quit attitude. His wife Gerda, crew chief on this one. Mitch had a good car when we were at Milan just a few weeks ago. Ran a career best for him at 4:03, 294. Lex June also, it was just a really good weekend for him up in Milan as he grabbed that win, went 396 with a 4, 289. Career best for him in both cases.
Lex won that event, had an engine failure there in the final round, and blew her up pretty big on the top end, but I don't think he really cared. He wanted that trophy.
That was worth every penny right there.
he used every penny, I think, to rebuild it all. So.
Yeah, and as I recall, it took him a while to get it rebuilt to make the final round.
Yeah, he was struggling all day and got it up there and won the race and leveled the thing again and used all that 50 grand to repair it for it. So he's back out here this weekend.
Both cars very capable of getting into the show here and changing the ladder up a bit, or the order up. Mitch King to the stripe. Nice hit from Mitch King. How about a personal best at 396 with an 8, 306 miles per hour. Personal best for him at both ends. Really nice lap for Mitch King.
Yeah, it was a good-looking pass. Mitch, you know, we saw him at Milan struggling with cylinders out, and that right there, nice, clean run down the racetrack. And talked to Donnie Bender, and they were just going to try to get after it a little bit. They said the car should run better than it has been, and looked like they figured it out.
Cameron Ferret will end up on the bump with a 4:56. Just ahead of him is Scott Palmer to 4:09. Number 1, Jasmine Salinas. Nice job. Congratulations to her. 3:84 with a 4:314. Number 1 here at the end of this first session. Sean Reed, number 2, with that mile-per-hour record at 3:22.
Not sure what happened to Alexa's car. It shut off. I mean, it leaves starting line. The butterflies closed really quick. I don't know if it was a safety system issue that shut it off or what it was, but how about the Banks with Scott Palmer at the top end?
Thanks, guys. I'm up here with Scott Palmer. Now, we were just talking. You got 13 cars in a 8-car field, so the pressure is on, and you said your goal was just to go down. 409 was kind of a slow run for you. Tell me just about the pressure to make it to tomorrow, and you only have 2 chances.
Well, there's so much pressure. That's one thing about IHRA in this format. 2 runs, you have to go down the racetrack. There's 13 cars here, and every single one of them can run as fast as we just did or faster. And these cars are hard to back down. I actually took too much clutch away from it, and I was just too conservative. It just mowed through the clutch and just wore a bunch. I could feel it not going anywhere, and then about 300 feet it started taking off and pulling. I clicked it off a little bit early just to be safe because I didn't know if it put a hole out early, but the thing did what we wanted it to do. We were trying to run a mid-80 to mid-90, and, I missed it a little bit, but thank God it went to the finish line. Every car down here can get in this field, and now we got one shot to improve. Now we're going to just try to work our way up the ladder.
We all just heard it. Pressure is on. Thank you so much, Scott Palmer. We'll see you in that next one.
Yeah, and Palmer talking about what it takes to come out here and deal with these type of situations, and he's right there, man. He's one spot away from the bubble, so he'll have to get after it tonight. Yeah, and it was interesting to hear him talking about, I talked about earlier, 13 cars for eight spots, You can't make a lot of mistakes, and he talked about he wanted to go down the racetrack this first session and get it in the show, and try to improve on the second run. And we saw a lot of the guys earlier in the day in some of the categories where there isn't going to be a bump spot. They were going for it. They didn't care. They're going to be in the show no matter what. So a little bit different approach in different categories depending on how many cars for the class. Yeah, we'll start our second session here for the pros in just a couple of moments. We'll see what adjustments they can make between then and now, because I've got to tell you, man, for the most part of that situation, up until we got to the fuel cars, and our other classes really, really struggled out here.
It was a rough day. Yeah, I was expecting some big numbers, and all we saw was big tire spin and big tire shake and cars all over the racetrack, and it threw me a curve, and I think it threw everybody tuning these cars a curve. So,
and Dave's sitting alongside us. We call him Data Dave. Dave Weslowski helps us out here with all the stats. Great historian of the sport. You had a chance to walk down there. You said a lot of guys just said they missed the track. The track was too tight. They rattled the tires and knocked the tire off, correct? Yeah. So that's what was going on. So we expect them to get a lot more aggressive with these cars when they come back around here for this second session and see if they can find it.
Yeah, I think the early part of the track was decent, was good for a lot of people. And as we talked about earlier, off air, that the problems the fuel cars we're seeing moving around down the top end of the racetrack, there's just not as much rubber down there. We're racing a lot of 8th mile runs here, so they're not putting rubber down on the racetrack past the 8th mile cones in a lot of classes, and some of the fuel cars were having some issues down there. Spinning the tires, moving around. We saw some top field dragsters look like they were slalom racing out there. So
yeah, no doubt.
It made for an interesting session, but they put on a great show. I'm really happy with the fuel session there. It looked great.
Yeah, part of what Dave does when he sits over here is comes up with some pretty cool little nuggets, and he dug one up. There was only 6 3-second runs before today in IHRA, and they just hammered that one in that session right there. So pretty cool little stat, and happy for the category to pick away at that, turn down some nice runs. Good stuff.
And that was the first session. I think we'll see a few more 3-second runs. Yeah,
it's going to get better.
For sure.
Mitch King, you just ran a 396. You knew you had to get down. What was the game plan?
Well, we wanted to get A to B on the first lap, and then we try to step it up a little on the next one. That's kind of about what that 403 run was going to be at the last track, but that gives us a good starting point. Boys did a good job.
Do you have a lot of changes to make or no?
Well, we want to step it up a little bit from there, but got to get A to B first.
Wind blowing up there.
Yeah, blowing their signal out.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, yeah. Our producer, Steve Grimes, very familiar with that. It happened to me many, many years ago, about 20 years ago, on a wireless mic, and the wind was blowing, and we just had a hard time communicating. It was just blowing the RF all around. And all the technical people are at home saying, what are you possibly talking about? I was pretty convinced that's what was happening, though. Made perfect sense to me.
I want to know if you
can't hear you, man. I said the wind's blowing, dude. All right, let's get it down to Kristen Beat.
Greg Thomas racing the sleds here this weekend. Greg, what did you learn in your first session that you can improve on?
We made some changes, hopefully get a little bit better 60-foot and put the only naturally aspirated two-stroke a little higher up in the numbers.
When you look at the track and the conditions and how they're changing, any adjustments before this session?
Absolutely. We did a little to the suspension, a little bit of clutch, same every pass.
Thank you so much and best of luck.
So some changes to some of the machines out there as well, including the sleds. So a number of those guys really spinning the belt pretty hard as well, turning things sideways just a little bit. Top Alcohol Funny Car already pulling around the corner. They're going to drag the track, get it prepped up. Can't wait to start this second session. Hopefully things go our way and the racers' way a bit better than it did in session number 1. And we welcome you back here. Kyle Smith starting the burnout. We are starting the second session here for the pros. Top alcohol funny car, Phil Ez sitting at the top of the field with a 557, 259 miles an hour. And Ray Drew in second with a 593, 195. We'll see if Kyle Smith can change his luck here and get to the finish line under power. 5 cars in the field here. A little bit light for top alcohol funny car. Mentioned it before, 2-time Central Region champ. Two-time Central Region Driver of the Year. Pretty impressive award right there. That's pretty cool. Let's see if Kyle Smith can get it down through there. Last time out, just was not able to keep his foot in this thing.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the all the information and the changes are made and see what the improvements we'll see in this second session.
Man.
None. Absolutely none.
The struggle.
Kyle coming back out and doing basically the same thing he did the first session. Don't know if he's changed tune-ups or changed something, but
some little bug in there. But
yeah,
sure.
yeah, it's not what we saw out of him the previous race here in Columbus. He ran pretty decent. Struggling a bit this weekend so far. Good news is he'll be in the field for tomorrow. Give him enough shots, he might just figure it out.
Trying to find reverse for Ryan Stack. Struggling there just a bit in the near lane. Oh, man. Will not be able to find it. Has to go to the end. And then on top of that, the chutes come out.
Yeah.
Looks like he's just trying to pull it off to the side. Might just hop up out of that.
Yeah, but I'm not sure they're going to let him run. That's
Run
awful
outside.
long ways down the track.
Yeah, that's-
leave a car sitting there and
If there was a collision at that point, it would be really bad.
shut Tony off already. So appreciate what he was trying to do, but a little too far down track to send a car.
So frustrating. Hate it for those guys when they work that hard. You get up there and you can't get it in reverse. I just can't imagine a more frustrating moment.
That's one of them. They warm up in the pits and everything seems just fine. Come up here and have issues. The bad news is he struggled the first session as well and needed to get down the track this time and try to get some more information. He's not going to get that for race day.
Good news is he'll get a chance to race.
It's true.
Just had a crew chief, really talented crew chief in the off-road world, gave me a saying that he lives by, that he goes by. He said, you meet adversity, something frustrating. He said, I treat it like a tear-off. I pull the tear off and I move along. I got to get it behind me. Just keep chugging. So, yeah, you live in the moment there. Super frustrating. Go back to the pits, get it sorted out, focus on tomorrow. Our Kristen Banks is busy once again. She is up top. Kristen?
Hey guys, I'm up here with Cal Smith. Cal, you were just honest with me. You told me you're struggling, but I said you got to look at the positive. You're going to be racing tomorrow, so you got to figure out what's going on. Do you know what's going on and what kind of changes you guys need to make?
You know, we don't really. The car's really been fighting us all the year. We struggled early. Hurt a couple engines, thought we kind of found the issue. Now we're here and smoking the tires is not like us. We're just overpowering the track right now, so we're just going to have to tame her down for first round. And, you know, like I said, only 5 cars, so we'll give it our best shot. So,
hey, it's only up from here. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
One of the things we were looking at earlier today is the weather forecast for tomorrow. It was a nice day today, but it did sneak up there. Temperature did sneak up there around 78, close to 80 degrees. And tomorrow, looking at the weather forecast, we're seeing temperatures in the 60s.
Wow.
So,
good bit different again.
Yeah, it's going to throw them another curveball tomorrow. If they can get a hold of the racetrack, the air should be there tomorrow.
Pushing Ryan Stack's car off of the end of the track. That'll fire Tony back up. He's back up into the water box.
Yeah, it's a little interesting. A lot of times, situations like that, you'll see him just push back behind the starting line, refire it, roll up there and stage it and go. And it appears Tony's going to roll through the water and do another burnout again.
Bogelou's been doing this for a long time. 13th on the IHRA Top Alcohol Funny Car win list with 5. Finished 3rd in the points in 95 and 2003, 4th in 91, 5th in 90, 6th in 99. I mean, he's been doing it for a long time. Accomplished driver. Competed in over 130 national events. That's a pretty good hit dating back to 1989. Last number 1 qualifying effort, Rockingham 2008. Sounds like that thing's idled up.
Now he can't get in reverse.
Right. They're pushing him back. Okay. Thanks to Ohio Valley Antique Mall for helping them out. Flying the colors proudly. And we'll see if the seasoned vet can get this one to the other end.
Boy, he had some RPMs on the starting line, didn't he? He had it revved up. Woo.
That's a 1-2 shift, right?
Yeah.
It sounded to me like he started in high gear. I mean, I wonder if he had a transmission issue.
No, it was definitely in low gear. It just had a lot of RPMs when he left the starting line, drove out into shake right there. I don't think he even got into second gear. It started shaking pretty hard, and Tony shut it off. Just seemed abnormally high RPMs for leaving the start line. It's a good shot from the drone there, seeing all the chatter marks.
Yeah, really good
where
shot.
Guys have been having issues shaking out there.
Next pair has been given the thumbs up to fire him up. Will feature Phil Ez and Ray Drew, number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Oh, man.
Yeah, see them tires rattling in there. The first session of qualifying, these are the only 2 cars that made it down the racetrack, put a number on the scoreboard. So second session. We haven't really seen much of improvement from anybody, so it'll be interesting to see if these guys can improve on their time. Phil has said this car just shut off at one point on the run.
Yeah, and had no idea why. Really weird.
That'll make you nervous. So hopefully he's figured out what caused that.
Cleaning those things out. Top bulb on. Okay, here we go. Ray Drew lined up, waiting for Phil to turn it on. Here we go. Well, I tell you what, Ray Drew's car could not go any straighter. Good straight as a string pass for a 565, 553 for Phil Ez. He had to drive the wheels off of it, but gets it to the other end with a 553.
Solid improvement for Ray Drew from a 590 to a 560 area. And then Phil Ez out there, 553, an improvement over his 557 from the first session.
Yeah, both guys step it up just a bit. Boglow's already run. Smith's already run. That'll wrap things up there for that second session.
Yeah, Phil, he just proven he's going to be tough again this weekend. Winning the Milan race. Just been running well all season long. And look at that thing, carrying the front end, bouncing it around. He's got a lot of confidence in his car.
That's why you had to steer it, man. I mean, it had front tires up in the air. Hard to steer them when the front tires aren't on the ground. Michalik Manufacturing backed machine is coming up here next. Corey Michalik doing the driving. Blue Energy Nation. We will go into top alcohol dragster.
Sounded a little funny out there. Sounded like somebody was backing up a little fast, and maybe the fuel run away from the engine. Sounded like it was wanting to die. So that was interesting.
And the nitro-injected cars, as you were just noting there just a moment ago. We'll see if Michalik can throw one down. Has been 524. See if he can find it here, find the combination to get that thing hooked up, charged to the other end with it under a load. Not going to happen for Michalik. Chatterson goes 554, 255 miles per hour.
We're seeing a few of them figure it out. A lot better runs this second session. And then we're seeing some not so much. Michalik's car, you didn't really see anything wrong with it. Just didn't look. I didn't see it shaking or anything. So not sure exactly what happened. Maybe we'll see that in a replay. But
another look at it.
yeah, something just mechanically must have went wrong with Corey's car because it wasn't really wasn't shaking, wasn't doing anything funny. It just shut off. So Not sure what the issues were here.
Phil, as you went from a 557 to a 553, we like to see improvement, but you said it shut off near the end. Do you know why that happened?
We got an ignition problem of some sort. It shut off on the first run 100 foot out and came back on. This time it shut off right at the finish line. That's why it went like 254. It was just bop, bop, bop at the very end. So we'll take the 53, though.
Hey, one more time. What did it do?
I'm sorry.
All right, that's Phil S. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Kristen having some fun up there with the guys. Good stuff.
That's great impersonation. He's going to want to get that fixed because.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what if it happens at the 60-foot
well,
mark?
Yeah,
you're in trouble,
Ignition problem shutting off, turning back on. You can bang the blower on that thing pretty easy. So
get really ugly.
That'll make you nervous, that thing shutting off, and you're not doing it.
Nitro car fired up, trying to fire up the blower car here. Thought they had it going, but apparently not.
Having some issues. Give it another try.
Yeah, and they just might send Jared by himself here. Well, they get it fired up. He's late now. They shut him off. IHRA officials shut him off. They're going to send Jared by himself.
No, it's not going to happen.
Just had another issue.
This will be a single.
Like it hurt something there on the left bank before it got down to the finish line. 5:46. That's good enough.
Yeah, it was making a nice run.
To go to the number one spot.
Yeah, he putting some cylinders out there on the left-hand side of the engine, but looked good early. Get the tune-up figured out. Keep it running all 8 all the way. Not bad. Couple nice runs. I'm sure they want a little more, but dropping cylinders like that, it's not going to run much better than that.
Tough go for Hinderberger, as he will not get this second session in.
Everything looked good for Jared there, and then right there you can see it putting holes out on the left-hand side of the engine and killing the speed, killing the ET.
That'll do it for Top Alcohol Dragster. Up next will be the sleds.
Interesting interview Kristen did a little bit ago, and he was pretty adamant on the quickest and fastest two-stroke naturally aspirated sled.
Sure.
A lot of turbos in this category, so.
Yeah, I mean, the big 4 strokes, you know,
Yeah.
there's some big CC engines in here, turbocharged. Big difference over the 2-stroke. You know, like going back to the Pro Stock motorcycle days when they had the H2s, eventually came out with the 4 strokes.
Who doesn't love the sound of two-stroke, man?
Paul
I
Gass
love
and
it.
the Fast
Yeah.
Bike Gas Bikes, and Dave Schultz, the players back then, aboard the H2s. Of course, then there was a stock form that they rode on the streets. I don't think there was any other bike where they sold more tail sections, tail pieces. Everybody flipping them over, man. Talk about getting on the pipe with those things. Okay, first pair, here we go. Rob Lowe Sr. is the mark to beat with the 488. This is John Jacklitz Jr. and Greg Thomas. Jackman puts a 5:18 on the board. Last time out went 4:95, 5:63 for Greg Thomas. He slowed down just a little bit from his previous 5:55 as well. Go to the next pair, Ernie Pavetta. And there's Rob Lowe Jr. Rob Lowe Jr. with a 5:81 last time out. Man, I mean literally black tracking all the way down through there. Roasting the belt was Rob Lowe Jr. 5'11 with a 9. If he gets that, he went 5'81 last time. If he gets that thing hooked up, he's going into the fours, no problem.
It looked like one of the top fuel cars we saw on the top end moving it all over the place. That thing was crazy going down through there.
Pavetta 5:25, better than his previous 5:37, so nice hit there as well as David Duvall comes up and Rob Lowe Sr., our number 1 qualifier. Duvall with a 5:18 last time. Lowe with a 4:88. Lowe in the far lane, way over by the wall. Finally has to get out of the throttle. Saves it, brings it back, 5:30. Not near as quick as that 4:88 we saw previously. 5:52 there for Duvall.
I just learned something on that run. You have to line a sled up straight, just like all the other cars in competition, or it will go right where it's pointed, and that's where it went, right to the wall on the right-hand
Well,
lane.
I've also seen it, like we saw Lowe Jr. do, spin the belt and then turn it sideways.
Yeah. That one there was lined up.
You can't bring him back.
Dead right when it hit the throttle and went right to the wall.
Look at that stuff. Anodized, man, that is a beautiful sled for Greg Dow. Listen to it. It's just knocking the tire off of it. I mean, I know it's a belt, but you can hear him as the thing came up on the boost, and it was just spinning the belt.
Now, I want to know if is there a limit in the rule book on the belt size?
I do not know. Pretty wild. These things have a ton of power. And it looks like we're going to spray here.
Yeah, now he's going, now you're going to spray. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, those guys on the sleds are like, what? That would have been good 5 minutes ago.
It's interesting today. Watching the sleds, that's the most I've ever seen them moving around on the racetrack and out of control. And
I agree with you. They were really moving around today.
Yeah, first couple of races we saw some nice clean passes, and then today we've seen those sleds all over the place. They're really wheeling them. Look at the replays. Get to watch these guys moving all over the racetrack, coming loose.
All right, here we go. Track prepped. I'm going to fire things off here on Speed Sport 1 in just about 15 minutes as well. Make sure you make the transfer with us. If you're watching us on Speed Sport 2, we'll go over to Speed Sport 1 at 6:30 Eastern. We don't want to lose you. Jason Lee coming up here. He's the one lone car outside looking in for our Outlaw Pro Mod category. Frankie Taylor on the bubble. He has a no time, and he's still in the bubble. That's what happens when you're Frankie Taylor.
Jason, I don't think made the first run out here in the first session, so he trying to get a number up on the board and get in the show on this session.
Frankie Taylor right there behind him. Doug Reister coming up as well. This will be a single. Oh, man, big moment there. You can see that one coming. Picked up the front end, got on the wheelie bar, spinning the tire, and went off to the right-hand side. Towards the center lane.
It was a handful. Will that be enough to get him in the show and keep him in the show? That'll be the interesting part.
He's on the board. Frankie Taylor's out. Frankie Taylor coming up here next.
Whoa.
Yeah, man. You know what? That thing started to turn sideways, and I think Frankie tried to manipulate the car to get it to straighten up, and it did. It just went too far the other way.
Frankie's driving the Camaro in Pro Mod. That thing goes straight as a string. Comes out here in this vet, and first
it's got
run,
a mind of its own.
Yeah, I mean, about cross center line the first run. Took cones out. Here he is, about crashes the burnout on the second one. And
I'm not going to lie to you. My Corvette does a burnout the same exact way. It never, ever goes straight. You know, you just love to dump the clutch and do a nice, big, long burnout. It just never, ever works that way with a Corvette.
Yeah, look at this thing. Oh, go inside. Whoop, whoop, up. Yeah, that was interesting. I got a feeling Frankie's like, oh, yeah, did it move? Did it? All right, that's cool.
Whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever. I don't think too much rattles him. You heard him before. Yeah, I slapped the throttle. That didn't work.
386 on the first run for Doug Reister.
Say what you want, but the Madman takes it to the finish line under power, 364. Nicely done. 364 with a 2 and a 5, which ties a 364 with a 2 and a 5 for Brandon Pez. So we go to mile per hour. That's 205, and Pez went 212. So Pez would remain the number 1 qualifier, and Frankie goes to the number 2 spot with an identical ET to the 4th digit. How often do you see that?
Not very often. I tell you what, that car made a lot straighter pass than it did a burnout. That was a nice looking run for Frankie, getting it figured out. We knew he would. It wouldn't take too long, but oh, what a great shot this is. Good to see these cars leave. That's some really colorful cars.
The difference between a 64 and an 85 right there. And Reister with a much better reaction time. So Reister with an 85.
A little improvement over his first run, 86, I believe. So
yeah, I think a little bit quicker. Jason Lee already bumped out. Unfortunately, had that one shot at it and just did not work out for him. Hank Stubbs coming up here next. Currently sitting 8th. Cool looking Yenko supercar replica. Gorgeous, gorgeous race car. And 366.206. Nicely done.
Yeah, Hank Stubbs getting it figured out on the second pass. And that might be the straightest Pro Mod pass we've seen all day long. Nice straight run down through there in 366. Huge improvement over his first session getting down the racetrack.
4 and 5 almost identical to the fourth digit. 366 with a 5 and a 0 puts him 4th.
Man, Taylor, first time that you've made a full pass in that car in 3 years, and you're sitting number 2 on the qualifying board.
Sitting number 2 right now, so we're pretty pumped about that. It was a handful on the other end. It was moving around, wiggling around. It's got new tires on it. We're trying to break them in, and it finally went down, so that was good. Hopefully it went a good 60 foot. We shut all the fuel off on the other end to keep it alive. That's why I didn't run no speed, but we're going to go back and get a handle on it, and it's 111 Inc. Texas is the one who wrapped it. And Jessica, she did a great job on it. Jessica Jones. I want to say thank you to my sponsors, Benji Lapp at Snap-on Tools, Todd Moyer at TRM Summit Racing for helping me out, with my shipping because we had to do some overnight and stuff. I want to say, thanks for all my crew for helping us. I mean, pulling off two cars at one race is a handful. And
Ellie and Wesley.
Ellie and Wesley, can't forget them. Hi, Ellie and Wesley.
All right, your 60-foot time was .92. How do you feel about that?
That's slow. It should go 890, 880.
All right, only up from there.
Only up from there. We're going to go fast tomorrow.
All right, good job, Frankie. Madman, Taylor.
John Sullivan Jr. lined up in the near lane. Billy Bannica in the far lane. Justin the wheelie bars on Bannica's car.
Even with all the issues we saw in this first session, already in this second session, we've got 5 cars from a 364 to a 366.
Oh, yeah, man. It's already gotten super tight. Sullivan Jr. line up in the near lane is on the bubble in the number 8 spot. He's safe. See if he can pick it up. Both of them in and out of the throttle. Sullivan Jr. does go a little bit quicker, a 461 to his previous 481, 530 for Bannica. And Bannica had already been a 365, so we'll hang on to that first session effort. That'll be the bubble. That'll be the bump. John Sullivan Jr., 461.9.
Boy, watching that pair there. Both of them really aggressive early, shaking the tires.
Paul Gibbs and Brandon Pez coming up. Brandon Pez, our current number 1 qualifier. 364 with the 2. Gibbs in the 6th slot at 382 with the 4. As Tommy mentioned, 364 to a 366, 1 through 5.
Yeah, they've managed to tighten it up a little bit, and wouldn't take a whole lot more for them to tighten it up even more tomorrow when we come out here for the first round. I still don't think there's any gimmies. It's a pretty tight field all around.
Yeah, it's just one of those categories any one of these guys can step up. I mean, on race day, it really doesn't matter where you're starting from.
No, these cars are so wild and unpredictable. It's you win from anywhere. See Frankie coming up to return on the scooter, out of one car, bringing his equipment, getting ready to get in the other car.
Life's good. Life's good.
Final pair. See if we can take this a little farther, lower that number 1 spot.
Mopar in the near lane, Corvette in the far lane. Body styles anyways. And how about that? Gibbs gets one put together there. .381, nicely done for Gibbs. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to go racing here. It is round number 3 of the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. It brings us here to Hebron, Ohio. It's the second stop here at Darana Raceway, just about 30 minutes east of Columbus, Ohio. Behind us, they're already making race car noises. We're having a great time. The second session of qualifying for the pros is actually underway, so we look forward to that. Hello, welcome to the booth. I'm Ken Stout, alongside my colleague Tommy Johnson Jr. He's competed in more than 450 professional events, driven for 4 Hall of Famers. There's nothing this guy doesn't know, which is why I love that you sit here beside me. Yeah, they're about to take off there again. Tommy, we talked about this earlier. Coming in the first session, we know that the weather conditions are drastically different than what we had here in July, and everybody put on a good show. We come here, we were expecting records to fall, and it all went the other way, man. It went south.
There's nothing I don't know. Well, I didn't know they were going to go out here and run so bad in the first session of qualifying. I expected with the weather conditions way better, we'd see record numbers, we'd see cars going down the track making career best performances. We saw a lot of tires shake, a lot of tire smoke, cars moving around, crossing the center line. That wasn't what I expected at all. I mean, I'm hoping they took all that information and made some changes, but come out here, tonight's session will be way better. It's cooling back down, and now's when the records are going to come.
Now, I will tell you that in the fuel classes, they had a great session, and congratulations to Sean Reed, has already reset the mile-per-hour record in top fuel, so we look forward to some more exciting runs there in fuel. In the meantime, let's go down to Kristen Beach. She's in the staging lanes.
Thanks so much, Ken. We also saw a new class introduced in the IHRA series. We saw the Outlaw Pro Mods make their debut a little earlier. So what is an Outlaw Pro Mod? It's a pro mod with limited restrictions. That means a full send, no bars, power to the pavement kind of class. And to further progress the racing here in Ohio, you'll also notice 13 entries in the top fuel division. So guys, a lot happening here this weekend as we work through these qualifying rounds, but both progress, performance, and participation elevated here in Ohio. Let's toss it up to Kristen Banks on top end.
Thanks, Pete. Like they were saying, that top fuel class, the pressure is on. We have 13 cars in an 8-car field with only one more qualifying session to go. Now, if they don't do good tonight, they are packing it up and going home, and we will not see them in round 1. Now, y'all heard Scott Palmer tell me earlier, he said, we just need to get down that first run. It was slower than he liked, but it's hard to slow down those top fuel dragsters. And I was talking to Larry Dixon also about the pressure of making it to tomorrow, and he said, honestly, if we don't make it in the field, if we don't have enough to make it into the field, we don't deserve to be there. So I think tonight there's going to be some interesting racing, especially in that top fuel class. They got one more chance to get it done. We'll see how this 8-car field shakes out.
Thanks a lot, Kristen. Great job, ladies. Yeah, we look forward to tonight. As we talked to you before at the top of the show, we are already in the middle of this second session, and the Outlaw Pro Mods have finished up here. We are now into Pro Nitrous. And some guy named Ricky Smith is part of the show here.
Yeah, Ricky, we saw him the first 2 races of the year tuning some cars, and I think he was having so much fun. He brought his own, wants to race himself. So Ricky here this weekend, and good to have him back out here in IHRA competition and a legend in the IHRA series.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We talked about him before with all his success and some 52 final rounds and 31 wins. Absolutely incredible how talented he has been over the course of time. With that said, did not hit it in the first session. We'll see what type of adjustments. He felt pretty confident that he'd be able to find it here. We're going to find out in just a moment as he and John Vergatz line up beside each other. Vergatz is the number 1 qualifier inside of this category as it stands right now.
We saw a bunch of these guys struggle in that first session, and just it was hard to tell. Were they too aggressive? Were they not aggressive enough? And we've already seen some improvements from the first few pair out here, so I think they figured it out. Still don't know whether it's too aggressive or not, but I think they figured it out.
Yeah, we've been kind of wondering ourselves up here where the miss was, if they missed it because the track was too good or if it was something else. They were just too aggressive. We've heard it go both ways from different drivers. And the purge from Ricky Smith lined up in the near lane. Out of King, North Carolina. As Tommy said, an absolute legend, no doubt. Vergatz purging his. As both take their time to get the cars where they want them. Vergatz also doing a wheelie bar adjustment. Well, looks like Ricky Smith too. Both cars ready to go. We'll bump on the top bulb. We're ready. Ricky still a couple little bumps of the purge.
Both taking their time.
For sure. Got a little antsy on the starting line. It won't matter. Both cars go to the stripe under power. 371, 203 for Ricky Smith. 373, 198. So Ricky Smith to the number 1 spot. Nicely done. Vergatz in the number 2 spot. Tim Molnar, number 3. Jim Widener, number 4. 371.3 for Tim Molnar is the record. You'd have to go to the third digit. 371.3 is what Ricky Smith just ran.
And
203.80 for Tony Wilson was the mile per hour record. 203.99 for Ricky Smith just took that over.
Yeah, and pretty sure Ricky was the one tuning Tim Molnar's car. So does he's got it either way.
So he got
so
it
it's his. Yeah, he's got it as crew chief and driver.
If you're wondering how come Brigats was ahead of him, it's because Brigats had a red light. He left a little bit early. Good battle, though. Great battle. Both cars very good. Number 1 through number 6. 371 through 376. And that'll do it for Pro Nitrous. We'll go into Pro Mod. And some of the rules here for Pro Modified, as you take a look at it, it's a complex class with a lot of different options along the way. John Jacklitz Jr. lined up in the near lane, Greg Thomas in the far lane.
Saw Robert Cox in that first session not be able to get it reversed, not be able to make the run. So it's his first attempt at the racetrack.
Yep, and our apologies here. Tim Brown in the near lane, Robert Cox in the far lane. Tim Brown last time front end way up in the air, had to get out of the throttle. Gets it calmed down a little bit here. But it made pretty much the same move when he was in the right lane the first session. 417 for him.
Yeah, Robert Cox is having one of them weekends where nothing's going right. We saw where the first session he couldn't get it reversed, get back up here and make the run. This session he went to put it on the two-step and looked like it pulled him through the beams and tried to make the run after that attempt just to get some information, and he went to the right. So shutting it off, and rough weekend.
417 is just good enough to get into the number 8 slot for Tim Brown. So currently in the show, but the entire class yet to go. Let's go to Kristen.
Ricky Smith knew if you could get down that you'd put down a good time at 371, sitting up on top of that qualifying session. How's it feel?
Oh, that's great. You know, I mean, you got people like Jim Whiteley, J&A Services, and Parkway Ford, Junior Mike. You got them people backing me over here. I want to do them a good job. And my crew chief, I mean, Chad Astor, he's been with me for 14, 15 years. So we need to run good, and we are. And I appreciate IHRA again. Like I say, it's just awesome that we're getting to run over here and get to run nitrous on nitrous.
Nitrous on nitrous. We look forward to seeing that in round 1 tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And once again, I mentioned that Tim Brown was on the bubble there in the 8th slot. This is a 16-car field. So everybody in so far. 15 cars currently with a time. Chris Klein, Tom Blinko. Blinko with that beautiful Corvette right there in front of you.
Pro Mod category is one of the classes we really saw struggle that first session with guys getting down the racetrack, tons of tire shake, spinning, out of control, and looking for some big improvement this second session out of these guys.
The historic Christine. Not quite the aerodynamic sort of vehicle that you see there with the Corvette.
Cool looking, though.
Love it. Love it. Blinko struggling here as Chris Klein drives to the other end, 375, 194 miles per hour.
Boy, Tom Blanco's car, when he left the starting line, it jumped up off the ground and took a right-hand turn and just looked so aggressive.
Good for the number 3 spot as Christine is at the top part of the field.
You have a solid pass by Chris Klein. Saw a little puff of smoke after the finish line down there, so I hope he didn't wound it a little bit.
Might have got a piston?
Yeah, might have nicked it just a bit because it did see a little smoke out of it. Well, Blanco's car just jumped up off the ground. Right there, you saw a little puff of smoke, and take it back, check it out. But
something to keep the boys busy tonight.
Yeah, I don't think it's any major damage, just might have nicked her just a little bit.
And one more time, let's go up to Kay Banks.
Tim Brown. Tim Brown. I'm up here with Tim Brown, 417. How'd you feel about the run? Better than the last, right?
It was better than the last run. We got off the line. It didn't shake the tires, but it needs some rear steer taken out of it or some negative put in because we went out, went over the cones, pulled it back, it went over the cones. I should have let out of it, but that's the way dumb racers are.
Hey, well, we'll see you in that next round. Congratulations on putting down a pretty good time.
And Data Dave just threw us one of those little tidbits. Christine qualified for the very first Pro Mod race back in 1990. The car was closer to new then.
Yeah, I was going to say it's brand new then. What is, yeah. Guy's out checking the racetrack, and I'm hoping that wasn't more than a little nick, but they're out there checking the track just to make sure, and there's no oil on the racetrack. But that puff of smoke didn't look super serious, but hopefully it wasn't.
All the track kickers out there taking a look at that left lane, Summit Racing lane.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't see any equipment rolling yet or anybody in a panic, but giving a good check.
Pushing Jason Lee back, who's inside of this show.
I spoke to Craig Sullivan earlier in the day, and after falling out in the quarterfinals in Michigan, they made some major improvements and adjustments to this car. It has a brand new rear end, a brand new shock package, all in the hopes of improving this car's performance this season. It hasn't been where Craig Sullivan has wanted it, and guys in the booth, we know it has some interesting dynamics to it. It has some interesting dimensions that don't always play to its advantage, but Craig is hoping to rely on the adjustments they made. Also, I just noticed he opted for an orange lens on his helmet. I asked him why. He said it's to brighten up the shadows on the track. Let's toss it up to Kristen Banks at top end.
Chris Klein, 375 with the 6. You said you've been having some engine problems. How did it feel that run?
Everything seems to be good. I think we got our problems worked out. I hope so anyway. And so we tried to go run actually at 75. So maybe we can step on it tomorrow and make these guys work a little harder.
How are you going to get past that first round?
We're going to go up there and we're going to take the tree when we leave, and we're going to surprise somebody, I really believe.
Well, we'll see that tomorrow. That's Chris Klein and Christine.
Thank you.
And that's exactly what a good qualifying effort does. It brings some confidence inside of the driver. Now he's already thinking about taking the tree.
Yeah, he is. He's ready to go for tomorrow. It's nice. One good run cures everything, right? I mean, he's ready to go. He's got the confidence and looking to go out and ruin somebody's day tomorrow.
That's what I used to say about my one good golf shot.
Once a year?
Yeah. It might have been once in my life ever, but I can do it now. Okay, Pro Modified. Qualifying session number 2, as you see there, Jason Lee making a run at this one. We saw him in the Outlaw Pro Mod category. Unfortunately, did not have much luck there. Comes back over here. This is a field where he's going to qualify. Currently sitting 13th in the 16-car field. And we'll see if he can pick up the pace here. 6:16 on the board in the first session.
Good news is there's no oil on the track, and Chris will go back and check it. Might have got a piston, but no holes. That's a good thing.
That's great news. And just a hit done by the 60-foot mark.
Yeah, I just pulled him right through the beams. As soon as he went to put it on the rev limiter, pulled him right through the beams and didn't even get to take the tree.
That'll bring up our next pair, and Craig Sullivan, as we just heard Kristen Beat talking about his car, that beautiful 49 Merc. Absolutely gorgeous car. It is a big beast. When he gets everything happy, it is fast.
Tom Blinko. You kind of just shook the tires there. Is that all that went on? What happened? Walk me through that pass.
I shook the tires really hard and went to the right wall and had to let out of it way early. Missed hitting it.
Hey, miss hitting it. Your crew's going to like that. Not too many changes, but they're definitely going to make some changes in the pits. What's it going to be?
I don't know. We've been changing everything on it. I'll just be honest with you. We're chasing our tail.
All right, we're going to go down to Kristen Beat in the pits and see what she has going on down there.
Disco Dean was 5th in his first qualifying session. I asked if they made any adjustments. He said a ton of adjustments, not only converter adjustments, but also timing adjustments. He said, listen, I'm not aiming to be the fastest car out on track, but if we could bump up 3 spots, I would be happy.
And a look at that beautiful pink Cadillac that Aretha Franklin was clearly singing about back in the day. I think Elvis gave a few of those away. All right, here comes Sully. Craig Sullivan lined up in the near lane. Joel Winsley lined up in the far lane. Sully currently 10th with the 445. Winsley just below him in the 12th slot, 527. Sully's been a little sporty lately, man. He's staying in the throttle. He's been driving that thing pretty hard.
Yeah, I think that's called frustration level. You see it come up on some guys, and they want to go down the racetrack, make some solid passes, and they just can't get this thing down through there, and you can see the frustration level rise when they start pedaling it and probably driving a little too far sometimes, more than they should. And he just needs a good solid pass and get that confidence back.
Winsley in. Here we go. Sully on the board. I'm telling you what, man, he got after it right away, having an 049 light as well. 387 for Sully. So nice job there for Craig Sullivan. Will jump up to the number 6 slot. Good job, 376 for Winsley. Now he'll jump up towards the top of the field as well in the number 4 hole.
Yeah, both cars moving around a little bit. Sullivan having to drive it, and that looked like he shut it off a little early. Speed down 190, so got it down there far enough. Got a little data, but still was moving him over by the center line. Whitley's car tried to jump a little bit when he staged it, but here you can see Craig's car over by the center line. Both cars.
Yeah, really big move there.
Wesley's lucky that thing didn't roll out of the beams when it did that. When he put it up on the RPMs, that thing bumped. So good job of keeping his composure and getting a good ET out of that run.
David Monday and Jeff Lutz coming up here next. Lutz in the near lane with that beautiful Mustang. Really clean. And, of course, the chassis builder, David Monday, as well in the far lane. Lutz with the 401 on the board. Monday missed it. 473. Car just was not happy. Had to get out of the throttle. We know he could get that car to the finish line. It is very fast. So we'll see if they made the right adjustments to this one to get it happy. Another look at the wheelie bar. You see they pull them up, take the tension off.
Howard Moon making the calls for Monday, and saw Blanco's car run earlier, so hopefully they learned a little something from that, and maybe were able to make some last-minute changes on David Monday's car.
2 supercharged cars. The near lane, as you can see right there on the side of that cow hood, a Pro Charger. Scrooge blower on the other side. Nice job. That's what they were looking for. 373 with an 8. Nicely done there for Monday. Goes up to the number 3 slot. Good pass. 382 with a 7 for Lutz. And he will also improve. He goes to the 7th slot. So from 10 and 12 to 3 and 7, a nice improvement.
Yeah, David Monday, the whole package, 003 light. Made a nice improvement run, and
You ready to go racing?
Yeah, looks like they got all the data they needed there in that first run and made the correct changes, and nice looking pass. Just see, carrying the front wheels out through there, nice. One of the better straight runs we've seen. So not a bad pass for Lutz as well.
Good side-by-side pass.
Zach Sackman qualified third in the first session. Zach, you told me this car is so easy to handle.
Yeah, it's driving all right, so it makes it easier to drive going down the track.
How much are you looking forward to getting this car out on track in its second pass?
We struggled a little bit the last run, but we made some changes, so hopefully it makes a good run.
Best of luck out there. Have fun.
The Gotham City car. We'll see that one in just a little bit. In the meantime, B-Rad, Brad Eglian coming up with the 99 Chevy Lumina. We're going to go to the top end quickly, as it looks like there's still a car out on track. Unfortunately, that Jason Cowsell not able to back up and make this pass. We're going to go to the top end with Kristen Banks.
I'm up here with Craig Sullivan. A nice improvement from that first run, 387. What kind of changes did you make to your car?
Well, it was a few phone calls to our favorite shop guy, and now we ended up changing the ratios around in the transmission a little bit, and it was slow, but we got down, and that's been a struggle for us. So hopefully we can work on that from there and be in the winner's circle.
We hope to see you in that winner's circle tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Craig Sullivan.
And Brad decides to click that one early.
Yeah, it looked like it was making a decent run, and something he felt that he didn't like and shutting it off. But we're seeing a few more cars get down the racetrack now.
Sounded odd to me. It just sounded like it was driving through the clutch.
Yeah, it did. It didn't sound like it was locking up very well. So RPMs were probably a little higher than what he was expecting at that point in the track and felt like it needed to be shut off.
Yeah, saving parts and pieces. He's currently sitting 8th in the 385, so he has a decent car here. And back and save some of the parts. Hey, great pair coming up here. Disco Dean and the Madman. Sounds like a TV show. Disco Dean and the Madman. Disco Dean with a 389 on the board. It's hoping to bump up a couple of spots. 382 is what he would need to do that. It's actually a pretty decent step if he can get that done. And Frankie Taylor, as always, so solid. 373 with a 0 in the previous round has him sitting number 2 behind Kai Kelly. Kai Kelly coming up in the next pair.
We saw Frankie figure out the Outlaw Pro mod. I'm sure he's made the same changes in this car. And this car made a nice run the first session. So
it did, but it's way sorted.
So critical to line these things up straight, try to get them to lead straight. You can't just jerk the wheel and pull these things back in the groove. You have to be so finesse with these cars.
And carry the front tire so far.
And it's hard to do it when the front wheels are in the air as well.
Boy, what a great drag race. 386, 194 miles per hour, 367. Your number 1 qualifier, Frankie Taylor, the Madman, first one into the 60s. Great job there. Great job out of both. 386 from the previous 389. Will only move him up 1. Disco Dean bumps up 1. I mean, it was a nice move in ET, but he only gets 1 position out of it. Won't matter come race day tomorrow as you take a look at that beautiful pink Cadillac.
Yeah,
watch it again side by side.
We heard him say he wasn't going to try to go out here and run number 1 qualifier or anything, but he just wanted to make some nice solid runs, and that's what he did. He improved a little bit and down the racetrack, learning more. he'll be tough to beat on race day if he can keep making those kind of runs.
You kind of struggled that first session. You just said it in your own words, but you got down that session 373. What was the game plan?
71, 72. I mean, we was okay. It shook a little bit about 100 foot out, and I stayed in it, and it was going straight, so we was going to the finish line. So we did okay.
What's working on your car that you like? What kind of changes are you going to make for round one?
I'll probably make some gear ratio changes, maybe make some converter changes, and obviously change the timing map in it.
We all just heard it. David Monday. We'll see him tomorrow in round one.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, solid player, David Monday. Nice adjustments to that car. Nice pickup as well. I also want to throw out there for Disco Dean. How about an 025 light? I think he's ready to go racing, so he'll catch somebody off guard up there at the starting line if they're not careful. We're going to take a quick break. Plenty more action to come your way here for the IHRA. And we welcome you back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're in session number 2 of Pro Modified. Just had a great pass here. Let's re-rack it, bring it back to you. Nicely done. Kai Kelly was the number 1 qualifier coming in and put together another good run here. Won't be enough for number 1. He'll stay number 2, but puts the car into the 60s with Frankie Taylor. So 368. Good hit there in the far lane for Kai Kelly.
Yeah, and right beside him, Zach Sackman, 371. I think that's his best run in that car, and great run for both of them.
And goes to the number 3 spot.
Yeah, number 2 and 3.
Hi,
that's
Andrea.
Great.
Keep the body on.
Frankie, Madman Taylor, you're sitting at the top right now, 367. How does it feel?
It feels pretty good. It's what's bad is the legal car is almost as fast as my outlaw car. Now we didn't show out in it. We just tried to go down because we didn't make it down the first lap, and so we just kind of calmed it down, and it went 64, and this one went 67. But tomorrow they'll get a little better in each round.
Don't get no better than that, dude. You dog walking me. I'm out here thinking I'm on the pass of my lifetime. I'm within a half a car of you. I'm like, yeah, we're running good. 86. I was like, I must have treated you by 10th. So
Hey, well, you did, sir. I think with a 25.
Oh, that was, you must have been 100 and something on the tree. This is one of the fastest men on the planet in drag racing, ladies and gentlemen, and I get to line up with him in Milan, Michigan for $125,000, and I'm like, I got to give this car everything I got. I go out there and Frankie don't make it 2 feet, and I red light.
Yeah.
That's what happened in Milan. So I could have had the chance to beat one of the fastest men on the planet, and I eat poo, and that's what happens as a driver sometime, man. And out here I'm running with these legends, dude. It's just, I'm blessed. I got a car that's overweight just like me, but we're doing the best we can for the weekend and circumstances. It'll go 70s this weekend. I'm trying, I'll promise. I don't know if I can go Frankie 70, but, we'll go.
79.
Oh, my bad. You're in 60s. My bad. I'm already a tenth and a half off.
All right, well, that's all we have for the top end show of Disco Dean and Frankie Madman Taylor. We'll have a name for it when y'all come back next time.
Man, I can't believe he ate Winnie the Pooh. What's up with that?
Oh.
Dean's something special. We love him, man. Larry Pierce coming up here as we will shift gears. Mountain Motor Pro Stock. Our current mile per hour record holder, 178.38.
Stopped by and talked to Larry's guys this morning, and just said they were trying to sneak up on it, just make some more runs, get some more experience, and he's doing that. You know, getting better and better every run.
And some information there on the Mountain Motor Pro Stock category. As you can see there, maximum cubic inches, 833 for a Hemi, 843 on the wedge entries. Yeah, the big Mountain Motor Pro Stock cars have those big cubic inch engines tucked underneath, pair of carburetors, no power adders, just all grunt. Super, super cool division. Jerry Haas chassis on this particular car. As we talked about before, really the backbone of the IHRA since day number one. They've run more IHRA events than any other professional category. Love the Mountain Motor cars. A little bit out of the groove right there. Had to bring it back. Rowing the lever, puts 423 on the board.
Yeah, nice solid pass. Sounded like it might have been a little light on the clutch, but made it down the racetrack in a 423 and just keeps improving run after run. And nothing more valuable than experience down the racetrack, run after run, getting a feel for those cars.
It's a great call there, Tommy. I heard what you were talking about. As soon as you said it, it made sense. He goes to the number 8 slot from the bottom of the pack. Nice job.
Kai Kelly, you're sitting in that number 2 spot with the 368. Frankie Madman Taylor had that 367. What is it going to take to find a little bit extra in that next round?
I mean, we got the power. We just, I guess we got to do like Frankie and just have the balls to use it. So he made a good rip, you know. I was already strapped in the car. There ain't no changing the tune-up from there. So we ran what we thought we was going to run, and the car ran good. It's responding to everything we're doing. Zach Saprin, last time we got beside each other, he kicked my butt, and Blower Bob's been talking trash ever since. So I just really wanted to beat Blower Bob. I wasn't even worried about qualifying at that point. Like, I was taking it to the finish line no matter what. So we got the win. Sounds crazy that I'm talking about getting the win and qualifying, but it's Blower Bob, and I had to kick his ass. So, yeah. But anyway, so it was a good run. So we feel good about it.
Good run, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
Thank you.
A lot of shenanigans that go on back there. There's a lot of trash talking that goes on in the pro mod category, man. Especially those no prep dudes. Yeah, they really like to throw it.
Yeah, you better bring your talk game.
Bill Neary coming up here, and Dave Hughes. Bill Neary out of Barrington, Illinois. Raced Super Chevy for years with a Pro Mod Nova called the Prosecutor. Won a bunch of those events. Big match race guy through the 90s. Alongside Dave Hughes out of Nazareth, Pennsylvania. Home of some guy named Mario Andretti, I think. Neary out of the groove. Wanders over by the wall, but does a magical job of pulling it back. But how about a 415 in the other lane? Dave Hughes puts together a nice effort here. 415 with a 6. And Neary goes 426.
Yeah, Dave Hughes making a nice, solid lap, 415. We're starting to see these cars improve, getting down the racetrack. Track's getting a little better, cooling off out there. They got some data for the first run, making the correct changes, and seeing almost every one of these cars in the last, 6, 7, 8 pairs that have improved over the first session.
It's pretty impressive how good these guys are. I mean, with as rough as that first session was, and as many of them that missed it, as big as they missed it, and come back out here and really put together a great session, it's pretty impressive. They get these cars back in the window pretty quickly.
Mountain Motor Pro Stock class has put on probably one of the best shows we've seen all season for all the classes. You know, solid, tight racing, killer Christmas tree reaction times. I mean, they have the whole package. They put on a great show all season long.
Calgary in the near lane, first lap out, 467. Camry missed it. Camry Caruso in the far lane, a 10:33. Camry, a former Rookie of the Year, Phoenix winner. Lined up in the far lane, doors open on that one, getting a little bit of air inside of it. Yeah, glad to see the Mountain Motor Pro Stock cars show up. We knew that they would eventually come around here and start filling the field up. That's exactly what they're doing. Camry left a little early, had to get out of the throttle, could not make it to the stripe under power, but a 4:19, a nice lap for Calgary. Really nice improvement for him.
Yeah, Camry's car left nice, looked good, and then it went out there and started to chatter the tires, and she tried to pedal it, get back in it and save the run, but to no avail. Nice 4:19 on the other side of the track.
One more look at it. Camry in the far lane. Look how far that front end was up in the air for her. Finally had to get out of the throttle. She talked about it. Calgary shoots it to the other end, 168 miles an hour. And that will bring up Tony Pontieri, who had a decent lap.
Larry Pierce, unfortunate situation in that first qualifying session during the burnout, broke the drive shaft. You were able to fix it. Hey, put a pretty good run down then. Were you confident in that last run?
Yeah, I think we were. I don't even know what we run, but it felt better than the first one because it didn't even get down on the first one. But I think we're going to be okay. It's just going to take old-fashioned time.
Well, I think it was 473. You happy with that?
Is that what it was, 473? Well, that's very bad.
Not happy with that? 423. 423. That's better.
423. Okay, no, still not happy. We got to be in the 15 or less, somewhere around in there.
I had to scare you a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go back to the guys.
That's great. I think she scared all of us.
I think he thought, it felt a little better than that.
Nice job, Kristen. She gets those guys to laugh and smile up there. I don't think there's anybody better at doing that. She loosens them up right off the bat, man, and they can clear out all the fog and go back and take another stab at it when they get to the pits. So good job at the top end as Tony Pontieri lines up, turns on the top bulb here in just a moment. Last time out, Pontieri put a 424 on the board. It was really one of the better runs at the time because we were struggling so bad with that session.
Yeah, we saw the first two cars out go in the lower teens, and then from there on, they all struggled. So, yeah, that was a 424. It was like, oh, okay, finally somebody else made it down the racetrack.
Yeah, man, that one made a move over towards the wall. We'll watch that on a replay. Tried to bring it back to the right. It was pretty violent, and he said, yep, nope.
Yeah,
that's enough of that one.
Tony made a wise decision on that one right there. That thing made a hard move to the left when he let go of the clutch and trying to pull it back and save it, but it was on the verge of being out of control.
Beautiful Quality Plus sponsored machine, and right there it is, making that left-hand turn.
Cameraman's getting a good shot of that one, coming right at him.
Oh, nicely done by Tony Pontieri to save that one.
Chris Power is currently leading the field in Mountain Motor Pro Stock class. And Chris, you said the weather's been a little funny, but it's really similar to where you're from in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, the barometer's down right now, so the cars, I mean, these low teens are about as fast as they're going to go. We'll see if we can go a little quicker here, but it's going to be tough. The track's not the same as it was last time, but we'll make the best of it, see if we can go an 8 or a 9 here, and that should keep us on the front row.
Disregarding the weather, there is no lack of confidence on your behalf. A moment ago, I just said, you're leading qualifying. You said, yeah, just like the number 1 on the door here. You guys do a lot of racing. You're late in your season, only a few more weekends to go. How are you staying motivated and keeping your team on the ball?
We just want to win. That's it. We show up to win. I mean, anything less is just being the second loser. So we just want to win every race we can for Sonny's and Chuck Samuel Tuning. So we're excited to see if we can do it again and win here.
Thanks so much, Chris, and best of luck.
Looks like Strobe-Lander having some issues there, trying to get that one to back up. Here he comes.
Well, I've not seen so many cars have trouble getting reversed.
Yeah, man.
I mean, it's
kind of been a thing today, hasn't it?
The reverse plague is out here today. I mean, it's like that's about the 8th car we've seen not be able to get backed up. But getting it done, got it back here, trying not to hold up the other car.
Dylan, one half of the Dylan Corey twin brothers. Corey doing some crew chiefing on there in this car as well. Kenny Voss is Papa Boss, engine builder, all in-house here. 2017 Pro 632 World Champ. Can definitely get it done out of West Palm Beach, Florida. Make the drive up. We appreciate it. Personal best here with the IHRA 414. Did that at Milan just a few weeks ago. 173, near 174, 173.95 miles per hour. So line up there in the near lane with Wright Trailer sponsorship on it. And Strobe in the far lane. Strobe's got a good car too. It's been 419. Also using a Voss racing engine, by the way. Strobe out of the throttle quickly on that one. 417. 417 with a 3.
Starting to see the field tighten up with a lot of the teen runs coming up on the board.
Kristen Beat was talking to Chris Powers. Yeah, he's sitting number 1 at a 411. The only one quicker, the only one able to get through the teens, if you will. Dwayne Rice, number 2 at a 413. Montecalvo, 413 with a 6, but he went near quarter mile. Playing front end way up there for Voss as well. Sets it down and drives it to the stripe. Let's go to the top end.
Tony Pontineri, how's that sound? Like a Pontiac, but with airy.
Yeah.
Did that sound good?
Pontieri.
Pontieri. We're getting lessons up here. Now, 488, were you happy with that run? What kind of changes are you going to make to your car?
Well, actually, I wasn't happy with that run. We've been trying, like 2 passes, this car's not behaving, and we're trying different things, and hopefully, we're behind the 8 ball right now. We haven't made a full pass this weekend, and now we're going into eliminations, and hope the good Lord upstairs is going to give us a good tune-up, and we're going to go right down there and show everybody. But at this point, we're struggling.
Well, y'all just heard it right there. The realest man here.
Yeah, sometimes they just act up, them cars. Scott Benham backing up.
Yeah.
Jordan Enslin will also be in here.
He did a fuel car burnout, man. He was way down track.
Yeah.
Maybe he just wanted to go out there and take a look at the track surface, see what it looked like.
Jordan came out in the first session and threw one down with a 413. Really, really solid pass. We'll see if he can better that mark here. As you take a look at Benham's car, love the eagle on the front of that one. Another Jerry Haas machine. Benham 419 with a 473 miles an hour in the first session. Up out of Lakeland, Florida. Pretty much the middle of the state towards the south a bit. Around the Orlando area, good description. So we'll see what happens here. Top bulb on here for Ensslin. Good hot rod here. We'll see if he's able to pick anything up in this night session. Car moving around a fair amount, that's for sure. Straight as a string in the left lane. So Ensslin slows down. However, how about a 4:15 for Benham? Nice job from his previous 4:19.
Yeah, solid improvement, picking up 2 or 3 hundredths of a second there. And boy, Jordan, he could have run a lot quicker than that 17 if it just went straight. It was all over the track. I thought he was going to get out of the throttle, but he drove through that shake and tire spin and drove it on down there to a 4:17.
Yeah, about where that is, what would you call? Would you call that a 2-3 shift?
Yeah, that's probably about a 2-3. Yeah, right in that area. It looked pretty loose out there. You'll see this thing make a hard move to the right. He pulls her back, nice and smooth, but you wouldn't want to let it get any further than that.
Car kind of hopping over there as well.
Yeah.
Dylan Voss, a nice little improvement from that first session, 4:17. What's the game plan going into round one?
You know, we only get 2 qualifiers here, so we got to go down the racetrack the first time. We definitely pulled it back a little bit, and that time we were trying to go for it. We didn't run exactly what we wanted to run, but I know the guys will work hard to get back to it. And, game plan for tomorrow is just to be consistent like we were in Milan and, just go around. This is a really tight, tough field, and we just got to stay, doing what we've been doing and win some more rounds.
If y'all forgot, Dylan Voss won in Milan. Congratulations. We're going to go to Kristen Baton staging, see what she has down there.
Jordan Peterson was runner-up in Michigan. Very close there to a win. How do you close the gap here in Ohio?
Well, we started off with a good baseline tune here. Ran actually better than what we were hoping for, so that's a nice surprise. So when you do that at first round of qualifying, it gives you some wiggle room. We're going to try to lean on a little harder here and make something happen out of it. So.
Thank you so much, Jordan. I need that cue a little sooner if we're going to not follow up.
Yeah, Peterson was on his game there in that first session. We'll see if the big boy can get that thing tuned up a little bit more. You got to love it. I mean, it's a cool sport when a guy that size is extremely competitive on a bike, but you've got to have a big bike to do that, and that's what those things are. They're massive and very, very powerful. Here we go. We continue on here in Mountain Motor Pro Stock. Legendary Kurt Neighbor lined up in the near lane, left lane. Dwayne Rice, that gorgeous Excalibur car, lined up in the far lane. Dwayne Rice was number 2 with a 4:13 and a 3, goes 4:12 with a 7, so finds a little bit, 4:13 with a 6 for Kurt Neighbor. Nice job from a 4:17, so nice improvement for Kurt Neighbor, and as you talked about, Tommy, this field continues to tighten up.
Yeah, those 2 cars we knew could improve and try to take away that number 1 spot. They didn't get all the way to the number 1, but both cars improving, and Dwayne Rice, that's going to be a tough car to beat. I mean, it's a Chris Rice, Dwayne Rice, Chris Powers. These there's 2 or 3 cars here that consistently every race run really, really well.
That Excalibur car, one of the prettiest cars here on the property. And here comes 2 giant slayers here in just a moment. We take another look at this replay. Love the red, white, and blue as well on the Mustang. A couple of beautiful cars, no question about it. As we give you that replay and we come back up to the starting line. Kazi and Sonny Power at the starting line, battling as they always have. The funny thing is, it was always Sonny Power inside of the John Montecalvo car. Now he has gone to John Kazi, and the battle still rages on because Chris Powers is about as proud as anybody could be to run that Sonny Power plant. So a couple of really, really good cars here. I mean, this is a flip of a coin. With that said, I think Power's car has been a little more consistent. We'll see if Montecalvo can calm that thing down, put together a decent time for sure at a 4:13 with a 6, and it was all over the place. I mean, no question, there's a fair amount of time left in it if he can get it to go from A to B straight.
Yeah, several of these guys lost 2, 3, 4 hundredths on that first session by running way more than the eighth of a mile distance they're trying to get down there. They ran way further all over the racetrack, so killing the ET and Just get it go straight, you'll pick up a bunch.
Chris Powers, two-time Mountain Motor Pro Stock World Champ. We talked about John Montecalvo many times, three-time champ. A couple of real players here, man. Some 35 years there for John Montecalvo. We're thinking this is quite possibly his 200th event. Oh, my goodness. Woo. How about a 4.05 with a 6? He said he had some left in it. They just threw the monster down. Bill and the boys out there high-fiving. They put one together. 4.09 with a 5 on the other side, but the 4.05 with a 6. That is a brand-new IHRA ET world record. Nicely done for John Montecalvo and the boys. Nicely done, baby. 176.82. Not quite there. World record pace for a mile per hour. But, man, the ET, way there.
Picture perfect run for both those cars. Watching them go down the track, I'm like, oh, that looks pretty good. And then to see those numbers come up on the scoreboards. And Chris Powers was just in the staging lanes telling fibs. Oh, the barometer, we can't do it. Oh, I just can't make the power. And look at them both going out here and going to the 4.0. So, yeah, that was one way to end the session. And I didn't think that number one spot was secure just quite yet.
I looked up the scoreboard, and I'm like, are my eyes deceiving me? Let me look at timing and scoring. Like, sure enough, man, it's 4.05, it's 4.05. So really, really nicely done. So that'll wrap up the session there with Mountain Motor Pro Stock. Congratulations, John Montecalvo and the gang. They will be number one going into tomorrow. Sub 1 second 60-foot time.
Yeah, 966 60-foot time.
Both cars, really.
Yeah, 966 and 984, but you can really see where they got all that ET at 966 60-foot for a Mountain Motor Pro Stock, ripping it down low.
Chris Powers, Dwayne Rice, Kurt Neighbor, and Jordan Enflin. Congrats to the top 5 there in Mountain Motor Pro Stock. We're not done with the fun yet. Let's fire up the top fuel Harleys. Burnouts have begun. The size of these motorcycles, just the sheer size, is incredible. Some of the rules there as well. Yes, chest protection. Yeah, they wear chest protectors. If something happens to that engine and it explodes, it's a bad day. So safety rules have been put in place to keep these riders safe. And we'll kick it off with Buddy Johnson and Tracy Kyle. Buddy Johnson in the 7th spot, and Tracy Kyle 5th with a 651, 172. Kyle trying to keep it lit as he sails to the other end. A lot of body English to keep that one off the center line. And he'll run a 5:55, 197. Yeah, 197. Good speed. And our K Banks is up there with our good friend John Montecalvo, brand new ET world record holder.
John Montecalvo, you told me you had more in it. 4.05 with the 6. You're the new IHRA ET world record holder. How does that sound to you?
You know, we were shooting for like an 09. I thought that was pretty good. Powers went an 09 next to me. And I never dreamed we could go a 5 or a 6 here, but we've got an excellent team. We've got some big horsepower in this car, and it feels good to get that record. Back in the day, I've gotten a lot of records on IHRA, but obviously we haven't ran here in a while, and it's sure nice to get a record again.
Hey, once you get records, you never look back. You're going to continue to get them. Now going into the next round, 4.05, that's a quick pass. Do you try to go even lower than that, or do you know that your competition might not can go that low, so you kind of sit steady where you are?
Well, I believe the way the ladder works out, we should get a buy run, so we're probably going to go for it. I mean, we've got nothing to lose. If we're on a single, we'll probably go for it. But if we have to line up with someone, we're going to shoot for probably an 09 or a 10. We're not looking to set the world on fire.
All right, well, y'all just heard it. If he has a buy, he might be trying to set another world record tomorrow afternoon.
All right, thank you.
They'll test the waters to see what's available. That's for sure. If they get a buy run, as we continue on here with the second session. Ryan Peary and John Toth coming up here next. Peary in the near lane can put one together. Both of these guys very capable. Great power plants. Front end up in the air. Look at the flames. Peary trying to put one together here. 546, 201 mile per hour. So a good job. Shoots him up to the number 3 spot.
You talk about a consistent bike. He went 546 last round, went a 546 this round. A little quicker with an O. But that seems to be the payoff in this class is consistency. If you can make some good runs, doing consistently good runs, you're looking pretty good for race day.
That was a great looking pass. Love the flames out of those things. And when they carry that front end like they do, watch this again. That front end up. His body's like a rudder with the wind. It really is, man, and it just moves that bike around a little bit here, a little bit there. Nice, small, subtle adjustments all the way down through there. If you think it doesn't take a knack to ride one of these monsters, I got news for you. It'll bite you. Bite you quick. Bob Malloy, better known as Opie. He'll line up alongside Jay Turner. We always mention it because it's worthwhile mentioning. 1999, 2000, 2012, 15 and 16 IHRA champ. 2017 champ as well. Multiple championships in AHDRA. Absolutely one of the best of all time. And he's going to struggle here again. Keep your eyes on Opie. Opie way over there by the wall. I mean way by the wall. Wow. I wasn't sure he was going to keep it off. I mean, he hung on there for a long time. 549, 184 miles per hour. And Opie could get it done. Bob set both ends of the record here a little bit earlier this year. 534, 204 miles per hour. So Opie trying to hang in there and put another one together. And Jay Turner just not able to stay full throttle. We'll watch this one more time. Keep your eyes on Opie.
Very uncharacteristic for Jay Turner. Just issues all day long with that bike. Watch this over by the wall. Woo!
I'm not sure he didn't graze it.
Get the feeler gauge, man. There could have been a few thou between it.
Wow, that is wild. Jay Turner in the number 8 spot. Almost out of this field. Wow. Incredible. Wild stuff here, and we're not done just yet. More Top Fuel Harleys when we come back. And once again, we welcome you back to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're here at Darana Raceway in Hebron, Ohio. Second time we've been to this track, third stop on the tour in the middle of the second session here for Top Fuel Harley, and just had a great pass out of Jordan Peterson. He was already number one. This time he goes 5:36 with an 8. Keep your eyes on this bike here in the near lane at 207.18 miles per hour, a brand new mile per hour record here for Peterson in the category.
I love his riding style. Hits that throttle, sticks the leg out, uses it for balance. That thing carried the front end for past the 8th mile mark. That was a wild ride, but a 37 and a 36. You want to talk about the guy to beat this weekend.
Well, I wasn't for sure he was going to get that thing stopped either. He stayed in the throttle for a long time. Really, really nice job, man. Congratulations on that. And also, we got to throw some love to Chris Smith. I mean, he was right there. He went a 5:43. That's no joke, man. So does a really nice job as well. Oh, Chris Smith currently sitting number 2 with that effort.
He was consistent as well. He went 5:43 the first session.
Jay Turner's going to dodge a bullet here, too. That 787 is going to be just enough to get him in. But for the rest of the field, they know anything is possible on race day with that guy. Okay, let's see what happens here with Paul Anderson. Last time out, 5:55. Got it lit up. Hang on, baby. 5:43 with a 9. Nicely done. He'll go to the number 3 spot. Woo! And he's going for a ride up there.
Oh, boy. Yeah, those things are...
Somebody's got to get some PBR sponsorship on one of these, right? I mean,
they're riding the bull, that's for sure.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, and you see them out there. They're not always using all that body English going down the racetrack. And then once the run's over, they got to use that body English to get the thing stopped and keep it off the wall.
Try to get it turned in. Front end way up in the air, man. Maximum pressure on that wheelie bar. Watch it one more time.
Drives right up, puts that front wheel up in the air, keeping it up, just starting to dangle it down. There it sits it down, and away it goes. Whew. Then comes the hard part. Let's get this thing stopped. Keep it out.
Look at him leaning that thing. And you can't lean away over because then it gets on a frame rail, and then that's a bad day. So that's all you can do right there. That's, and he goes, he hit the jump.
Yeah, he's over there so far. He's hitting all the bumps and dirt's flying and wild ride.
Supercross got nothing on me, man.
He's doing the whoops over there a little bit ago.
Good stuff, good stuff. Beautiful look here at the track. We thank Jugs and for their sponsorship. Summit Racing up there at the top as well. All the partners that make all of this come alive.
And we've won a pretty effortless, clean.
Don't do it. Don't you do it.
Well, that wasn't, just alluding to us went well. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
Nice improvement over that first session where we saw so many cars and the bike struggle and everybody just. It was the challenge to get them down the racetrack and to see them
off to those teams and those crew chiefs and drivers. Yep.
The track crew come out, prep the track a couple times, getting the conditions better, more runs on this track, more rubber, and just a great improvement over that first session.
And we'll go back and show you some replays. Maybe we can get Kevin Burgess up here real quickly and talk about some of the things that are coming up here. More improvements and advances underneath the IHRA banner as you watch this last session here, courtesy of the Top Fuel Harleys.
Boy, that seemed to be the trend over by the wall. Yeah, lots of good action out of the bikes. Look at that, sticking that leg out. Woo! How many boots does he go through a year? Dragging that foot out
awesome, man. Front tire so far in the air. That is a thing of beauty. And this one impressive too, man. Excellent.
Up here with Jordan Peterson, 207.18, a new mile per hour record. Was that part of the game plan for today?
It actually was. We went 204.8 in the first pass, and we thought that broke the record, but we really wanted to take care of it this time, so that's what we did.
All right, so you went to the pits, and what did you tell yourself and your team? We have to go out there and find a little extra.
Yeah, well, actually, the last run we were, it was kind of a layup run. It was just to get down, and it performed really good, so Mike Romine, the crew chief, was kind of licking his lips to get back out there. He goes, now we're going to turn it up. So that's what he did, and it worked out. So.
Well, y'all just heard it. He turned it up, and he has a new record, 207 miles per hour. Yeah, you should be a bull rider. Maybe get sponsored by the PBR. They were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Congratulations. You have to go back and look. That 204.8 might have been mile per hour. Might have missed that one earlier today, but for sure that is a mile per hour record there. So, standing on that, congratulations to him, and we'll see if we can put it all together and parlay it into a win on race day. 2 fuel classes yet to go: Top Fuel Funny Car and Top Fuel. Don't want to miss that. They are prepping the track as we speak, and when we come back, we're going to make some big header flames. It's going to be a lot of fun. Nighttime sessions ahead for Fuel. It's going to be exciting. Keep it right here with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We'll be right back. And we welcome you back to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Darana Raceway is where it's all happening here in Hebron, Ohio. We're just outside of Columbus, formerly known as National Trail Raceway. Nice revamp going on here. We still have a couple of fuel classes to go here. Tony Shortall walking out to take a look at the racetrack at the starting line. Let's show you what happened here in session number 1. Fuel cars came out, put on a pretty good show. Everybody else struggled, but they seemed to find the magic. Except for that one. That was not magic.
That was not magic. That was how to make money disappear magic.
American Thunder car. McIntyre went to a final previously in the season, struggled right there. Terry Haddock in the far lane and Dale Creasy Jr. And then we would have Dan Hicks, who also been to a final, and Del Worsham, who's been to a couple, including a win. And we'll take a look at the fuel cars as well. First pass ever inside of a fuel car can be daunting.
And we saw the good runs coming. Jasmine Salinas.
Yeah, Salinas did a great job. Carrillo, unfortunately, beside her, hit the tires.
Sean Reed, right down the track.
Yeah, Sean Reed with a brand new mile-per-hour record.
Yeah, after that big crash and come back right down the racetrack. Krista Baldwin laying down a nice run.
Krista with a great A to B pass under full throttle. Nicely done. Our buddy Scott Palmer out there as well in the hunt. So they've all had a chance to go back to the trailer and take a look at the data and come back and make some adjustments as well. We'll see what the nice session holds for us. The rotators are out there, bringing the track in.
Yeah, a little drama in the fuel classes. More cars than we got spots for race day. So
yeehaw.
Get her down the racetrack, boys, because if you're going to race tomorrow, you're going to have to get down the racetrack tonight.
Love the pressure. Wind is laid down. We were talking about the wind almost all day long, and it has really laid down. Flags are just kind of drooping there as we speak. So a beautiful evening here as it comes back to us. Maybe pull up that weather app and see what we're looking at here, bud.
Yeah, that was we've such much better weather than what we had in July, and
it's just brutal here.
Yeah, we saw people just
our first 3 events,
sweat rolling off of them, and this weekend everybody seems nice and pleasant out there. And
heat index was just brutal.
Yeah, we're back down low 70s. Feels like 69 degrees out there. Grains have went up. Humidity's not real low in the 60s, 63% humidity. 76 water grains. So it's not killer weather, but it's not bad. It's a lot better than 100 degrees.
Yeah. In comparison to what we've had all season long. So, and a big difference for all the crew chiefs that will have to come out here and pick away at what it's given them.
And the guys that are working on them. You know, they're laying underneath those hot engines and sweating
they can actually
already.
see through their glasses tonight.
Yeah. I said, I've never seen so many sweating racers, hot, and just so happy to be here.
Right.
This weekend, they're still happy to be here, just not sweating as bad.
One more pass with the rotator. Track looks good, though.
Trying to put a little more rubber down on the top end. That's the only thing we saw in the Nitro classes. Really good down low numbers, but getting a little loose in the top end, moving around a little bit, so they're dragging that top end, trying to work some rubber into it, and see if we can't give these guys a little more racetrack for tonight.
Yeah, I guess they pull a little fuel out, a little timing out, keep them soft at the top end, keep from knocking the tire off.
Yeah, you just got to pull some timing out of it and down on the other end and not make it so aggressive and get it rolling and just keep it rolling.
Looking good here as we continue on our 3rd national event of the season. 2nd time we've been here to Hebron. Another event here in Ohio whenever we're done with this one, and we'll wind things up in Dunn, North Carolina. So stay with us when we come back. Hopefully we can fire up the fuel cars. Looks like they're just about done here with the track. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Speed Sport 1, where we are live from the Darana Raceway here in Hebron, Ohio, just a few short minutes outside of Columbus, Ohio, where we are getting ready to see the top fuel cars hit the track. Mike McIntyre, driver of Mac Attack, getting ready to hit the track for your second time here today, second qualifying session of the day. What did you learn in the first session?
The first session wasn't so good. We had some issues in the pits, didn't even get the fired on fuel, kind of came up here blind and just, it was a mess. So hopefully we're up here in a decent time. We can collect ourselves and just go down and make a nice A to B run and get in the field. How important is that time to collect yourself? It seems like it's more of a mental advantage. Yeah, it is, just for everyone. The guys, myself, just everyone. It's a big deal not being in such a hurry. So hopefully it works out good for us this time. It's kind of wild to think about the idea that you have to slow down to then go fast. That's exactly what it is. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, you just chill out and, just get ready to do your thing. A lot of the riders have been giving me this mixed feedback on the weather and the conditions here today. It's been hard to track. How have you guys stayed on top of it? I got my crew chief, Tony. He's on top of it. It's checking the weather every minute, the changes. He's got a pager and makes the proper adjustments as needed. When you look at this car and the history you have with it, the relationship you have with your car, what are your fondest memories in it? Probably earlier this month here, we qualified number 1 and won the race. So it'd be nice to at least get in the field for the second one. So we'll see what happens. Thanks so much, and best of luck here tonight, guys. Mike McIntyre, driver of Mac Attack, this beautiful orange car, as you can see here. Sometimes we don't get a closer look at some of these cars. We have the rare opportunity to do that now, but guys, a beautiful engine package up front. There's the driver's seat right behind it. Tommy, you ready to hop in?
Yeah, get out of the way. Let me get in that thing. You wouldn't have to ask me twice. I'd be in there in a heartbeat.
About ready to go with our top fuel money car.
Pretty cool, yeah. I mean, that's how this sport works. You're from qualifying number 1 and winning to hoping you can get in the field.
Yeah, that's what we see here with the 2 qualifying runs. Just a little mistake in the first run, and boom, you're behind the 8 ball. Now the pressure's on. You come out here tonight, and now you got to go down the racetrack, get a good enough run to get yourself in the show, and that's just how racing is. One weekend, everything goes perfectly smooth, nice and easy, wins the race. Number 1 qualifier comes out here this week and can't get down the racetrack. So, yeah, been there before.
And that was right here at this track. I mean, It's not like it happened at Milan.
Yeah,
it happened here. Crazy how this sport works. Unforgiving sport, for sure. I mean, it makes you earn it every single time. Little action going on there. Some guys on bikes doing wheelies, and looks like the track prep has pretty much been taken care of. My guess is they're going to fire these things off just about 8 o'clock, so stick with us here. We're going to take another quick break here, and then I promise you will not miss any of the action. So stay with us. We'll be back with more racing action, including our fuel classes with the IHRA in just a moment.
It's a cool night here at the Darana Raceway for round 3 of the IHRA series. First of all, Michaelan, you made your racing debut earlier today in the first qualifying session. You won't take the second qualifying pass because A, it takes tokens, and B, you guys don't have the manpower this weekend. But Michaelan Haddock making your debut here this weekend. I mean, how are you feeling? How'd it go?
That race car is the absolute coolest thing on the planet. You know, every time I get in that car, all of our pit is full of pop culture references. And if anybody's seen Talladega Nights, you'll know the scene where they go, Lucius, I got a little bit of personal information to tell you. And the rest isn't appropriate for TV, but that's basically how I feel every time I get in that car. That car is the coolest thing on the planet. There's so many ways to describe it, but your brain, you're not supposed to go that fast, and your brain just doesn't know what to do with it. You drive so much with your back and what you feel, and you just, for some reason, I just feel like I get it, even though I only have so many passes, and it's the coolest thing on the planet, and I'm sitting here with my fingers crossed that car stays qualified.
A moment ago, you told me you may have lifted a little too soon, which is why the MPHs were down. Yeah. However, if that car stays in position, which as of now it's 7th in qualifying, there is a chance you'll get to run it tomorrow.
That would be cool. It'll be very chaotic.
Have you confirmed that with the boss man, with your dad?
Yes, I have. He said that I'd get to race on race day if I qualified, but I lifted at 850 feet because he told me to go 800, 900 feet, and boss man holds the keys to that car. So if I do something wrong or screw up or don't listen, I get my seat revoked. So got to make sure I follow the rules.
But currently P7, are you praying tonight you get to race tomorrow? Is it in your heart to do it?
Absolutely. I want to get in that car as much as possible. It's just, it's up to God and see how the rest of these guys do. I'm going to be sitting up there with my fingers crossed.
So not to show any favors, but we may be crossing our fingers to see Michaelan Haddock in the race tomorrow. Best of luck, and I'm so glad that you enjoyed your debut, guys. Tommy, do you remember your first time?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean, Top Fuel Dragster, yeah, back in the late 80s was the first time, and then the funny car was right there towards the end of the 90s. So, yeah, it was a good time. You know, you got excited about it. I enjoyed it.
Whole different animal back then. You didn't have all the safety devices and the fresh air, and you got a nice big face and eyes full of nitro, I'm sure, inside of that thing.
Yeah, first time in Top Fuel, and I didn't wear a chin strap or anything like that back then, and your head's planted against the back of the roll cage, and I didn't wear a chin strap until I started driving funny car, and I thought, man, that was stupid. Why didn't I wear one of these all my career? You can see a whole lot better when your head's not on the back of the roll cage.
This is a great idea.
Yeah, wow, who came up with this?
Holds my helmet on.
Yeah, it was awesome. So, yeah, there's just nothing like it in the world. I mean, when you hit the throttle on one of these cars, it's no ifs, ands, or buts. You're going straight forward in a hurry. And the acceleration is just phenomenal. 0 to 100 miles per hour in less than a second, and just plants you in the seat. And like he said, you have to get used to it so your brain can actually think faster than the car is moving. And that takes nothing but runs and see the pants feel.
Wild, wild ride. Worth every penny if you can afford it. I would urge you to come out here and go for a ride with Larry Dixon in the two-seater, because it's got to be worth every penny. It just does.
Yeah, I mean, everybody asks, like, what does that feel like? And I go, well,
can't describe it.
I never done anything that even comes close to that, so I can't tell you what it feels like.
Can't even come close to describing it with words. Okay, let's get it down to Kristen Beat.
The pilot of American Thunder, Eric Stevens, P5 right now on the day. Any improvements you hope to make with your pass?
Yeah, I think the weather itself will help. On a tune-up wise, it'll help us gain a little bit. We did a few changes. We're just trying to bump it up a little bit to where we can qualify a little better. And I think we're around number 5 right now, which as long as we're in, that's all that matters to us. So we're just having a blast, and thank IHRA for what they've done. It's amazing.
I'm always really interested to hear the story behind the colorway on the cars, American Thunder. How did that come to be?
Well, back in the day, I was always an Evel Knievel guy. You always want to do these stunts and stuff. So we sold the other car, got this car, and I wanted to do something kind of Evel Knievel-ish, American, kind of flashy like. And so my designer come up with this, and he nailed it. We love it.
It's a beautiful car matched with a beautiful helmet, which is not too far away. But coming up after the break, more action from the Darana Raceway here with the IHRA Series live on Speed Sport 1. Make sure you guys stay tuned. The best classes are yet to come.
And it is all going down here at Darana Raceway. Welcome back to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series in Hebron, Ohio. Pushing the first car into the water. It is time for Top Fuel Funny Car. Qualifying session number 2. McIntyre pushing in there, hoping to have a much better effort. As we talked about, he struggled there. They just weren't ready for the first session. Kind of odd that I guess they were just throwing some curveballs. You never know when that stuff's going to happen. They're down there in the trailer trying to get things ready and couldn't even fire the car up on fuel to warm it up to make sure everything was all good. So came up here, took a stab at it. It did not work out. But last time he was here, qualified number 1 and went to the final round. Did a great job. We'll see if things – they had a little more time there in between sessions there to get it sorted out.
Yeah, these things are so unpredictable sometimes, and just the one little thing go wrong, and he hasn't raced a whole bunch this year. I mean, he's only run it once or twice, and to come out here and do so well the first time, and come back second time, and it's just that one little thing that can throw everything off. And I am pretty confident that they will improve this time. And Tony had a couple looks at the racetrack, helping a couple different cars this weekend, so getting a lot of data, and just a matter of making the right changes and getting everything to run smoothly. And I mean, there's not a killer bump out here right now, 502, and get it off the start line, get it down there a ways, and it should run that easily. So I don't expect Mike not to qualify. I expect him to get this car in the show. But it does show you how quick he can go from 0 to 0.
Boy, no question about it. He's run good here as well. He went 406 here at our Columbus event back in July. Has been 394. So the car can get it done. Crew can get it done. I need to find the magic right now. Race director's out there taking a look around. Looks like another car pulling up here through the tunnel.
Yeah, for the fuel guys, they relatively quick turnaround for these guys. We drug out that first session a little bit towards the end of it, and the fuel car is running late. So good job by the guys getting them turned around and getting them back up here. This isn't well, we talked to somebody earlier, he's going to charge the battery, put a little gas in it, set the valves, and bring it back up. Well, that is not the maintenance routine on these between rounds. This is a full tear-down, engine rebuild, and put it back together and get it back up here. So the guy's doing a great job to get that done.
Micah McIntyre, he is one spot out in the number 9 hole. Needs to go quicker than 5.028. That is the bump spot held by Jody Austin. Burnout complete, backing this one up. Great looking Toyota Camry. Very aero, lots of work going into that body back in the day when they were developing that car. Into the funny car division. Number 1 qualifier sitting right now, Del Worsham, 409.302. Some of the rules here in this particular category. Minimum weight, 2,600 pounds, as you can see there. No front or rear suspension allowed. No solid tube chassis cars. A lot of technology inside of that chassis, though, to get these things to work. Mack Attack machine, Redline oil, Spear tractor, and Mike McIntyre Jr. looking to put one together here to get himself into the show. Oh, no. And he's going to try to leg it down through there to see if he can make something happen, but it's not gonna.
Nope.
5.02.
Just idling down there. That's not good.
Wow.
Blew him off right at the step of the throttle. And
man.
There's no recovering that to get it better than a 5.02.
Last time we were here, number 1 qualifier, went to the finals, won the race, and now not in the show. What a ruthless sport this can be. You got to get it done, though.
Yeah.
You just got to get it done.
That thing didn't stand a chance. I mean, as soon as he stepped on the throttle, it just jumped straight up in the air and blew.
Is that a mechanical thing? Something failing there?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. Or, I mean, they could have just missed the tune-up. But if you watch right here on the replay, as soon as he steps on the throttle, the thing just instantly way too aggressive. And I would say probably more than likely there's not something's not right in the clutch department there, because it didn't stand a chance. Didn't go any, didn't move, a foot forward before it came loose. It's a bummer for that team, having such success here early this season at the race and just not getting it done this weekend.
Yes, sir. So here comes the next one. Todd Barker is also outside looking in. We'll have his opportunity here. Hook the batteries up, get ready to spin the starter over.
Jody Austin here come rolling up here, and they must have had little issues in the between round maintenance, because they're still getting him ready and trying to get him strapped in. So rushing him up here and trying to get him in the race car. So looks like Todd Barker's going to make a single before so Jody can have some extra time getting in the car. Todd Barker, one of the other cars that's not in the show at the moment, needs to improve if he's going to race tomorrow. Looks like they worked on that body latch between rounds, and that went a lot smoother, so hopefully the whole run goes a little smoother.
Maximo Racing Oils helping out Todd Barker. Joins us from Marlow, Oklahoma. Personal best here with the IHRA 451. We'll find out if he can better that mark right now. That would put him into the show pretty nicely. Has finished in the top 5 points with Funny Car Chaos. Needs a solid pass here. Is outside looking in. Went at 8:05. Needs better than a 5:02.8.
We've seen this team struggle a little bit after we saw them go into Sand Trap the first race here. Came back with a different chassis in Milan and didn't have the success they had here. And we've seen them struggle again today. So still looking for the combination on this new chassis.
Shooting some video there. Any sort of data they can get to bring back to the trailer. Lots of sparks underneath there. It's not happy. Tries to get back in it one more time. Anything he can do to try to get into the show, but a 6:38 will not be enough.
That was probably the one too many times right there. We saw it backfire and knock the supercharger off of it. These things do not like to be pedaled like that.
A lot of sparks underneath the bottom of it, right at the hit.
Yeah, I think it was the clutch department. I mean, they had taken, looked like they'd taken quite a bit of clutch out of it. Seen a lot of sparks coming out of it. It goes out and rattles the tire. See right there, it's just sparks coming out of the bell housing and rattles the tire really hard right there. Comes off of it, hits the throttle again, comes out of it again, and then does one more slap and kaboom. He's thinking about the bump right now and goes, oh, one more time. I think I can make it.
Wow. Ouch. The only other one that would have a shot at getting in that's outside is Dave Gallegos, and I don't know. That was a pretty big explosion.
I don't see Dave up here in the line, and he would be at the front of the line since he didn't get a time. He'd be one of the first cars out. They've got some issues with that tune-up on that race car. It's doing stuff that it shouldn't be doing, and I think it's probably smart to analyze that one a little more than just
reevaluate a little bit.
Yeah, reevaluate, and not try to rush it in a couple hours to turn around to get them out there and get them going. So, yeah, probably a smart move for not do that again because that was an expensive first round. That's 2 of them now for that team. So, yeah, that's one you're going to have to take a little more time to examine what exactly is going on with this race car.
Yeah, this stuff gets expensive really quickly.
What we just saw there was, the pedaling on that thing, and these fuel cars will show you who's boss in a hurry.
As they push the Bushwhacker car into the water box. Larry Morgan out there on the starting line. A few friends in tow. You give the fans at home an idea what one of those bodies weigh?
Depends on how many times they've been repaired, but a new one, I think they're around 280 pounds, 300 pounds. Once you start getting some cracks and some repair jobs in there, hit the cones a couple times, the front of those can get a little heavy. And
well, I could actually see that changing how the car performs to some degree. I mean, you start getting a bunch of weight on them.
Oh yeah, it changes the balance of the car quite a bit. Yeah. So
wouldn't take long to add 20 pounds in front of one of those things. Fiberglass and all the stuff it takes to repair those.
Carbon.
Yep,
well, all carbon.
Yep. And all the
base fiberglass. They'd be about 500 pounds.
Yeah, right. But all the materials that it takes to patch in
you put the
piece.
Resin in there,
right.
And next thing you know, there's more resin, and we used to scale the car quite often to make sure the balance and everything was proportionate, correct? No suspension, but yet you can move it around a little bit.
I was just going to say, I mean, so you got ballast in there? Is that how you do it?
You can jack a little bit on the front spindles and change some geometry on it. So.
Okay. Jody Austin coming up here. Out of Aubrey, Texas, Murph McKinney car. His son crew chiefing on this one, Cody. Has been 3:59 in the fuel altered.
I'm going to assume that's the 8th mile time. Because I'm pretty sure fuel alterers never went through 59,000 feet.
Bettered his time from Milan. That 5:08 is actually a personal best here with the IHRA. So picking away at it, but hoping to do better than that now.
It's been getting a little better. I mean, we saw them the first race struggle with that weekend. A little better at Milan, and it seems to be making some progress.
3-time Outlaw Fuel champ, 2-time World Fuel Altered Nationals champion. A lot of racing experience. See if they can put it together here. The fans out there on the starting line. There's Larry Morgan. The thing loaded up. Driving it, man. He was driving it. 593.
It's pretty soft. It didn't look like it had enough clutch in the thing. It's pretty soft, just laboring down through there, and wise choice of shutting that one off by Jody. But he will stay in the show. Be here tomorrow. See a lot of fuel coming out of the right side before we hit the
Saw
throttle.
that too, and
yeah.
I don't know if it was the way the light was shining, but yeah, it for sure is dumping fuel out.
You could see the car. He was driving it, but it really wasn't going anywhere. That's why he was probably overdriving it, because it just wasn't accelerating like he expected, and felt the car moving around. And he almost overdrove it because it wasn't going anywhere. It wasn't getting out of its own way. So wise choice to shut that one off before any kind of damage. Get him off the top end, and we're lighting the next pair.
Eric Stevens coming up, and he'll line up alongside Dale Creasy. Stevens with the American Thunder car that Kristen Beat did her interview on just a little bit earlier. Evel Knievel fan. And Creasy, just a hardcore racer. Lives it, eats it, breathes it. His mom right there alongside as well, man. Loves it, proud of her son, rightfully so.
I think Creasy's been doing this about 100 years now. Right there. A lot of IHRA history for that team.
Tough as nails.
Eric Stevens up there waiting on Creasy.
Yeah, and Creasy did a really short burnout. The Tech Pack Incorporated sponsored machine. Rolls up, they're ready to go. Oh, big moment there for Creasy. Out of the throttle, gathers it back up. And a 470 for Eric Stevens.
A little slower than what he ran the first run, but
pretty consistent.
Consistent going down the racetrack. Evidently, right now, it looks like that's what you need to do is go down the racetrack, because we've hardly had any of the cars make it down this second session so far. So put a 470 up on the board and get close to what you ran the first run.
Man, Creasy hit the tires hard.
Now you watch it right here. This thing leaves the starting line, comes loose, bends the tires. Dale out of the throttle quick. Thinking they thought there was just a little more racetrack out there than that there is.
Yeah, good catch. Great driving job, as you would expect out of him.
We're learning. Jody Austin, you made it in the show tomorrow. That was the goal, make it round one. A new-ish car, about 8 runs on it. How's it feeling? How'd it feel tonight?
It's coming along, but it's not right yet. I went as far as I felt comfortable. It was starting to shake and tremble, and it just is not right yet. But I'm glad to make the show.
Do you know what's wrong about it and what kind of changes your team will make tonight?
We'll make clutch changes and horsepower changes. Just take a little more horsepower.
Well, that's Jody Austin. We look forward to seeing you round one. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. It just didn't look like it had near enough clutch in it or power, and it wasn't going anywhere and just down on the tire. And he was really fighting the car just because it just wasn't going anywhere.
Nice overhead shot from the drone. See some of the changes that have taken place down here. In the meantime, we're going to go back down to the staging lanes once again with Kristen Beat.
And with a preview for the top fuel class, Lex June, who won at round 2 in Michigan. I spoke with his crew chief and team. They said during the first qualifying session, due to an electrical glitch, the safety system shut the car off. Now, they were able to return to the pits after that first qualifying session. They believe they've resolved that issue. But, guys, going from winning a race to now dealing with electrical issues is quite worrisome for that entire team. We'll see what they have in this second pass in the top fuel class.
Don't worry about the bugs. The nitro fumes will clean them out here in just a minute. Yeah, wild how it goes. I mean, that's what we were just talking about with McIntyre, right? I mean, you just don't know, man. These things can be pretty finicky.
Oh, things like maybe forgot to put a throttle stop on it right there. Dan Hicks having a hard time getting the body pull out from underneath the body and able to get it out of there. Now he's going to have to hustle a little bit. We saw Haddock make a burnout in the first session. He must have made it out there 300 feet doing a burnout. This run, he comes out. I don't think the throttle stop was on there, and it went to the moon when he hit the throttle. So cut that burnout a little shorter. Somebody must have reached in their pocket and went, oh, whoops. I still have the throttle stop in my pocket.
Potentially catastrophic mistake.
Yeah, it was a good job of Terry catching it, recognizing that the stop wasn't on, and you heard the thing go high RPM and quickly got out of the throttle.
Can you physically feel that when that happens as well? Your foot go. I mean, I would think that, the pedal goes all the way down, and you're like, oh boy. Looking at Terry Haddock here, last time out. First session, I should say, 4:59 with a 1. And Dan Hicks on the other side with a 4:39. Both cars quickly out of the throttle. Haddock's car sashaying around to keep that one off the wall.
Kind of surprising to see some of these fuel guys having some issues with tire shake early in the run. And just been a struggle of a day for everybody to get a hold of this racetrack.
Yeah, funny how it goes. I mean, all the door cars struggled in the first session. Fuel cars came out. Door cars kind of got it gathered up, and now the fuel cars are struggling.
You can see both those cars. Dan Hicks' car just looked a little slow early in the run and started shaking, and Terry's car a little more aggressive, but just not quite enough, I believe. I think both of them might have underpowered the racetrack, so it could have been not from overpowering, but underpowering.
Eric Stevens, first IHRA race, and you made it to the show tomorrow. We're going to see you in round 1. How did it feel out there? Your first run was a little better, 470 this second run. Any kind of data you're going to take into tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll take this and see what we can do tomorrow. I know it's still supposed to be cooler conditions tomorrow, but I figured it was a little better run than that. It felt like it, but we'll get back to the pits and see what we can do. Get ready for round 1. Hopefully make some rounds.
Well, we hope to see you tomorrow make multiple rounds, not just one round. That's Eric Stevens. We'll see him in round 1 tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, go back and piece that one together, see if they can find a little bit here, a little bit there, and come out with some confidence. As he talked about, we expect weather conditions to be a bit cooler tomorrow. Probably the better part of 10 degrees than what it was here today as we fire up our next pair. Dale Worsham and Jack Wyatt. Jack Wyatt, 426 in the first session. Career best for him at 250. 409, 302 for Worsham. And fully expect both these cars to go from A to B.
Yeah, these are our 2 quickest cars from the first session, and Jack made a nice run. Didn't get all the way down there. Got over by the wall on the top end of the racetrack, a little loose, and moved him over there, shut it off. So Dale making a nice full pull. Jack Wyatt's been having trouble getting off the starting line like we've seen several of the cars do here in this session. So he was happy to get it off the starting line down the track for that first session. So probably get after it a little bit. He said it was a little soft. They went over, kind of backed it up too far, but we'll see if he gets after a little bit more this time and hopefully not overstep they're overstepping a little bit like a lot of the guys have tonight.
Body down the DG Motorsports Toyota Supra. Edinger's equipment backed machine. Bonaparte down there on the bottom as well. Flying those colors proudly. DC Motorsports.
Dale and Connie.
Here we go, final pair. Funny car, here we go. And neither one of them. How about that? Tough session for Funny Car. That'll keep Dale Worsham in the number 1 spot. 409, he'll square off against Jody Austin in the first round. Jack Wyatt will stay number 2 and will line up against Michaelan Haddock if they decide to race that car. Dan Hicks against Eric Stevens, and Dale Creasy Jr. will square off against Terry Haddock. That's a pretty big first round.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff.
Dan Hicks had a bit of a tire shake. You're not the only one, though. Is it the car? Is it the track? What's kind of going on out there?
Well, the track's really, really good, and that's usually what happens. If you don't have enough horsepower and get up and go to keep up with the track that's that aggressive, then you kind of fall behind a little bit. And we're not trying to be overly aggressive, but the track kind of jumped up and bit us. That's the first tire shake I've ever had like that. I'm telling you what, it knocked my noodle loose a little bit. But that's drag racing for you. You know, you kind of just take your best guess. The air's really good. The track's really good. You got nothing to complain about. It's just, it takes more power and more aggressiveness, getting that wheel speed up, getting it going through the shake zone, they call it, and it's usually just early in the run. And yeah, we're still just kind of learning what the car needs and what it wants, and you know, we're just making it up there, trying to make it full pull every time. But you gotta kind of step outside your comfort zone and experiment a little bit and try different things. And we're not too far out of our comfort zone, but we're just dabbling here and there and seeing what it was. And I think the only thing that was is the track just got awesome. So these guys are doing a fantastic job. I've yet to meet Daryl. I want to meet him. He's a great guy, obviously. He's given all of us this opportunity to come out here and do this, you know, because I can't go race this car on the NHRA side. You know, it's all the corporate money and everybody's on payroll, and it's just, you know, whether they're having fun or not, I don't know, but we're having a blast out here, and feel like we're on the level with all these guys, and we're enjoying it. Family and friends, and you know, you guys interviewing us, and we're on TV. What else can you ask for?
What else can you ask for? You were in the shake zone, the noodle loose. I've never even heard that before, but that's a good quote we're going to use later. Dan Hicks, we'll see you tomorrow in round 1.
We'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ah, yes, good stuff.
Experiencing that tire shake. My back starting to hurt sitting in this chair in the tower watching them. It's shaking out there, shaking so bad.
Wow, look at that shot, man. That's pretty cool. And once again, let's go back up to Kay Banks.
I'm up here with Terry Haddock, Michaelan Haddock. We're going to see both these cars in round one. Coming into today, did you expect to see Michaelan racing with you tomorrow?
It wasn't our plan to qualify both cars. We were just going to make one lap to get him some more experience. So tonight he better go out and find some work, find some tokens to put in that car because that thing eats money.
That thing eats money. What are you going to do? You going to clean some dishes? What's on your game plan tonight?
I don't know. You hear all kinds of stories from like old Western movies about bank robbery. So if you hear anything in the Columbus area, it wasn't me.
Y'all just heard it wasn't him. Now I got to ask because our great cameraman Roger got you running after the car. Did y'all forget him on purpose, or were y'all just playing around with him?
What do you mean when we forgot?
They forgot him, and he literally was chasing after the car. Was that? Did they?
He probably did something stupid, and that was just poetic justice.
It was poetic justice. All right, we'll see you later tonight. If y'all hear of any bank robberies, it was Terry Haddock.
Thank you. Y'all have a great night. Thank you.
Yeah, he's first back to the truck now. Stand close to Dad. They won't leave him. And the cackle has begun. Lex June is fired up, the Never Quit machine. Winner at our last event. And I believe that is Mitch King lined up alongside Chuck Lofton, actually, in Mitch King's car. Second time I did that. Look down and see the LA King. The confectionery, of course, owned by them.
Boy, Lex has a awful time here. Everybody he runs against is late getting started, having issues, and they were having some issues with Chuck's car. Nope.
They said no go. It's like Lofton and heard it spin over, but never fired. We'll try it again. And that's it. They said nope. So they'll send Lex on a single.
Doug Foley Jr. says, no, boys, you're too late. Lex has been running a long time. I mean, he's at the end of his routine, getting ready to roll up here on stage, so wouldn't be fair to him to hang him out like that. So Lex not in the show, trying to get it in. He needs all the good things to go his way right now.
Yeah, very good point there. Cameron Bure on the bubble with a 456. Lex down at the bottom of the list. 13 cars trying to get into an 8-car show. Doug Foley also out. And Lex June goes 388, 321 miles per hour. What a great lap right there. No chutes down to the other end and into the gravel pit, trying to get that one stopped. Wow.
I think he got it stopped before he got into the net and hurt anything. I think he's right. He did. He didn't even make it to the sand.
Nicely done.
Yeah, nice job, Lex. You could see that thing bouncing. He was on the brakes hard.
Boy, good lap. 388, 321.66. Jumps up to the number 4 slot.
Great job of getting that thing stopped.
Hopefully no harm, no foul here.
That's it's a short track here. I mean, this is one of the shorter tracks on the circuits out here, and
really short with no chute.
Yeah. You could hear the thing rev up, get through that early part of the track where everybody's having problems. He did a nice job of navigating that. Header flames look nice. That car made a nice run down through there. And here's where the problems start happening. Did move over towards the middle of the racetrack, and I don't know if Lex had his hands full steering and couldn't get to the chutes or what, but here you can see on the brakes hard. The rotors are glowing, red hot. It's bouncing, and the problem with bouncing is when you're in the air, it's not slowing down.
Right.
Just enough, have to let off the brake a little bit, get it slowed down, and right before he gets to the sand, it comes to a stop.
And those front brakes, they just don't do much at all.
They're pretty much zero. Yeah.
I'm really glad he got that thing stopped. Career best mile per hour for him. Excellent job, man. Nicely done.
That'd have been all great. So happy you ran such a good run, and then stick her in there, and probably would have damaged the chassis, I'm sure, and wouldn't have been able to come back out for tomorrow. So good to see him get that thing slowed down right before he got into all that.
Off and running here in the fuel class, and we have plenty more to go. Scott Palmer, the People's Champs, rolling into the water. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more exciting Top Fuel action. And we welcome you back to Darana Raceway. You're watching the IHRA. And a look at this last pass here by Lex June. Hits the throttles, drives it hard across the stripe. Nicely done. Career best mile per hour, but no shoots down at the other end. Sends it off into the trap, but gets a stop before he gets buried in the sand. So nicely done right there out of Lex June to keep his composure and get that thing stopped before it got nasty. And he is down there with our Kristen Banks.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with Lex June. Just hit a personal best 321 miles per hour, and man, were you flying, because you barely got that thing stopped. What just happened right there?
Well, you know my nickname? It's the Flying Dutchman. So I was flying there, yeah. The chute came out, at least the handles came down, so I started braking. I knew I was going pretty fast because it was hauling it's like, so, but it's dark, yeah, right? So I'm working on the brakes and everything else, and I think that thing does not slow down. So, but you got to brake your right hand, and what do? I cannot let it go and try to hit the chutes again, because, and then it started bouncing because I was applying too much brake, then it started bouncing. So what do? And I could not really see where I was and where the end was. I knew the end was coming. I could see the traffic light there because I'm crossing the street, right? And no beach. So I let it brake a little bit go, and then it came down on the ground again, and then I tried to brake it again, and I just stopped before the beach. But what an amazing run, right? The first one just didn't work out because of a failure of a sensor, and I told them, or we're going to run a 380 and qualify, or it's smoking it and we don't make it. And you know what? Gerda gave me the tune-up, and I assume we were in.
I think you are sitting number 4. That is Lex June, and yes, he is the Flying Dutchman, especially after that run.
Maybe never quit, right?
Right, never quit. Thank you so much, Lex. Congrats.
Okay, here we go. Next pair. This is a important pass right here. Greg Carrillo outside looking in, trying to beat Scott Palmer, who's on the bubble with a 4:09.3 is lined up right beside him. Palmer in the far lane, Carrillo in the near lane.
Well, if they're both going to race tomorrow, they're both going to have to improve. If Brillo gets in, he'll bump out Palmer if he doesn't improve.
Palmer in trouble right here. Carrillo drives it to the stripe. Puts a 4:09 on the board, a 4:09.43 to a 4:09.34. Not enough by 1/100th of a second.
By 1,000th of a second. 1,000th of a second left.
Oh, that's
out.
right.
Yeah.
4 digits.
1,000th of a second.
AccuTime gets me every time. Yeah, you're exactly right,
When
man.
you start throwing up the
Exactly
4
right.
digits, it confuses you sometimes. But yeah, 4:09.4. He needed to be better than a 4:09.3.
Man, oh man. Oh, so close.
You could hear that thing that had no clutch in it right there. You could see the flames getting funky, and it actually banged the blower on the top end down there. Right here, you watch the thing, the flames getting really funky right there. Bam, right there. It looks like that was after he come out of the throttle, his foot might have bounced, hit the gas again, and banged the blower. But oh, so close. Palmer dodges a bullet.
Boy, Palmer really dodges a bullet here.
He has a couple more he's going to have to dodge if he's going to race tomorrow, though. We got Cameron Ferre, Doug Foley yet to come. 2 cars capable of going better than that 409 for sure.
Lofton out, unfortunately. And Plord.
Not in line. Didn't see him.
Yeah, probably not a threat here tonight. But for sure, Ferre and Foley, both very capable cars.
We're only 2 cars away from having all cars in the 3-second zone.
Yeah. As Dave talked about before, only 6 runs previously and 6 more tonight. 6 runs in the 3s. 6 more tonight.
We're going to find out real quick. Doug Foley in the left-hand lane. If this Palmer is going to stay in the field. We saw Foley here with the first Columbus race make some nice runs. So we know that car's plenty capable of going in the 3s and getting in the show.
Oh, yeah.
Oddly.
Yeah, he actually held both ends of the records whenever we left here earlier this year. Not going to lie, I'm a little frustrated that 4th digit nabbed me. That irritates me. So we're going to bring you a replay from what I understand. We're going to keep an eye on the driver's head here. Wow. So violent.
That's when you can see how hard these cars are accelerating. And when they quit, it's a decel the other direction pretty hard.
Pretty wild, man. These things are so aggressive. So Doug Foley and Krista Baldwin. Krista with a really nice pass here earlier today. 387, 317 miles per hour.
Foley's car was making a nice run early in the last session and then came loose out in the middle of the racetrack. So they can soften it up, get through this shake zone, soften it up a little bit on the top end and slide it down through there. No reason at all that we shouldn't see a 3-second run out of Doug Foley.
IHRA career best for Krista Baldwin a little bit earlier there today. And that 387 at 317.
We saw her go to the final here, the first race, and I'm not sure she made a full run the whole weekend and was able to make it to the final. So really good to see her make that 380 run.
Here we go. Baldwin had to get out of the throttle. She was going towards the center line, 380, 321. Safe to say that Doug Foley is in the show.
Yeah, he's all the way up to #1 qualifier. Yep, nice run, 380.
So 321, not quite quick enough to surpass the record, but that 380 is former record held by Doug Foley, 382 with a 5. He puts a 380 on the board with a 5 and now holds the ET record at a lower rate.
The one thing we forgot about, Scott Palmer will not be part of the show tomorrow. Bumped out of the field by Doug Foley. And, man, I'm telling you what, both winners on Top Fuel and Funny Car at the first race here in Columbus will not race on Saturday this race. Wild.
Would have never guessed that.
We are one car away from making this an all 3-second field in Top Fuel Dragster. Cameron Ferre certainly can make that happen.
Todd Payton now on the bubble with a 4 flat. Four thousandths of a second from an all 3-second field.
We knew there would be some excitement with 13 cars shooting for 8 spots, and we're certainly getting that this session. Seeing some bumping, seeing some really good runs.
And let's go to the top end with Kay Banks.
Doug Foley, you knew you were right outside that line going in. How much pressure did you have on the line, and what was the game plan just to get into that 8-car field for tomorrow?
It's really like an 80. It's an 80 field. That's what you have to do. You got to go 380 something, and you're fine. Even a 90 would have done it. You know, I hear all the chatter about 409, 409. This car's either going to go or it's not. There's no in between. So, you know, we got JR from Alloy Employee Services and Chris. We got Joe from United Garage Door. Just all these people that are so important to us. And I have to say, my butt was puckered up on that one.
Well, you got in. Congratulations, Doug Foley. We'll see you tomorrow.
Well, we probably got another one on the starting line. He's a little puckered right now himself. Cameron Ferre trying to get in the show.
And we'll see if he can get in. He's got to do better than Todd Payton's 4 flat.
Payton sitting right behind him in the water box watching to see whether he's in or out when he goes to make his run.
Todd Payton right there behind him as well will roll up. So if he gets bumped out, he'll be next one to take a stab at it. Nope. Candle's lit there, but out too quick. Not going to happen.
So Todd Payton is our only hope to make this an all 3-second field and improve on his first session run.
Yeah, could certainly do that. Very capable.
But he will race tomorrow no matter what.
So unfortunately, not able to get it done here. Let's go to Kristen.
Krista Baldwin, going into the session, you're sitting third. So you kind of were a little more relaxed than these other guys going in. So what was your game plan for the second session?
Well, you know, that first session we had a great run right out of the box. But this one we just wanted to jump it up just a little bit, you know, see what the track could take. And I think we did open up a clutch flow, but unfortunately it shook the tires on me on this one. But, hey, I'm super excited to be here. I'm proud to be repping Spell Paving and Composite Specialties and RevChem Composites. And it's cool to be here at IHRA. I'm excited for tomorrow.
We can't wait to see you in that first round tomorrow. Krista Baldwin, she'll be sporting the cheetah eyes. We love it. We love to see the cheetah. It's in this year, by the way. If guys in the booth.
It's a neutral.
It's a neutral. Ken, TJ, we expect to see you on cheetah tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
Thanks, Krista.
Good luck with that. Oh, yeah, look at that. Nice.
Just in case if you were wondering if there's any bugs here in the Midwest, apparently they like the lights. That is wild. That is pretty crazy.
All the nitro fumes are running them up there to the lights trying to get away from it.
Yeah, no kidding. Darana Raceway, Sean Reed and Todd Payton will be our next pair here.
Saw Sean Reed make an excellent run that first session. 322 miles per hour.
Yeah, won the Pro Superstar Shootout last February against some of the best cars of all time. Really put one together. There's a look at Todd Payton's car. Todd Payton, as we talked about before, has been out here for so long. Very accomplished, very seasoned. Another guy kind of like your talents has been in both funny car and dragster.
Todd's got the computer company that a lot of these guys are using, so relying on that data.
Both in the show. We'll see if we can get it all 3-second field. Reed out of the throttle early, and there it is. 391.7 as we make a little bit of history over here with the IHRA. The bump now, Larry Dixon, he's safe, but 3.9992. And we'll see him go here yet, I believe.
No, I don't think Larry's going to make this session. I
see
think Larry thought he was safe. And here you are. Comes down to it. He's on the bump.
How about that?
Yeah, nice looking pass by Todd. And I knew that car was capable of going out here and making this an all 3-second field. And nice job. And looked like Sean Reed's car left the starting line and just drove into shake. You can see it right there early in the run. Shook the tires out of the throttle. But, boy, Todd driving that thing. Had to earn that 391. Really impressed with the Top Fuel show here, right? This weekend, the Top Fuel guys have put on a really nice show and ultra quick field, all 8 cars into the 3-second zone.
Excellent job. So that'll leave Jasmine Salinas.
And if you think the number 1 spot's safe, I wouldn't be so sure. This car gets off the starting line nice. It easily will go down through there and run a 370 elapsed time. Just a lot of them struggling with the track early tonight, going out there and shaking.
Short burnout there for Jasmine and the Scrappers team. Valley Services on the side of that one helping out as well. Currently sitting number 2 with a 384, 314 miles per hour.
Watching Jasmine drive last weekend and again this weekend, that first pass she made, an excellent job of driving. I think that time off, they took a little break after the start of the season. They parked that car and took a little break. And I don't think she was just sitting around the house. I think she's been watching videos and going over things and really doing her homework because seeing her come back out this last 2 weekends and has really done an excellent job of driving.
Yeah, it's funny how sometimes you take a little break like that, process everything, get back in the car, and kind of have a system in your mind of how it's going to go. Done a really, really nice job, no question.
Almost. 853, 60 foot. They were tuned up and going for it. You know, it's the quickest 60 foot we probably saw that whole session. So they were taking a swing, but swing and a miss.
And that'll wrap up the second session of qualifying here on Friday. And now you can say it. And now you can say it. Yes, we had a really good day here.
Yes, we did.
We didn't have anything crazy go on here. We had no crashes. We had no oil down.
Yeah,
so
very small little bitty oil down.
Yeah, top. It was no big deal. So it was really, really a good day here. We thought we'd see a lot more action, I guess, but the track proved to be very, very difficult out here for a number of people as they try to get things put together. take a look at that replay here one more time. See what happened.
Well, that thing hit the throttle, picked that front end up in the air, and shook. And she said, "No, thank you."
She knew what was coming there. So, all right, let's get it up to Kristen Banks.
Todd Payton, 391. You got to be pretty happy with that one.
I am. That's an improvement, obviously, from the 4 flat from earlier today. I was driving around a little bit out there. I was probably losing a little ET, but I was trying to pick up a little speed. I was trying to go 320. I saw Lex and everybody was going fast. But anyhow, no, we're just glad to be part of the show. It's great to be back here at IHRA. Glad to be part of the program going in on race day, and couldn't be happier. We'll get the Performance Data Systems Fast Eddie Redline Oil Top Fuel car, hopefully to the winner's circle.
All right, so what is it going to look like for your team tonight to get into the winner's circle tomorrow?
Well, we'll just build on that. You know, we've got a lot of data to go off of. You know, we were chasing this thing the first 60 feet, so we'll go back. We'll take a look at the clutch wear, take a look at where we're at on the ignition trace. I don't know what the incrementals were, but we'll break down all the data and really get into it. Stewie, our crew chief, he'll start dissecting numbers, and you know, hopefully we just continue to improve.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow, round 1. Todd Payton. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Kristen. Yeah, nice job. Yeah, Stewie will go to work on that, and he'll try to find a little something. He's been around for a couple days.
Yeah, John Stewart tuning 2 cars last weekend, Trip Tatum and Kyle Wurzel, and both those cars, Trip going to the semis, Kyle going to the second round. So lots of data with that, and no problem getting Todd's car picked up this weekend and going right down the track.
Couple of sessions in the books here. We'll wrap things up here tonight. Of course, tomorrow they'll all go down. Only half will come back. It is Eliminations Day. It is race day tomorrow. We look forward to that one. This track has been tricky, to say the least.
Yeah, it really threw us a curve. I was expecting all the big numbers and everything to work really smooth today, but, I mean, it threw all the guys a curve, and now they've got more runs, and we've saw that before. The last couple races, we saw guys struggle in qualifying and come out on race day and done some great runs. So
right.
I expect that tomorrow. These guys got a lot of data now overnight to look at all of it and come out and make the changes for
And
tomorrow.
I say this track has been tricky. I mean, really what it seems like it has been is just way better than what they were anticipating. So don't want to throw the track crew underneath the bus here. I mean, it's been phenomenal.
Like an all-or-nothing track right now, it looks like. All or nothing.
Awesome stuff. So we look forward to tomorrow, and we hope that you'll join us as well. A lot of action to go here with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. All the doors cars came out here, threw down. Second session, they put it together. And then, of course, fuel class came out here with a bump spot, and somebody had to go home. It's just the way it is here in racing. It's a performance-based sport, and the best will come back and run for the win tomorrow. So excellent stuff. Hope you will join us. We certainly look forward to bringing you all the action here from Hebron and, of course, Darana Raceway. For the entire staff, for Kristen Banks and Kristen Beat, of course, my colleague Tommy Johnson Jr., I'm Ken Stout. We look forward to bringing you all the action tomorrow. Can't wait to get it done. We will throw them down, including the Top Fuel Harleys. Looking forward to that one. Those guys will be loaded up and ready. Everybody chasing that all-important trophy at the end of the day. And, of course, the big money. We'll see you tomorrow when we go racing here with the IHRA. Thanks for watching.